Ch26 Kushina. Kit, say hello to your mother. Kyuubi said. At hearing those words, Naruto froze up like any normal orphan would. It wasn't out of belief or disbelief or anything similar, but out of sheer surprise. A mother? Naruto said out loud without realizing it, making everyone, including the red-headed woman, give him their full attention. Your mother? Naruto-kun, what do you mean by that? Hinata asked before anyone else could. Kyuubi says, she's my mother. He added, still in shock. How would he know? Enko asked. Kit, don't have a meltdown here, but I can explain this for you. Kyuubi said to Naruto. Your mother was actually my host before you. So that's how you know her? Naruto asked. Yes. But unlike you, she and I never had the chance to make the bloodline deal, so I was trapped in her in a bad way. I think the seal on her was different, so I couldn't communicate with her like I do you. When you were born, the seal was at its weakest, so I took the chance to break free so I wouldn't die with her later on. I guess fate wasn't on our side because that piece of shit Madara Uchiha showed up and took control of my mind. I can't remember what happened after that, but I always figured your mother was dead. Why didn't you tell me this before? Naruto asked. When was I supposed to tell you? The timing never felt right. And if I did have the right chance, what was I supposed to say? Hey kid, I knew your mother, but she's dead now as far as I know. Besides, I figured if those 3 guardians of yours wanted you to know about that night by now, they would have told you and then I would have too. But now it's unavoidable. Go ahead and tell the others what I told you. And if you don't believe me, ask her if her name is Kushina. Naruto knew the name for the same reason he knew the name Minato. Naruto sighed and faced his group. Kyuubi tells me that my mother was his last host, but he thought she died the day I was born. He then faced the woman who was his presumed mother, who had been looking solely at him this entire time. Is your name Kushina? Her eyes widened more and she tried to say yes, but her voice box didn't cooperate, so she just nodded. Kushina Uzumaki? She tried again, and got a whisper out this time. That was my maiden name. My current name is Kushina Namikaze. That convinced Naruto better than anything else. No one else besides the Sannin, Enko, and Hinata knew his father was Minato Namikaze. Only his real mother would know this too. What was your child's name? He asked. I had a son. His name's Naruto. Kushina said as she tried to sit up, her atrophied muscles protesting. Forgetting any previous suspicion, Naruto helped her stay up. I can't believe this. How is this possible? Naruto-kun, are you sure this really is your mother? Isaribi asked. Kushina tried to look at Naruto again. Is your name Naruto? Her voice had gotten a little louder now. He nodded. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, son of Minato Namikaze and student to Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. He used those names in hopes she would recognize them. It worked, for Kushina started crying. My son? But how? How long was I out? My guess is about 13 years if you haven't seen Naruto here since he was born. Kurenai answered. Kushina kept crying. 13 years? He tried to hold Naruto. My son? I'm so sorry. Wait, if she's been in a coma for 13 years straight, why'd she wake up now? Fu asked. I can answer that one for them, Kit. Kyuubi told Naruto. You see, in my time here I've noticed traces of other chakras in the seal keeping me in here. One I immediately recognized as your mother's, and I think the other one belongs to your father too. I think they were put in here as a sort of failsafe if the seal started weakening and you and I were on bad terms. When you and I helped increase her chakra levels, I pushed the bit of your mother's chakra in here went back into her body as well. And I think that combined with my own chakra, which her system is used to dealing with, helped jumpstart her back to consciousness. Wow, that's great. Naruto happily thought, then proceeded to tell everyone what the fox had told him almost word for word. So you really are my son? Kushina asked after hearing he had the Kyuubi in him. Her voice sounded at normal strength now. She then pulled him into a hug, which would have been bone-crushing if she were at full strength, which not even a former Jinchuriki could be right away after a 13-year coma. I'm so glad I can see you grown up now. You must tell me everything that's happened. Who raised you? How did you do in the academy? Do you have a girlfriend yet? Naruto patted her back. Settle down, Mom. You don't want a stroke, do you? Sorry, but I thought I lost you. I have so much catching up to do and I want to do it all right away. Well, I can tell you he does have a girlfriend if that helps. Hinata said, leaning against Naruto for emphasis and trying to ignore the small glares she got from the other girls. Kushina smiled, then stopped. Wait, Naruto, why are you and all these girls wearing those hitayatesh? That's not the Konoha symbol. Naruto gulped then, dreading this. Well, Mom, it's kind of a long story. I can barely stand up. I've got time to listen. Kushina told him. Kushina-san, perhaps it would be better if I told you. Anko interjected. Why? Who are you? I'm Anko Mitarashi, your son's sensei and older sister. Kushina looked surprised. So your family took care of my son? Anko paused. Well, technically you're right, but not in the way you're thinking of. What do you mean? Kushina asked. Otudo, do you want me to handle this for you? Anko asked Naruto rather than answer the question. Maybe it would be best if you helped me tell her. He told Anko. Anko nodded. Okay, let's get her into a tent. Too many people around will make us all uncomfortable for this. Kurenai-chan, can you keep everyone busy for the time being? Kurenai nodded. Okay, Haku, Fu, Sasami, patrol the area for any threats. You know what counts as threats. Isaribi, Hinata, check on Momochi-san in the other tent. Zabuza had been asleep then whole time Kushina was here. The Kunoichi nodded, and left to do their tasks, but not before Hinata managed to give Naruto a comforting kiss. Kushina smiled, and was carried into a tent by Naruto and Anko to hear of Naruto's past. Kakashi was keeping an eye on his two male students Sasuke and Kiba with his dog Akamaru, who were working on tree walking that night and reading his coveted smut at the same time. His female student Sakura was at the client's home doing domestic stuff to help out Tsunami, or so Kakashi assumed. While his two students were about to reach the top, a huge wave of Ki all of a sudden washed over the area, making them stumble, fall to the ground, and piss themselves. Kakashi even dropped his porn book and almost wet himself as he lost his balance on his crutches and fell down like his students. Holy crap. I haven't felt Ki like that in 13 years. What the hell was that? Kiba asked with Akamaru whimpering and trying to hide in his jacket. I don't know. The cycloptic Jounin answered. It reminds me of the Kyuubi, except angrier. At the same time, one of Naruto's clones, which had been taking to Inari about their pasts together and trying to show the boy others have rough times too, felt the Ki as well and instinctively dispelled to avoid being caught by the perceived threat. Inari wondered what was going on, but also kept the clone's words in mind and spent the rest of the night thinking it over. Back in Konoha, Danzu was not happy. Care to repeat that? He said to the monitor he was observing in his residence. On the screen was one of his root ninja, currently away on assignment. I'm sorry Danzu-sama, but our station in Wave has been destroyed and the prisoner has yet to be found. It's probable they drowned, as I've heard no word from Ukishi or Sarigi. Danzu stomped his cane into the floor. Damn it. All these years of trying to revive our rightful weapon wasted. Do you have any idea who's responsible for this? Unfortunately no Danzu-sama. The distress beacon informed us of the damage being done in the base but we have yet to find any evidence of the culprit. With Ukishi and Sarigi who were watching the base and prisoner at the time unaccounted for, I'm fairly certain they're dead and at the hand of a competent ninja used to watery terrain. So Kiri is the most likely culprit? Danzu asked. His agent nodded. Is it possible that whoever did this took off with the prisoner? I suppose it is, sir, but why would they do that? Surely you're the only one who knows that she's even still alive or what exactly she is. The Root Nin replied. Perhaps there has been a leak. After all, how did this threat even know to look for a ninja base underwater in the first place? The agent nodded. I see your point Danzu-sama. My partner and I will see if we can locate the prisoner and bring her back to you. But not directly to Konoha. We don't want that soft idiot Sarutobi to see her. Report back to me upon further discovery. Dismissed. Danzu ordered before turning off the monitor. The semi-crippled Warhawk then stood up and sighed. Damn it all. It was nothing less than a stroke of luck that I found that bitch unconscious instead of dead and got her body hidden before anyone else could confirm it. For years I've been trying to get that Jinchuriki to revive so I could seal her and get her under my control like that demon brat should have been a decade ago. Sarutobi, if I didn't know better I'd swear you were interfering yet again. Before he walked away he said only one thing out loud. Nidaime, why did you choose Sarutobi over me? Before Naruto and Anko told Kushina everything there was she tried to storm out of the tent and find someone to kill in a horrible way. The only things that stopped her were her son's pleas to wait and the fact her body had yet to recover. Thanks to the chakra Kyuubi had given her, her body was quickly returning to normal, but she would need to work out a bit before she was ready to do much with it again. By the time the two were done, Kushina still wanted to kill some people from Konoha. After they finished, Kushina held Naruto maternally and began to tell him how her own life. How she got to Konoha and why the Kyuubi was put in her. Her own dream of being the first female Hokage, and her growing connection to Minato. And especially what happened the day he was born. Naruto interrupted her only once to ask one question. Wait, you said the Kyuubi's claw pierced you, so how did you survive? Kushina thought it over. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Your father took a good amount of the hit too, so I wasn't as hurt, but I don't think that's the real reason. QB added in his own opinion. Kit, I think when I left her, some of my chakra must have remained in her system. How else would she be so mobile after giving birth and having half of her chakra suddenly gone in an instant? Maybe after I pierced her, the remaining bit healed her wound, and afterwards the loss of so much chakra sort of shocked her system into a coma until it could stabilize. Naruto repeated this theory out loud. Anko nodded. Yes, I can see that happening. Kushina tightened her hold on her son. Naruto, QB, thank you. I swear I'll never leave you again. So you're okay with going to Odo when this mission's done? He asked to confirm his suspicions. Where else would I go? Kushina asked. Yuzu's gone, and if I go to Konoha I'm not leaving until everyone who deserves to die does. Anko pulled out some paper and started writing something down. In that case I better inform Otokage-sama of your arrival. Once she finished writing about Kushina's presence and a gist of her history, she summoned Kogayaku. Please take this to Ji-san, and if you can, bring any messages from him to us. Will do, Anko-san. The purple snake said before taking the message in her mouth and disappearing. I bet his return message will be quite colorful. Anko muttered non-irritably. Back in Odo, Orochimaru got the message just before he was about to get a shower. He read it, and called for the altos. Bring me Tsunade and Jiraiya right now. They came to him in less than a minute, and he showed them the message from Anko. Tsunade was the first to respond. What the fuck? How is this possible? Jiraiya added. I don't know, but it looks like Konoha has more to answer for than we thought. Orochimaru said hostilely. How much worse do you think it can get? Jiraiya asked. I'm afraid to find out, and yet I'm afraid we will find out. Tsunade answered wearily. Ch-27 assaults. The next morning everyone in the Odo group woke up practically simultaneously and stretched out in the open. Kushina woke up a little sooner and got a head start on the stretching, her body still not fully cooperative. Kurenai got started on preparing them some food that Zabuza had previously collected for them. Anko gathered all the genin and made sure her fellow jounin could hear this as well. Already everyone, last night I sent Otokage-sama a report with information on our new discovery, no offense Kushina-san. None taken. The redhead replied while starting some push-ups. Anyway, I got a message back from him and his top advisors. The decision was apparently mutual. From now on, we are no longer ordered to hold back and avoid as much conflict as possible with any Konoha forces. We don't have to work at trying to avoid a possible international incident anymore. Still, this should not mean we need to rush into a fight looking for blood. It's just now if they attack us we have every right to fight back with lethal intent rather. So I don't want to see you guys heading to the Konoha team with any malicious ideas, just yet anyway. Anko continued. Why? Naruto asked. Well, given the circumstances your mother told us, combined with what we already know about them, wanting to hurt Konoha will be more justifiable now. Anko answered. However, in the long run doing it right now will have minimal effect, but it could still spark a war if Konoha felt vengeful enough. Odo's only advantages now are our allies and our unknown location. But Konoha has 3 clans specializing in tracking, so we can't remain hidden forever if they try to find us. And Jiraiya-sama would be asked by the Hokage to search as well, which will put him in an awkward position. Sure, he can fake no results for a while, but sooner or later someone will suspect something. If Odo was caught off guard, we'd be able to put up a good fight, but in the end we'd lose because we lack the numbers Konoha has. Kurenai told them. If they sent a lot after they find it, that is, which they might. If they didn't, then we'd have the numbers and home turf advantage, which Konoha might not risk fighting against. In any case, the best option Odo would have is to strike Konoha as a whole when they least suspect it. Zabuza added. But wouldn't that give them an even bigger numbers advantage? And the home turf one too? Naruto asked. If we included our allies, the odds increase in our favor. Besides, never underestimate the value of the element of surprise. It's part of what makes my method so effective. Zabuza answered. Excuse me, but why exactly are we talking like we've already decided to assault Konoha? Fu asked, raising her hand to get everyone's attention. Anko sighed and crossed her arms. To be honest, that was actually decided a long time ago. Before you even set foot in Odo girl. Kurenai approached her student. Remember Fu, Odo was founded as a haven for ninja that were mistreated in their original villages. Konoha and Kiri especially. It's always been suspected that someday Odo would have to make a direct stand against one or both of those two. And Konoha is the more likely because the Sannin know it best and it's easier to get there for us and our allies than Kiri is. We're not saying we're hoping for a war. We just want you all to be aware it may happen within your lifetime, and with the info that Kushina-san here has given us, it might come sooner than expected. Anko clarified. In any case, let's forget about that for a while and get back to training and our jobs. I'll pay our client a visit when the time's right to discuss something with them, and you guys should search around for more threats. Otudo, you stay with your mother in case anyone comes looking for her. Everyone nodded, and left to do their duties, leaving Naruto with his estranged mother at their campsite. He soon joined her in her exercises and they made small talk about nothing in particular. After a little bit, he created 2 shadow clones and they went off separately into the forest. Anko kept a close eye on Tsunami's house, waiting for a moment when none of the Konoha shinobi were there. From what she could tell, none of them were there, but she was still careful about approaching. She jumped from a tree branch and landed on the ground, only to hear a thump follow her and instinctively turned ready to maim. Luckily she didn't succeed. Otudo? What are you doing here? Actually, I'm a clone. The real Naruto sent me because another clone last night was tailing to the client's kid and didn't get to finish. He wanted to know if the kid thought about what he told him. Anko raised an eyebrow. And what exactly did he tell the young boy? That he shouldn't go around acting like he's the only one. Life's been rough too. He only lost his father, but that's it. Some people out there lost both parents like you or never knew their own, like the boss. So he should get off his self-pity trip and stop assuming he's the only one who's ever wanted to cry. Good advice. Let's see if he took it. Anko told the clone. It's actually a good idea. A clone came along. If something does happen to me, the real Otudo will know and respond right away. Naruto already knew the fact that shadow clone memories returned to him when they dispelled. The two silently got to the house, hoping to draw no attention to themselves. So far so good. Anko knocked on the door in hopes that Tsunami would be the one to answer it. She wanted to tell the woman that so far they already weakened the threat. She hired them to investigate and if possible get some more information from her on the threat. No one answered, and Anko got suspicious. The Naruto clone was about to knock a second time, but she caught his hand and shook her head disapprovingly. Something must be wrong. Use your Neo-Byakugan. The clone activated the Jujutsu, and quickly paled. Without bothering to explain anything, he kicked down the door with a chakra-enhanced kick and charged inside. Anko wondered what his problem was until she looked inside. There she saw Tsunami being held by one man dressed mostly in black with a hand over her mouth and the other across her stomach, making her his prisoner. She rushed inside too to help out the clone of his little brother. The Naruto clone tried to use the Juken lessons Naruto got from Hitomi to use with the Neo-Byakugan to disable his target. With said target's arms occupied, he couldn't defend himself properly, so he used a Kawarimi to get away. I'll check outside. He told Anko before going out. Anko looked over the older woman. You okay? Tsunami nodded. Hurry, one went upstairs. I think my son's in danger. The Jounin rushed upstairs and saw there was a second black-clocked shinobi tried to hold down the young boy. Inari was protesting his capture but not doing an effective job at it. Striking shadow snakes. She cried as half a dozen small summoned snakes emerged from her sleeves to entangle the enemy. These particular snakes combined the attributes of constrictors and venomous snakes, so it was virtually impossible to defend against them once they got to their prey. They wrapped around the limbs and neck of the enemy and simultaneously bit down on an exposed body part. The unidentified man convulsed in pain and tried to get them off, giving Inari the chance to scuttle away towards his rescuer. While the black-clad shinobi tried to pull out a weapon to kill the young boy, Anko pulled out a kunai and rushed forward, managing to cut the man's neck open. Once she did, the whole body turned to mud and collapsed on the floor of the hallway. Damn, a clone. Anko mumbled irritably and the summoned snakes went away. Then she looked at Inari. Your mother's downstairs and safe. Go console her while I check for more threats. He nodded. Thanks. I'm sorry if I was rude to you guys before. I just... Save it for when we can relax. Anko told him before jumping out the window. Inari then went downstairs to reassure Tsunami he was okay. Once outside, Anko saw the other enemy ninja but not the clone of Naruto, meaning it had been dispelled. On the plus side, the enemy was down panting and looked unable to move as much as he wanted to. She recognized it as Juken damage and casually approached. So are you a clone too, or are you the real one? The downed man barely lifted his head. He was obviously in pain, but his face didn't show it. You have something that belongs to my master. And you are interfering with his client's plans. So you work for Gato, eh? Anko said with a devilish smirk. I work for the man behind Gato, who is but a pawn for my master's plan here. Anko lost the smirk. Wait a minute. Gato, the man who's running this country into the ground, is doing someone else's bidding. She leaned in closer, but not too close, to look more intimidating. Tell me what you know if you want to rest in one piece. Never. Her captive answered before decaying into mud like the last guy. Damn. Obviously a mud clone that just ran out of chakra. But where are the real ones? She asked herself. And more importantly, who's behind all this here? Then Naruto, the real one, came from out of the trees. "Ne-chan. Everything okay?" "Yeah, problem solved. But they were just clones. The real ones are probably up to something worse," she answered. "I sent a clone with Hina-chan and the others too. Maybe they're at the bridge right now," he told her. "Then let's get going. By the way, everything should be fine here, but leave some more clones just in case," she told him. "Gotcha," Naruto said before creating 20 clones to safeguard the house. Then Anko and the original headed off towards the unfinished bridge. "By the way, where's Kushina-san going to be in all of this?" Anko asked. "Where she is now, since she can't fight just yet. And I left some clones with her too in case anyone finds her," Naruto answered. "Probably the best idea," Anko said. On the bridge things weren't going so well. The Konoha team had gotten there first with the intent of protecting Tazuna, as was their job. They didn't have to wait long, as two new ninja took the opportunity to leave their hiding spot under the bridge and try to attack the unaware genin. Kakashi moved quickly and blocked them, but they pulled back before he could do any distance to them. The two new ninja were dressed identically in black jounin outfits, sans vest, with mesh covering the ankles and forearms. One had short black hair brushed back and wore red gloves while the other had dark brown hair that looked similar to Naruto's and wore dark blue fingerless gloves. Both had a ninjato at their hips but neither were drawn yet, and neither seemed to be showing any expression, even for a professional shinobi. Sakura took an immediate guarding position by Tazuna with a single kunai in her hand. Kiba cracked his knuckles with Akamaru on the bridge growling. And Sasuke just gave the newcomers a deadpan look, as if to say they weren't worth the effort to look tough. Kakashi stood before all of his students ready to handle this. "I wonder if they're connected to Zabuza Momochi or the demon brothers from earlier." The brown-haired nin rushed towards Kakashi much like how Guy would have. Kakashi threw a few shuriken but his target just deflected them as if they were origami instead of metal. The cycloptic ninja managed to at least block a kick from this guy, but it felt pretty strong and stung his arm. Luckily sparring with Guy for years helped raise his endurance. Meanwhile, the black-haired ninja started a set of hand signs. Fire style, fireball jutsu. He then spat out a large blame of flame at Kakashi. His ally got out of the way but so did his target. Now Sasuke looked mad, since he didn't like the idea of others using his techniques. He charged forward angrily to give this guy a taste of his own fireball, but he was noticed so both prepared one at the same time. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Both cried out at the same time, with both fireballs impacting each other. However, the other guy was stronger and more experienced so he could make a stronger one than Sasuke could, so the genin's attack was overwhelmed. At least his attack prevented him from getting hurt by the other one. But once the smoke cleared, he felt several kunai hit his arms and legs, making him fall to his knees in agony. Kiba got anxious and decided to contribute to the fight as well. "Fang over Fang," he shouted as he and Akamaru spun around, creating drilling cyclones to maximize damage to their enemy. They both tried to hit the one attacking Kakashi, but he proved too nimble for them to hit right away and Kiba ended up going over the bridge and into the water. Akamaru stopped the attack and jumped in to try and help him. "Kiba, you idiot," Kakashi dryly thought. "Fang over Fang only works like that when you have enough room and ground for it to, which you don't have on an incomplete bridge." He couldn't go help his student as the enemy shinobi wasn't giving him an opening yet. "Tazuna-san, we should try to get you out of here. All the others have, so should you," Sakura told the old man. "That's not such a bad idea," Tazuna said fearfully. Once he and the Pinkette turned around, they saw the black-haired ninja stand before them, having moved to them after downing Sasuke. "Who said you can go anywhere?" Sakura wanted to attack him for daring to hurt Sasuke, but if he couldn't make a scratch her own chances weren't good and she knew it. So all she could do was hope someone could help her in time. Someone did, but it wasn't one of her team members. Mist suddenly condensed around the area, making it difficult to see a thing. Then it got cold, as if winter just started. The black-haired ninja moved to get away from an attack Sakura didn't see, but she could see that the ground he had been standing on was now frozen. What is going on now? She asked herself. CH-28 bridge. The mist condensed and spread across the bridge, like something out of a horror novel. It moved as if it was alive, present to engulf whoever was in its way. And it was accompanied by an unseasonal chill, that froze the moisture in the air into small bits of frost that cling to everything around it. The genin on the bridge wondered for a moment if this was a natural phenomenon of the area, but the others had no doubts as to its nature. The two enemies of the Leaf Ninja got together and stood back to back, keeping their eyes open for anything or anyone that may soon appear. Kakashi quickly got to Sasuke and pulled him over to Sakura and Tazuna. He wanted to go get Kiba too but didn't want to leave his other students unguarded against an unidentified threat. Be on your guard. Someone else has just shown up, and they're probably not Ali's. Heart, brain, jugular, lung, aorta, kidney, spinal column. These are just some of the locations on the human body where one attack can be deadly. A ghastly sinister voice almost whispered over the entire area, loud enough to be heard by all but not so loud that it felt like it was shouting. Sakura was shaking in fear. What was that? She looked to Sasuke in hopes of reassurance, but saw he was no more certain than she was. Meanwhile, Kiba and Akamsaru had gotten back up on the bridge. Whoa, where'd all this come from now? Kiba, quiet down. Don't let anyone hear where you are. Kakashi whispered into the intercom link he had with his students. Yeah, baka. Don't make any noise. Sakura shouted to her teammate after hearing Kakashi's orders. Everyone there gave her disapproving deadpan looks. You clueless idiot. Sasuke groaned. Sakura looked hurt. Sasuke-kun? Why did you say that? I'm no idiot. Then why do you keep talking? Was a shared thought between Sasuke, Kakashi, Tazuna, and Kiba. Kiba and Akamaru tried to sniff out any sense in the fog and hear any footsteps approaching. Kakashi was tempted to summon some dogs but he didn't want to risk revealing his position any more than his kunoichi student already had. Meanwhile, the two unidentified shinobi were trying to form a battle plan. Hey, Ajiro, can you get rid of this mist? The brown-haired one asked the black-haired one since his partner specialized in ninjutsu while he himself was the taijutsu expert of the two. The man dubbed Ajiro shook his head. Sorry Hattori, I don't know any wind-style tactics. But maybe I can do something. He then went through 6 hand signs. Fire style, sauna steam jutsu. From his mouth burst forth a long stream of hot air that evaporated most of the water in the atmosphere, making the fog significantly lighter and easier to see through. Once the fog died down, everyone could see someone new crouched and waiting. It was a tall slender man in a white tank top with his face obscured by wrappings. His hair was black and his eyes were a dark purple with no eyebrows. On his back was a large black sword shaped much like a large long cleaver with a hole in it. The Konoha team recognized him right away as Zabuza Momochi. He's back. Is he working for Gato on rotors to get rid of Tazuna? I gotta stop him for sure this time. Kakashi said to himself. Zabuza himself didn't appear to do much except stand up and brandish his sword. He was daring someone else to make the first strike. Since no one appeared to be in a rush to challenge him, Kiba took the lead. If everyone else is going to be a coward, then I'll show you who's the bravest. Fong over Fong. This time Akamaru stayed out of it. Zabuza stepped out of the way of the human drill, but fortunately for Kiba this time he landed on the bridge rather than the water so he continued his attack only to miss again. But when Zabuza dodged, the shinobi called Hattori managed to assault him from behind with a few good solid punches. The swordsman responded by turning and trying to cleave his arms but the taijutsu user was more nimble and got out of reach. Kakashi decided to get involved now that Zabuza was occupied. Stay guarding the client and keep an eye out for any assistance the enemy may have. He told his students. Sasuke scoffed. Heh, I'm not staying out of the fight while Dog Boy gets to be in it. He then charged forward ready to maim someone. Sakura remained in her position however. Before Sasuke could get into the fight, someone new appeared from out of nowhere in front of him. This person was the same masked hunter Nin who took Zabuza away last time they saw him. It was hard for Sasuke to tell if they were a boy or girl, but he didn't care. A target was a target. You have no chance of defeating an elite like myself. The Uchiha proclaimed. Prove it. Haku said, completely unintimidated. Sasuke tried to prove it by ambushing her thinking she couldn't react in time. But she did and by doing some kept both of his hands occupied with one of her own. Big mistake boy. I can still retaliate. She then started a series of one-handed hand signs. Ice Senbon Jutsu. Hundreds of needles made of ice formed in the air and flew to Sasuke, turning him into a human pincushion. He fell to his knees and used his chakra to warm himself to avoid frostbite and melt the ice weapons. While doing so, Haku prepared another jutsu. Ice style, crystal ice mirrors. A dome of connected mirrors with small gaps in between them covered the Uchiha, and Haku stepped inside one of them thanks to the dimensional rift the jutsu provided its user. There's no escape from it prison. But don't just take my word for it. See for yourself. She proceeded to throw numerous ice Senbon at him from all directions thanks to the enhanced speed this jutsu provided as well. Zabuza had his hands full, but saw his adoptive daughter was doing just fine. Atta girl Haku. I wonder what's keeping the others. It was easy for him to block against Hattori's attacks, but Kakashi proved to be as strong an annoyance as last time. At least Kakashi and Hattori were fighting each other as well, so he wasn't the only target they both had in mind. Kiba was being kept busy by a gyro. He stopped using Fang over Fang, but now he and his dog were using beast mimicry and man-beast clone to fight. A gyro made it difficult for them to get close enough to fight with his fire jutsus, but they also proved difficult to hit. Sasuke was getting his ass handed to him by Haku, and even his fire jutsus weren't helping him out as much as he thought they would. Apparently ice jutsus didn't use normal ice, so they couldn't be melted that easily. As the barrage of needles came, which slowed him down more and more but did little to actually threaten his life, he felt a new kind of pain in the back of his eyes. It grew until his sight briefly went black, as if he had stood up too fast. Then his vision returned, and it was sharper than before. He didn't have a mirror, but he knew what happened. He had activated his Sharingan at last. Heh, now I can't possibly lose. Not that losing was ever an option for me in the first place. Sasuke said. Ooh, so your eyes changed color? Big deal. I know another who can do the same, and his eyes are much better to look at. Haku said, trying hard to conceal any interest in her voice. Sasuke frowned. You dare mock the invincible Sharingan? Yes I do, because how is seeing things better going to help you here? They won't help you at all if I manage to blind you. Sasuke glared but got an idea. Haku readied another wave of Sanban, but before they made contact, Sasuke made a substitution with Sakura, as she was the closest person there. So the Pinkette took the attack meant for him, and since she didn't spend much time training physically, she couldn't withstand the pain as well as Sasuke did and collapsed and cried. Using a teammate to save his own skin? No wonder Naruto-kun and the others don't trust those from Konoha. Haku thought. Sasuke stood outside the dome and readied his attack. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. He presumed the defense was weaker on the outside since it seemed designed to target those on the inside. It made contact and the whole thing shattered, making him feel proud of himself, for once based on his accomplishments than his arrogance. His smile disappeared when he saw Haku stand before him next to the hurt Sakura. Give up. I found your weakness, so you can't possibly win. You found nothing. You didn't destroy my dome, I got rid of it myself. Had I not, you would have endangered your teammate further. And I was taught deliberately endangering one's own comrade is a grave ninja crime. She should be honored that for once she was of use to me. Now she can die happy. Sasuke said. Dear Kami-man, you could at least pretend you're bothered by what you did to her. Sasuke scoffed. Why should I? Under her mask, Haku glared back. Okay, this guy needs to be taught several lessons in humility. Back with the others, Zabuza and Kakashi were the only ones fighting in their battle. Hattori had been killed when Kakashi managed to sneak up behind him and cut the back of his throat with a kunai, then pierced his right lung for good measure. So now the two jounins from Konoha and Oto were squared off. Zabuza strengthened the hidden mist jutsu, but Kakashi summoned his dogs to locate the former Kiri shinobi. Kiba and Akamaru collapsed after taking a hit from a gyro. They were still alive but now immobile. He stood above them ready to carve their bodies to pieces, but then found he himself could not move. A tree appeared from out of nowhere behind him and the branches moved to hold him in place. He tried to make the hand signs for another fire jutsu, but the smaller branches held his hands in place and were too strong to just break. As he struggled, a woman came out of the tree and stabbed him in the heart with a kunai, then twisted it around to get in deeper. No one heard his cries of pain before he died, but Kakashi did see it happen. Zabuza found himself trapped by Kakashi's summons, and Kakashi readied his Chidori to finish the man now that he couldn't move. Zabuza was both impressed and terrified of the lightning blade. Kakashi ran up to him, ready to pierce him through his upper torso and destroy some vital organs in the process. But before he could make contact, a bunch of shuriken came from his left side that were low enough to damage his legs. And since he was running with an active Chidori, he couldn't just stop or change direction, or for that matter concentrate hard enough to avoid the weapons while he moved. So his ankles got one shuriken in them each, making him fall on his face and his Chidori damaging only the stones it landed on. Zabuza took the chance to pull one kunai out of his pocket and attack the dog he could reach with it. It got away, but that freed his arm to attack more and thus he soon became completely mobile again. Two of the dogs tried to repin him but he gave them some deep cuts on their front legs, making them whimper. Then he grabbed his sword and no dog made an effort to try again. Sasuke was trying to kill Haku, who proved to be unwilling to cooperate with his wishes. His Sharingan wasn't at full strength yet, having just been activated, so he couldn't see her future movements or knowingly mimic the ones he did see. Haku, well aware of some of what the Sharingan can do thanks to Naruto's own version, showed no specific taijutsu and used only her Kekkei Genkai for offense and defense since he couldn't copy that. It was all frustrating the Uchiha since victory wasn't coming as naturally to him as he assumed it would. Kakashi pulled out the shuriken and got back on his feet. He saw Zabuza was standing too, but now there was a young girl with long orange hair standing next to him with a katana out and ready to be used. On this girl he could make out the symbol on the hitayate was a music note, a mark he didn't recognize, and only now noticed was on Zabuza's hitayate as well. I guess after leaving Kiri he became part of a new village or group. But I've never heard of one with that emblem. Thanks for saving my ass, Sasami-san. Zabuza told the girl. No sweat, and Gato should be here any second. It'll all be over soon. Kakashi wondered what she meant, but didn't ask anything. The claim that the man who wanted his client dead was coming made him decide to postpone any attempt to kill Zabuza now. Sasuke didn't hear that, and even if he did it was likely he wouldn't have made the same decision. The problem was that Haku was starting to run low on energy and couldn't keep this up for much longer. She would have to either escape or start using movements that could be copied and maybe anticipated. She stopped to catch her breath, but Sasuke threw one of his large collapsible shuriken at her. The one of the metal support beams of the bridge bent to intercept it, making both Sasuke and Haku blink in confusion. Naruto stepped out of the fog and approached Haku. You okay, Haku-chan? She blushed brightly. I am now that you're here. Who the hell are you? Sasuke demanded. Naruto gave him a confident look. Someone who's going to be equal to a Kage someday. That's all you need to know. Ch-29 surprises. Who the hell are you? Sasuke demanded. Naruto gave him a confident look. Someone who's going to be equal to a Kage someday. That's all you need to know. Sasuke looked unimpressed. Whatever. You are not an Uchiha, therefore you are nobody. Whoa, check out the ego on this guy. Naruto thought. I'd love to chat with you on how wrong you are, but I've got a job to do. He then lifted Haku up bridal style, making her blush and feel a little turned on, and then took her away from the area. Sasuke glared. Sasuke-kun, aren't you going to help me get someplace safe? Sakura asked as she tried to get closer to him, hoping he'd do for her what Naruto did for Haku. No one's trying to hurt you, so there's no point. Leave me alone so I can show my strength. He then left her to go try and kill Zabuza from behind, but Sasami blocked him. I'll help you up, Tazuna said as he lifted Sakura back on her feet and led her away from the area. I just hope they don't damage the bridge too much. What's that? Sakura asked as she heard many footsteps approach them. She and Tazuna tried to get a good look, but the fog wasn't making it easy. Back with the others, Naruto got to Zabuza and Sasami. Everything holding up? Yeah, we did our part. Now we just need the target to show up. Sasami told him. Kurenai then shushined next to the other Otonin. Everyone's in place. Time to finish the job. Who the hell are all you people? Kakashi asked. Everyone gave him flat looks, but Kurenai responded for them. The sound works best in silence. This was a coded message for them to both confuse their enemies and inform their allies of their origins, from back when they didn't wear hitayatesh on the job. What? What does that mean? Kakashi asked. It's exactly what it sounds like. The kunoichi told him, if for nothing else then to shut him up about it for now. Zabuza-san, clear the mist a little but not too much. We still need it for a bit longer. Gotcha. He said, then weaken the mist surrounding the place. Now it was easier to see, but the overall bridge and surrounding area was still obscured from view. Now that it had been reduced, it was easier to see a silhouette in the fog away from them all. This cleared even more, and Gato was revealed to be standing there with several hired goons behind him. Naruto looked bothered. That's the guy? I was expecting someone, well, taller at least. The dwarf looked ticked at hearing that. Watch what you say, brat. I'm a very powerful man with more money and connections than some daimyos. Trying to compensate for something then? Naruto asked, making Sasami laugh a little. You think you and your ninja are so tough just because you got rid of those 2 lackeys my partner gave me? They were disposable from the beginning and meant to do a different job. The people with me now, however, are meant to do away with punks like yourself. Gato told the blonde ninja. None of the Otonin looked intimidated or impressed. You don't really think a bunch of brawlers can defeat a group of training shinobi, do you? Gato snapped his fingers instead of answering. He expected his hired help to charge forth and eradicate the nuisances, but they didn't move. Did you not hear me? Get rid of them. Again they remained still. What's the matter with you all? I said. He tried to grab the shirt of one of the goons, only for it to go through the fabric instead of grab it. What the hell? Kurenai smirked. Genjutsu release. Suddenly the mob of men with weapons vanished to reveal Hinata, Isaribi, and Fu in their place. You didn't have a clue, did you? While you were busy watching the fight on the bridge, we eliminated your squadron in silent secrecy and replaced them with an illusion. They used a silence barrier over the group of thugs but not Gato, so they eliminated them quickly and used a genjutsu to keep the greedy midget unaware. Gato was terrified. How? Wait, if you spare me, I'll make you incredibly wealthy. Sorry, that's not in the job description. Fu told him. Sasuke tried to kill the short business tycoon while his back was turned, but Kurenai stuck out her leg at exactly the right moment and he tripped. Kakashi, angered by this, faced the red-eyed woman. This man is my target, so leave me and my team to our job and apologize for what you've done. Kurenai appeared to think it over. No. She then formed the tiger hand sign. From behind Kakashi a beam of steel rose and wrapped itself around him. Nice try, but I saw your genjutsu trick on that other guy. Release. He tried to dispel it, but the beam wouldn't go away. Release. He repeated, only to get the same results. Kurenai smiled and stepped closer. Who said this was a genjutsu? Naruto then stood next to her. I'm the one who's got you trapped. She was faking a genjutsu just then. He then turned to face Kurenai. Want me to add anything, sensei? Wait, I get the feeling I should know that kid, but from where? Kakashi asked himself as he struggled to get free of the metal trap. No, just help the girls make sure that other man dies. Kurenai told him. Naruto tried to, but Sasuke grabbed his shoulder quite aggressively. Back down, loser. I'm an Uchiha and I say I'm the one who's more fit for that task. I don't recall asking for your permission, and I do recall you already mentioning your name, so why mention it again? Do you think everyone's so stupid compared to you that you have to remind them all the time who you are? Naruto said mockingly. Shut up. You will respect me. Sasuke declared. Naruto just turned around and kicked the emo in the nuts. Will you settle for that instead? He left to help the girls rather than hear any attempt at an answer. Hinata, Isaribi, and Fu surrounded Gato in a triangle formation, looking very intimidating. Naruto showed up and stood between his teammates. Any last words? What do you want? I'll pay anything. He pleaded. Naruto shrugged. What I want you can't give me. Same for us. The three girls said together. Naruto then made 3 hand signs. Metal style, piercing serpent rod jutsu. From out of the bridgework came 4 metal rods that stayed rooted in the bridge but moved like octopus tentacles and seemed to elongate as they moved. At the ends of each were arrowheads, and all 4 thrust themselves into the limbs of Gato, hurting him greatly but not killing him. That kid has a metal-based Kekkei Genkai? Kakashi asked. Gato was frightened, but only then noticed that they had yet to move from their positions. What are you waiting for? Enko showed up and pointed behind herself. Them. Zabuza cleared the mist completely and everyone could see all the inhabitants of the town gathered together on the bridge carrying various tools and weapons. Among them was Tazuna and his family. I figured these people deserve to settle justice with you their own way. And if they don't want to kill you, we will. Enko added. Zabuza waved his hand from the villagers towards Gato. Do as you wish. No one would ever really know who really killed Gato and destroyed his body that day, but one thing for certain was that it wasn't a ninja of Konoha. By the time Kakashi was able to see the business tyrant again, his body looked like a doll that had been played with for too long and too reckless without repairs, with the head missing as well. Afterwards, he noticed the Oto Nin had disappeared and the townspeople were celebrating their regained freedom. Who the hell does that jerk think he is? Sasuke said bitterly as the Konoha team headed back to Tazuna's house for the night along with the old man, who was drunk from the party with the locals and his crew. You're not too hurt, are you, Sasuke-kun? Sakura asked, apparently having completely forgiven him for endangering her before for whatever reason she had. He didn't answer her though, making her worry. Why a care? He used Yuta save his own hide girl. Tazuna said with a drunk slur. Sakura glared at him fiercely, but in his state of mind it had no effect. Kakashi walked on in thoughtful silence, trying to make sense of the new shinobi that had shown up. All he could best conclude was that someone else in Wave saw fit to hire ninja protection too but used someone else for the job. The questions now were who did it, where did the ninja come from, and should he worry about them? They approached the house, and Kakashi immediately noticed the lights were on and there was more noise inside than should be expected from just Tsunade and Inari, who had to go back home to his mom rather than stay partying with his grandfather. Maybe she's got guests. Tazuna is a popular guy now that people can work on his bridge without fear. He opened the door, and his eye widened considerably at seeing the Oto Nin inside the house with Tsunade and Inari having a good time. They were clearing, partying and not causing trouble. The radio and drinks in everyone's hands were evident enough to anyone bothering to notice those details. Too bad Genin usually didn't. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Kiba asked, flexing his claws and baring his fangs in anticipation of a fight. All the Oto Nin looked at the Konoha team. Naruto was on the couch surrounded by Hinata and Isaribi on both sides, them getting to him first by virtue of being teammates. Anko, Kurenai, Tsunade, and Kushina were over by the table while Zabuza was getting a drink from the fridge. Haku and Fu were eating while Sasami was keeping the music selection. Damn, is the party over already? Naruto asked. You better have a good explanation for Kakashi started to demand, but stopped the moment he felt a sudden wave of killing intent impose on him. You! The red-headed woman of the group said with lethal hostility. She tried to storm up to the cycloptic Jounin, but Anko, Kurenai, and Tsunade held her back. Only their numbers and the fact that she wasn't at full strength yet made them succeed. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't rip out this guy's eye and shove it up his ass so he can watch me kick the crap out of him. Believe me, Kushina-san, I want that as much as you do, but we shouldn't just charge into a fight with them. Not yet anyway. Anko told the enraged woman. Why the fuck not? Kushina shouted as she continued to struggle. Kakashi looked like he had seen a ghost. Kukushina-san? He asked, finally recognizing her. The former resident of Whirlpool glared at the Konoha Jounin with so much rage one would swear her hair would burst into flames. Hello Kakashi, long time no see. Her voice held no merriment, only menace. It can't be you. You're supposed to be dead. The last Hatake countered. You have a small mole on the left side of your lips. She stated. Kakashi touched his face reflexively. How could she possibly know that? The only people outside my family that knew that were my teammates, Sensei, and his girlfriend, and all of them are dead. You've got a lot of nerve, Kakashi. Minato-kun had a dying wish and you pissed all over it. You're worse than crap. Kushina added. Naruto got up and approached her. Oka-san, calm down. Don't say too much about certain things just yet. Kushina sighed and relaxed, and the women holding her in place released her. Thanks, son. I'm just so angry at his man right now. What the hell did I ever do? Kakashi asked. Kushina glared at him all over again. You made my son's life hell, you son of a bitch. What are you talking about? I've never seen this kid before. And what do you mean he's your son? Did you cheat on Sensei with someone outside the village? Kushina cracked her knuckles. What do you take me for? A tramp? Kakashi-sensei, just who is this woman? Sakura asked. Kushina Uzumaki, the girlfriend of the Yondaime Hokage, presumed dead for 13 years. She was one of our best kunoichi and was considered the only person in the village who could give Yondaime-sama a challenge in a fight. Kakashi explained. His students were impressed, but Sasuke turned his attention to Naruto. This guy caught me off guard earlier. I should see how tough he really is if his mother has that sort of reputation. He pointed at Naruto. Fight me. Naruto blinked. Nah. I said fight me. No thanks. I said fight me. Not interested. Naruto said a little more forcibly this time. Sasuke didn't like this, so he took out a kunai and ran at the blonde with his Sharingan active. Naruto tried to block, but Sasuke dodged and thrust his arm forward, stabbing him near the heart. Ch30 punishment. Naruto Kun. Every teenage girl from Oto shouted as they stood up instantly once they saw the blonde when he took the hit. To their immediate relief, there was no blood, only a puff of smoke that subsided quickly to reveal a couch pillow with a kunai in it. Naruto was now on the couch completely unharmed thanks to the substitution jutsu he used in the nick of time. Thank Kami, I almost had a heart attack just then. Hinata and the others thought to themselves. Haku and Fu were the ones closest to him at the moment, so they reached him first, wrapping their arms around him to reassure themselves he was fine. I'm okay girls, no need to worry. Sasuke however was not okay. He was seething that the blonde he tried to maim got away without a scratch due to a simple jutsu he didn't see coming, and most assuredly wanted to repeat the attack. However, a red-headed woman had other ideas. Before he could advance to try again, her fist connected with his jaw with slightly less force than that of a small cannonball. He went flying out the front door, which was still open. Sasuke Kun. Sakura shouted before rushing out the door to check on him. Damn, you got a good punch. Kiba commented in awe. Kushina didn't look impressed by her feat, not good enough. I still haven't recovered fully yet. Holy shit. She can hit that hard and that's not her best? Kiba asked himself. Kakashi looked at Kushina sternly just then. I hope you realize you've just committed a capital offense. Kushina looked back at her husband's student. He tried to kill my son and you expect me to be the repentant one? What the fuck happened to you, Kakashi? That young man there happens to be the last Uchiha in Konoha, and Sensei's girlfriend or not, I will not have you endangering him for the sake of some statusless bastard child. There were few things Kakashi could have said that would have made the former Jinchuriki madder than that. Rather than bother to point out Kakashi's verbal mistakes, she settled for punching him even harder than she did Sasuke. Kakashi, being a little drained from using his Sharingan on the bridge earlier, didn't react as quickly as he wanted to, but he still managed to block her attack. While the Konoha Jounin was briefly occupied, Hinata got up behind him and kicked him in the testicles from behind. "That's for calling my man a statusless bastard child, da." Kakashi barely heard this as he was too busy clutching himself and falling to his knees. Kiba saw the former Hyuga girl and was instantly smitten by her. Of course he couldn't tell that she was connected to that clan because of her contact lenses, but he could tell she was good-looking and feisty. "Hey there cutie. There's a party downtown. Wanna get to know one another? It might help relations between our two villages." Of course he had no idea which village she was from, but it sounded like an acceptable excuse to him. Hinata responded by kicking him in the groin as well. "I'm taken, and even if I wasn't, I'm not interested in Leaf Neen." Akamaru barked at her and growled, making her give the puppy a dark look. "You wanna be fixed?" The dog then whimpered and hid outside the house. Sakura re-entered the room with a murderous look towards Kushina. "You hurt Sasuke-kun. Die bitch." For some weird reason Sakura thought she could be on par with a Jounin-level Nin just then if it was for Sasuke's sake. Too bad Kushina and reality disagreed, for the older Kunoichi just backslapped her away. Sakura wasn't knocked out, but when she tried again Sasami hit her in the back of the neck, which finished the job. "May I ask what's going on here?" Tsunami asked. She had invited them into her home to thank them for defeating Gato, but insisted that there be no fighting in her home. "Sorry about all this. We didn't intend for there to be a fight, but as you saw they started it." Enko explained. "So what do we do about them now?" Fu asked. "Wait, I got an idea. Haku-chan, can you knock them all out first?" Naruto said. "Sure thing Naruto-kun." The Ice Wielder said before pulling out some Senbon and hitting pressure points in all 4 Konoha shinobi, making them immobile and unconscious. "They won't be going anywhere or hearing anything, so continue. I was told by Subsonic about this Uchiha guy and they said if I ever got the chance to do something to him I should. I don't think I'd ever get a better chance than this." "Subsonic? What did they say?" Enko asked. Subsonic was Odo's hidden agent in Konoha. Jiraiya was really good at spying on Konoha for Odo, but he couldn't be there all the time, so Orochimaru needed another source of info. That source was a spy codenamed Subsonic, who watched Konoha when the Toad Sannin couldn't. The trade-off was that Subsonic couldn't report regularly or often, as opposed to Jiraiya who could report whenever he wanted to. But what Subsonic did report made it worth it. Not much. "You remember hearing that the Uchiha clan was wiped out a few years ago?" Naruto asked, making Enko, Kurenai, and Zabuza nod. "Wiped out?" Kushina asked. "Even Mikoto?" "Yeah. Apparently one of their own went insane and killed the rest to see if he was strong enough to. But we were told one survived, and I'm guessing that guy outside is that one." Naruto answered. Kushina nodded, feeling bad for her deceased friend. "Go on." "Well, Subsonic told me that this last Uchiha was, in their opinion, a royal pain in the ass with no sense of humility whatsoever. The Konoha Council, primarily but not limited to the civilian side, pamper him constantly and he takes it all for granted, like he expects it to happen for no other reason than being born. So Subsonic asked me to take him down a peg or two if I could." Enko smiled. "Nice, but how do you intend to do that?" Naruto looked directly at his surrogate sister. "Well, Subsonic says that the only real reason that the Konoha Council really values him is because he's their one chance at keeping the Sharingan in the village. So what would they do if he lost it?" Enko started laughing lightly, but it erupted into loud bursts. The others followed, but Kushina just looked confused. "What am I missing?" "Just watch, Kushina Okasan." Hinata told her. "Excuse me? Well, I am betrothed to Naru-kun, so in time you will be my mother-in-law." Hinata explained. "Just how close are you to my son?" Hinata smiled. "I've known him for about 10 years and loved him for about half that time. Although I'm not the only one. I'll tell you more later." Naruto meanwhile stood above the unconscious Sasuke, who had been dragged in by Haku. He then activated his unbloodline Kekkai Genkai, making everyone in the house lose the ability to use their own or any physical characteristics that were associated with a bloodline. He made the tiger, dragon, rabbit, snake, and sheep hand signs before placing his palms on Sasuke's torso. Bloodless pulse jutsu. A quick surge of chakra glowed around Sasuke then faded. "There, that's one part down." "What was that, Naruto-kun?" Sasami asked. "A technique I can only use with this Kekkai Genkai." Naruto answered. The unbloodline's biggest weakness is that once the victim leaves the affected area they get their bloodline back. So I designed a method to make the effect of the unbloodline last longer. Now, with the amount of chakra I used for that jutsu, this guy won't be able to use his Kekkei Genkai for at least 2 months. Maybe 3. Brilliant. Fu said cheerfully. Not done yet. And you all might want to look away for this part. Why? Isaribi asked. Subsonic suggested making this guy sterile too, so Konoha couldn't try to get any sperm samples while he can't use his Kekkei Genkai in hopes of creating some babies that later could use it. Bachan showed me a seal to do that, but it has to go on a specific spot. All the girls nodded slowly in understanding and looked away. Naruto didn't like this part, but for his plan it had to be done. Using the sealing tools Jiraiya had given him, Naruto inscribed a seal on Sasuke's genitals that would make him shoot blanks if he ever orgasmed. It would only last about 3 months, and during that time would remain completely undetectable even if checked for by medic means. Only someone of Jiraiya's skill or someone taught by him like Naruto could succeed in making such a seal, and only someone like them or Tsunade would be able to find such a thing on a person. Done. Now all that's left is the cover-up. Naruto told everyone when it was okay to look again. He also already had his unbloodline deactivated. Cover-up? Hinata asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah. We don't want anyone to know why this happened or how, do we? Good point. So what did you have in mind? I'm open to suggestions. Anyone? Naruto asked. If I may, I've got one kit. Kyuubi said. But you'll have to wait until they're all conscious to do it. Ugh, my head. Sasuke moaned as he opened his eyes and tried to sit up. When I get my hands on her. Sakura irritably muttered as she regained consciousness. Oh, I forgot what kind of power Kushina-san had. Kakashi mumbled. Kiba remained silent, with Akamaru returning to check on him. Everyone opened their eyes to see that Naruto was the only person present, standing there with his arms crossed. Sasuke frowned. What do you want? This, he said, then activated his Neo Sharingan and made eye contact with them all. The next thing they knew, they were blind for a moment. When they regained their vision, they saw their surroundings were tinted red and the shadows looked darker. Each one of them was by themselves, and heard something approach from outside the house. All but Sakura went outside to check it out, who remained by the door to keep an eye and ear out for trouble. Sasuke, Kiba, and Kakashi went out eager to get rid of the problem, and saw Zabuza standing there. For the next 72 hours, you're my bitch. Kakashi and Sasuke, in their own separate encounters, tried to rush at him with intent to kill, only to find their feet stuck in the ground and unable to budge. Kiba and Akamaru were the same, only they had tried to run away instead. For Sakura, Zabuza barged into the house, said the same thing, and her feet sank into the carpet. For all four, chains appeared out of nowhere and bound their hands together, preventing any jutsu use. For Kakashi, Sakura, and Kiba, Zabuza would strike them or pierce them with his sword. The wounds were always small, but they bled a lot and were no less painful than expected. They also healed quickly, within 6 seconds. After each strike, Zabuza would count off the remaining time, and no matter how long the strike lasted or the amount of time in between them, the countdown only went down by 1 second each time. For Sasuke, however, his treatment was special. Zabuza, who was actually Naruto disguised as part of the Genjutsu, would form a Rasengan and hit various parts of his body at random, with the same countdown method. No body part was left untouched, and with so much time available, each part was struck multiple times. For Team 7, it was a long 72 hours. By the time the Konoha team recovered, the Oto team was back at their camp out and Naruto was exhausted. Hinata was helping him stay standing. Narukuin, what exactly did you do back there? Naruto sat down in between Kushina and Hinata before answering. Something Kyuubi told me. It's the extreme Tsukuyomi. Technically I shouldn't be able to do it yet, because my Neo Sharingan isn't at the Mangekyo level yet, but with Kyuubi's help I could ignore that. He panted and coughed for a moment then. The downside is I won't be able to use his chakra for at least a week and my own is going to feel reduced. So I may not be able to get us home as easily as I got us here. That's okay. We still gotta stick around to ensure Gato has no lingering agents, there are no remaining hidden shinobi, and the bridge gets finished. We can wait until you're better. Anko told him. Now tell us more about this extreme Tsukuyomi. Well, like the normal Sharingan's Tsukuyomi, it's a strong genjutsu that alters the victim's perception of time and makes them see or feel something horrible over and over again. But mine makes the victim forget the last 60 seconds beforehand so they never remember how they got caught or who cast it if I time it right. And the central nervous system is disrupted when it ends, making movement difficult, as if the induced injuries linger into reality. I made it so they keep getting attacked by Zabuza-sama repeatedly since they already recognize him and any injury he gives them in a genjutsu is bound to have long-lasting effects here. Kushina placed her arm across his shoulders. So in essence, you've made it impossible for that kid that tried to murder you to use the very thing that makes him so special, and unable to be of any use to the council, and not only does he and the others have no idea why, but if they try to figure it out the best answer they'd get is a genjutsu involving a rogue nin and they'd all have a similar story if asked? Naruto nodded. Anything wrong with that? Actually, I think it's brilliant. His mother proudly told him. Ch31 bothered. The Odo team spent the next week helping out around Wave, getting them back on their feet in Gato's absence. They did their best to avoid the Konoha nin, who were doing the same but keeping an eye out for them. Things might have gone a lot easier if Naruto was well enough to use his shadow clones, but now he barely had enough energy for a Rasengan. At least this gave him more time to catch up with Kushina, and gave the other girls an excuse to be more affectionate towards him. Hinata was currently out helping unload merchandise for a store that was restocking its wares. With Gato gone, and Zabuza and Enko able to find where he kept his fortune, Wave had money again and could return to normal. Of course some of the money went to Odo and Konoha for their payments, but the rest went to Wave. The Konoha team had objected to the Odo teams getting paid for interfering until Tsunami clarified that she was the one to hire them and they did do their job. That's the last one. Hinata told the shopkeeper as she brought in the final box of merchandise. Again he enjoyed the nice aroma of the store, which was a bakery and had something sweet baking right then. Thank you. Now I can finally afford to have more than one meal a day again. The older man told her. Hinata smiled. I can't stay long. I need to help out the other stores too. The shopkeeper nodded. Okay, and take this as a token of gratitude. She was about to decline, until she saw she was being offered a cinnamon roll. Thanks. Don't mind if I do. She reached out for it, but stopped before she grabbed it. Oh, sorry, but I don't like the ones with raisins in them. Oh, sorry, I'm momentarily out of the regular ones. It's okay, don't worry about it. Have a nice day. The kunoichi said as she left and walked down the street, looking for another place to lend a helping hand. Hey! Some boy called out to her from behind, sounding like they were running up to her. On reflex she turned to see who it was, and frowned at seeing it was the dog using Genin from Konoha. What do you want? She asked, feeling she might as well get this over with then leave. I just wanted to talk. You might like me if you gave me a chance. I told you I'm taken and I don't like Leaf Nin. Why not? We are the strongest in the elemental nations after all. Hinata scoffed. I doubt it. How about I show you what I can do? That might change your mind. Kiba said confidently. Hinata smiled at him, but a chuckle could be heard with it. You won't impress me. My fiancé has 9 times the power and talent you do. Fiancé? Kiba asked in disbelief. Yep, I'm betrothed to the man who will rule my village someday as its Kage. You couldn't possibly compare to him. Well, I'm tough enough to be Hokage right now. Kiba said, trying to salvage his macho image. Hinata responded with a kick to his groin, making him collapse. Some Hokage. You even fell for that yesterday. Before he could get up, she shoe-shined away with a trail of grass instead of leaves. Across town another of the Odo Genin was being bothered by one of the Konoha students. Fu was heading towards a warehouse to get more equipment for the men working on Tezuna's bridge. Now that the main threat to it was gone, men came back to work on it and the gear was in short supply. On her way there, she ran into the pink-haired kunoichi of Konoha. Fu acted as if her presence was unimportant, but out of professionalism rather than rudeness. She had been taught not to get distracted by inconsequential details when on the job, and she figured Sakura couldn't do much to her. However, she wasn't going to underestimate this girl since she had yet to see her actually use any skills yet. What the heck are you creeps doing here? Sakura rudely asked as Fu went about her business. Fu didn't bother to look at her, just gathered some construction tools. My team was hiring to check out some potential danger. I myself am just helping the construction crew. What are you doing here? My team was hired to do this job. You're just getting in the way. Fu shrugged. We were both hired so we both have the right to be here and do our jobs. Sorry if that inconveniences you. She didn't sound too sincere with that last part. Sakura crossed her arms in a defiant manner. You also hurt my Sasuke-kun. That's downright unforgivable. Now the green-haired Jinchuriki gave the pink-haired fangirl eye contact, and it wasn't friendly. 1. I wasn't the one who did that. 2. He deserved it for trying to kill my comrade. And 3. I heard he used you to take a hit for him. So how can you defend him? Sakura narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. Well, in no particular order, I'm glad I could help him and I'd do it again if he asked me to. Your teammate shouldn't have refused his orders, and you're guilty by association. Dear Kami girl, what the hell kind of thinking is that? Fu all but shouted. Shut up! Sakura screamed, making Fu cover her ears. You don't know anything. You don't even come from a real ninja village. Fu didn't look bothered by anything other than the ringing in her ears, that is. Oh my, I don't have the respect of someone from Konoha. How will I survive? There was so much sarcasm in her voice a deaf person could detect it. Sakura balled up her fist and swung at her Oto Kunoichi, who seemed to vanish into thin air before the fist connected. What the hell? She asked, looking around to find her target. Where are you? Show yourself, damn it! She shouted as she pulled out a kunai. From her hiding spot, Fu watched and moved elsewhere. Does she really believe I'd listen to her? How much training does Konoha offer its students? And why does she screech like that? Even our sound jutsu using Nin don't make that much noise? Once she was out of Sakura's reach, Fu continued towards the bridge. I wonder if she'll ever realize just how I got out of there? Sasami was currently walking around the town subtly, trying to find any unrecognized shinobi activity. After all, they weren't sure how many ninja were holding Kushina hostage and if Gato had any plans for after his demise. So far it looked like he didn't, but until the bridge was completed they couldn't be sure. So far so good. She thought as she checked her surroundings again. All she saw were civilians in good moods enjoying their recovered economy. No one looked like they were trying to cause trouble for anyone. Then she ran into someone who had trouble written all over him. Sasuke walked up to her with his usual smug yet annoyed look. What do you want? The orange-haired Kunoichi asked, still angered by his attempt to gut Naruto. I'll ask the questions here. Sasuke replied coldly. What makes your pathetic group think you have the right to do harm to me, an elite? Damn, guess what Naruto-kun heard was right. This guy's so high on himself he actually expects his enemies to respect and admire him too. Sasami dryly thought. Ever hear the phrase, do unto others? You deserve what you got. Do you know who I am? Sasuke asked with narrowed eyes. I don't give a shit who you are. I am Sasuke Uchiha, and you will respect me. Sasami responded by throwing a kunai that nicked his left ear. She could have made a better hit since she was the weapons expert of her team, but she wanted to make him fear her a bit. I said I don't give a shit. Sasuke fumed and tried to activate his Sharingan so he could pummel her into submission. But he found his vision remained the same. What the? He tried again, only for his eyes to hurt this time and still gain no results. Sasami smiled smugly. What's the matter? Is something wrong? She asked in a knowingly mocking way. Sasuke glared at her and settled for attacking without his Kekkei Genkai. He was after all the rookie of the year before he had them, so he should be able to fight well without his Sharingan. He swung his right fist and aimed for her collarbone. She blocked with her left arm and countered with an axe kick, which he blocked with his left leg. She then backed up a step to put some space between them both and pulled out two shuriken. Sasuke meanwhile pulled out his collapsible demon wind shuriken and unfolded it. Sasuke threw his weapon at her. Sasami, experienced with weaponry, could tell there was a second one in the shadow. She dropped her shurikens and did some hand signs. Earth-style, mud wall jutsu. A wall of mud rose and took both hits for her, but they only slowed the throwing weapons down and offset their stability. She re-grabbed her own weapons and got out of the way with the time her wall gave her. Sasami threw her shuriken at the Uchiha, who dodged them by jumping backwards. He then prepared his own jutsu. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. He was relieved to see he could do this flawlessly, half afraid that his chakra was out of order or something. Sasami dodged by throwing herself onto the ground, just narrowly being missed by the flame. Once it dissipated, she got back on her feet and pulled out two trench knives and held one in each hand. You're better than I gave you credit for, but you're still no match for me. Prove it with actions, not words, bitch. My thoughts exactly. Sasuke said, trying again to activate his Sharingan again, and it still didn't work. He resorted to another jutsu. Fire-style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Several flames came out towards the Oto Kunoichi. Sasami jumped up onto a tree branch to get out of the way. Then she threw two kunai at him. Sasuke jumped backwards to dodge the first one, which landed where he had been standing. The second one impacted the tree behind him, and he soon heard a crackling sound. He turned to see a lit paper bomb attached, and he had ended up getting close to it when he dodged the first one. He performed a substitution with a rock before it exploded. Sasami looked around, not abandoning her position or dropping her guard. Sasuke appeared behind her and tried to sever her spine with a kunai. Sasami moved so all she got was a gash on the left side of her torso. She winced in pain and reacted with a headbutt that connected and made the Uchiha stumble backwards and lose his balance on the tree limb. Before the distance between them increased too much, she used her trench knives to cut his palms, then jumped to the next tree. Should I stay and fight, or leave before it gets rougher? She briefly asked herself. Might as well just go. Got other places to check out and I may need my chakra for bigger threats. She then left, leaving the last Uchiha in Konoha to deal with his lack of victory. Damn her. If I ever see her again or that blonde idiot, I'll kill them. He said when he got back on his feet on the ground and saw she was gone. A week went by and Naruto was back at full strength again. Not only that, but Tsunade's bridge was finished. The townsfolk had gathered for the completion ceremony. Tsunade and Inari were there amongst the crowd watching Tsunade with pride as he gave a speech to everyone present. At the end everyone cheered. When they stopped, Enko and Naruto approached the mother and child. Thank you so much for your help. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't been here. Tsunade told them. Thanks. We just wanted to let you know we'll be heading home now. Everything seems to be handled here so our job's done. Enko replied. Good. Hey, maybe we'll see you guys again someday. Inari said, in a much better mood than when he first met them. Naruto ruffled his hat playfully. Hopefully not too soon. You don't want trouble to start again, do you? Remember, don't tell anyone where we're located or our real names. It will only cause us trouble. Enko told the older woman, who nodded. I guess that's everything. Take care and enjoy your new lives. Thank you. Stay safe. Enko smirked. We're shinobi. We can't stay safe. Ch-32 Subsonic. Orochimaru was in his office going over the paperwork of the day, grimacing over it all. Damn this paperwork. It's just so inconvenient. And there's not even enough to justify using a clone to do it instead. I'd just be wasting chakra for it. It's times like these I wish snakes had hands. A knock at his door encouraged him to take a break. Enter. He said once he placed his pen down. The person who entered certainly surprised him. They wore Umbu-style apparel complete with vest and weapon pouch, and a black cloth mask that covered all but their bright brown eyes. A hood covered their hair and their hands were covered with brownish-red fingerless gloves with metal plates on the back of the hand. Once inside the office and the door was confirmed closed, they removed their hood and mask, smiling at the snake Sannin. Hello Otokage-sama. It's been a while, hasn't it? Subsonic, good to see you again. What news do you have for me? Not much. I did find out that Konoha might be growing suspicious of our existence by now. It may be too late for that, but please continue. Subsonic suspected he meant more than he admitted, but they did as asked. I had to deal with a rather irritating person back in Konoha named Mizuki Tuji. Somehow, he came to the conclusion I was a double agent for someone else, and wanted to blackmail me with that info. I played dumb, but he said all he had to do was slander me and the result would be good enough for him. Shrewd, but he did have a good point. Orochimaru nodded. Any idea how he caught on? Subsonic shook their head. Honestly, I'm not confident. I can guess. Maybe he saw me speak with Jiraiya-sama last time we did. However he did, he was surprisingly accurate in his claim. The only thing he didn't know was who exactly I was giving information to. This is bad. Orochimaru commented. You and Jiraiya are the only ways we have to keep our eyes on that village. We can't risk you both being outed just yet. I know. That's why I did what I had to. Subsonic added. Orochimaru motioned for them to continue. He told me that the price of his silence was Konoha's forbidden scroll. I asked him what he wanted it for, and he said, and I quote, none of your damn business. My guess is that he wanted to set me up so he could look like a hero and me a traitor as well as a spy for another village. Or maybe he wanted to make like that guy who stole the Night Aim sword and left for AIM. Makes sense. What did you do? I played along, but when it came time to deliver, I gave him a fake scroll. When he opened it to confirm its authenticity, the trap was sprung. I gotta say, when it comes to designing traps, Naruto is better than most jounin. Is he in town currently? No, he's away on his first out-of-village mission, which had very surprising info come in from earlier I think you should hear. But we'll save that for later. Tell me more about what you know. Orochimaru told his hidden agent. Okay. At that time I used Naruto's idea for a layered seal trap. The first layer hit him with a saved lightning jutsu, then when he was unable to competently move the second layer hit him with a stored fire jutsu. I used the time he was dazed to use the headhunter jutsu to trap him, and then the third layer worked, covering his exposed self with chocolate sauce. Orochimaru arched an eyebrow. Chocolate sauce? Seriously? I'd expect something a little more professional from you, Subsonic. This took place in a forest, where there are no short supply of bugs. Subsonic added with a devious grin. That made the snake Sannin grin too. Brilliant. What happened next? I contemplated giving him an ultimatum, but I figured there was no real way to convince the douchebag to remain silent. The spy answered. So I had to kill him. Problem was how to do it without leaving any way to tie back to me or make it too big a deal so the Umbu wouldn't make a big investigation out of it. Naturally I needed to think it over. Lucky for me no one was actually looking for us since there was no breach of security, like there would have been had I actually taken the scroll. What about the nightly patrols? Wouldn't they have noticed something, like your prisoner screams? I used a silencing barrier for that. Anyway, after a moment's thought, I decided the best thing I could do was just kill him and eliminate the evidence. I cut off his head, got his body out of the ground, and made the area look a little scorched so anyone who came by would think his body was incinerated on the spot. Then I got out of there and actually destroyed the body. Once I was done, I figured I might as well stop by and let you know. That's good. What do you think are the chances that this Mizuki was it? Orochimaru asked, and got a nod as his answer. What do you think are the chances he told someone else before you eliminated him? I'm not sure. I figure if he did there would have been someone watching him when he met me to confirm his theory. Since no one helped him I can only conclude he acted on his own. However, I am aware of the possibility he did say something so once I get back to Konoha I will see what I can. Good. While you're here Subsonic, I have some news I think you'll find interesting. It appears that Kushina Uzumaki is alive. Subsonic's body stiffened and their eyes widened. What? Kushina-san is alive? How can that be? From the short report I got from my goddaughter, someone found her comatose body and moved it to a hidden base by wave in an attempt to revive her. Evidence indicates the one behind this did not have beneficial motives in doing so. Naruto's presence managed to make her regain consciousness, and she will be on her way here soon with him. Good. Maybe then I can give her something I've been holding on to. I was going to give it to Naruto once he was old enough, but this is probably for the best. Orochimaru nodded. By the way, the report revealed that a team of Konoha ninja were there in wave at the same time. It was Kakashi Hatake with his genin students. Subsonic frowned. Kakashi was in the same place as Naruto? Sadly yes. I don't know what has happened between the two of them yet, if anything. Subsonic groaned and crossed their arms. If that team was there, it couldn't be good. Care to explain? Subsonic chose to sit down by the desk before answering. To put it mildly, Otokage-sama, Kakashi's team is probably the worst one Naruto could encounter when it comes to Konoha. My nickname for it is Team Arrogant. There's also the ones I call Team Odd and Team Lazy, and either of them would be better. Anyway, back to my point, Kakashi's team is made of the type of people Naruto couldn't be around for long. You already know about Kakashi's attitude towards Naruto back before you left Konoha? I doubt he'd recognize him now, but if he did all hell would break loose. For that matter, I'm still not certain how the hell he couldn't figure out who fathered Naruto. You'd think he of all people would connect the dots. Subsonic, you're starting to ramble. Orochimaru pointed out. The spy for Oto took a deep soothing breath. My apologies Otokage-sama. You know how I feel in regards to that man. In regards to his students, I do have some info on them you might find appropriate. They saw they had the Sanin's interest, so they continued. Kakashi's students consist of a civilian fangirl, an heir to the Inuzuka clan, and the last Uchiha in Konoha. Uchiha? Orochimaru asked. Subsonic nodded. Yeah. You remember my report on their massacre years ago? The Sannin nodded. Well now the last one has come of age and is starting his ninja career. Personally I hope the smug little bastard gets a reality check, but it's likely he won't from anyone within Konoha. Is he still getting the special treatment? Orochimaru asked. Subsonic had already informed him about the Uchiha's reception from an attitude towards the people of Konoha. The double agent nodded. Sadly yes. And with an ego bigger than Kami-sama he still believes he deserves it all just for being born. I once tried to set him straight by telling him he didn't deserve a damn thing just for having a fancy clan name. Would you believe he said he'd get the council to revoke my rank and citizenship for opposing him? Seriously? Orochimaru asked, finding it hard to believe a genin could think that highly of himself. Subsonic nodded again. Completely. Apparently he believes every whim of his has more priority than law, and if someone by chance disagrees he can go tattle to the council and they'll magically make his wish come true. Orochimaru sighed in frustration. Ungrateful spoiled brat. He mumbled. Does that mean he at least respects the council and Hokage if nobody else? I doubt it. Subsonic sadly answered. I get the impression that he respects no one. He's just so used to the council, and to a lesser degree the Hokage, acting in his favor and pouring honey in his ear. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if they rigged his tests in the academy to inflate his ego. And worst of all, I don't think he even suspects they may have an ulterior motive for their favoritism. I see. Now, back on topic, why is this team so bad for Naruto to encounter? Orochimaru. Well, actually a more appropriate term would be annoying than bad. With Naruto's training and backup, he's in no real danger from them under most circumstances. But they would sure annoy the hell out of him. Let's just say that if they don't drive Naruto to do something that may risk a war with Konoha, they themselves would do that to him just for the hell of it. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. Under most circumstances? Subsonic nodded. Remember Otokage-sama, Kakashi has that Chidori jutsu. Since he favors the Uchiha, whom I've already told you has a superiority complex and agreed for power, what's to stop him from teaching it to him? Or using it himself if he happens to find out who Naruto is? I see your point. If Kakashi recognizes Naruto as Konoha's dead Jinchuriki, he will try to kill him. If the Uchiha sees Naruto's strengths, he will try to take it or kill him to reassert his own status. If the Kunoichi fangirl feels Naruto isn't treating the Uchiha with respect, she will try to kill him. If the Inuzuka heir sees Naruto with several girlfriends, he will just try to one-up him. So for now, unless Kakashi has a motive, they will be, mostly a headache for Naruto. Well, if it's any consolation, keep in mind what Naruto can do to them if they push him. Subsonic smiled evilly. Absolutely, that's what I'm looking forward to hearing. And seeing Kushina-san again. Do you know when they'll get back? Sadly no. I suspect soon, but not soon enough to risk you being discovered away unauthorized from Konoha. Damn. Can you contact me when they do show up? Orochimaru thought it over. Normally I wouldn't risk my snake summons being seen in Konoha, so if I can't have Jiraiya tell you, then I'll send you the message as discreetly as possible. Good. That will at least give me the time to get you know what for Kushina-san. Subsonic added, and Orochimaru nodded. The spy checked the clock and rose from their seat. I probably should get heading back. Tell the boy and his mother I said hi. Will do. By Otokage-sama. Subsonic said with a bow before putting their mask and hood back on, then heading outside. With more speed than one would expect from them, they disappeared from the hidden village in an instant. Orochimaru sighed, picked up his pen, and went back to his paperwork. I sure hope nothing bad happened to Naruto or the others on their mission. I wouldn't want fuel to be added to my anti-Konoha fire now. CH-33 Return. Okasan, welcome to Otogakure. Naruto told Kushina as they and the others dropped from the sky and landed gently on the ground. Isaribi was clinging to his back just like she had done on the trip to Wave. She let go once they were on the ground. Why is it called that again? Kushina asked. See that cannon on top of the gate? Kurenai pointed out. Sure enough, on top of the protective wall and above the arc of the doorway there was a cannon pointing outwards with a pagoda-like structure around it. Those are the defensive weapons of the village. By channeling chakra into them, they fire off a sonic boom instead of a cannonball, which is quite effective against almost all types of defenses any invaders may have themselves. And because sound travels so quickly, no one can prepare a counter-jutsu quick enough. Kushina thought it over. I bet Minato Koi could have been fast enough. Thinking about her late husband made her want to cry. I don't know how I can live without him, but I must, for my son's sake. I guess that should work. Has it been used before? Not as it's meant to, which is a good thing. Anko answered. Nice to be home. Sasami thought out loud, making the other genin nod. Before they could get inside the town limits, someone dropped from the pagoda to greet them. It was quickly revealed to be Tayuya. Hi guys. Welcome back. Hi Tayuya-chan. Naruto greeted back. The redhead saw that even though Isaribi wasn't clinging onto the blonde anymore, she was still really close to him. She couldn't help but smirk. So he's already found another girl for his little harem? Well, it's not like it should be too hard for him. I hope. Wonder if he still has some room for me. Then she noticed the other redhead. And who are you? I didn't see you leave with them. I'm Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze, Naruto's mother. Tayuya sure didn't expect that answer. But, aren't you supposed to be dead? Yes, I should be. But by the grace of Kami-sama I'm not. Tayuya looked back at Naruto to confirm this wasn't some sort of trick. She really liked him and knew that if this was some sort of trick it would hurt him. From the calm look on his face and the way he stood, she judged that this woman really was a relative of his, and that was good enough for her. So she turned back to Kushina. Welcome to Otogakure. My name's Tayuya, a good friend of your son and one of the 5 guards. Where have you been? Wow, she's watching her language. She must want to make a good impression here. Enko thought. Held prisoner in another country while in a coma. Kushina answered. Tayuya blinked. Fuck, that's a drag. She then turned to Enko and Kurenai. I better not keep you too busy. You do gotta go tell Orochimaru-sama the details. Kurenai nodded. We'll be on our way then. She then faced Haku, Fu, and Sasami. You three can have the rest of the day off. Do as you please. Let's go see your mother, let her know we're fine. Zabuza told Haku, who nodded, knowing her mother was a bit of a worrier. I better go say hi to my family too. Sasami added. Fu simply sighed sadly. Might as well go see how dusty my place is. Rather than live in the Otokage Tower, the green-haired Jinchuriki had her own apartment. She often had visitors, mostly Naruto and her teammates, but it did feel lonely to go there knowing no one would be there waiting for her. Enko faced her own students. Kurenai-chan and I are going to go tell Orochimaru-sama what happened. So you three and take the day off too. Just remember that you're going to be training tomorrow again. Good. I want to go swimming. Want to come, Naruto-kun? Isaribi asked, stretching her arms above her head in an effort to stick her chest out and make him more interested. Maybe in a bit, Isaribi-chan. First I kind of want to help Okasan get settled in. He told her. He didn't notice Hinata wink at Isaribi, then the other three girls, but Tayuya and Kushina did. Okay then. I'll be in the pool at 5. Be sure to come by. The purple-haired girl told him. I'd love to help you out, Naruto-kun, but I should go let Okasan and Amuto-chan know I'm back. Hinata told the blonde with a quick kiss on the cheek. Don't take too long, Hina-chan. While the girls were busy and the Jounin were informing Orochimaru what all happened in Wave, Naruto and Kushina ran into Tsunade and Shizune. Naruto-chan, I'm glad to see you're okay. The slug Sannin said, the young man. And Kushina? You really are alive. How did you survive? Long story short, I fell into a coma from severe chakra loss. Naruto's chakra with the Kyuubi's brought me out of it. So why were you in Wave? Shizune asked. Kushina shrugged. Best I can figure is that someone was waiting for me to wake up but wanted everyone else to think I was dead, so they hid me outside Konoha. Tsunade frowned. I don't think I'd be surprised if it was Sensei who did that. Why? Let's just say that man has done some horrible things for reasons I still don't understand. Those things are in fact the whole reason this village was created. Kushina was silent for a moment, then looked down at her son. Naruto, could you give me a moment with Tsunade-sama please? He nodded. Okay. I'll just go get some ramen then come back. Bye, Okasan. He then walked down the hall and turned around the corner, disappearing from sight. Kushina looked Tsunade right in the eyes. Tell me everything, and I mean everything. Naruto arrived at his favorite ramen stand in Oto, known as Ichiraku's. Apparently the owners, Tuchi and Ayam Ichiraku, were the nicest people to him in Konoha outside Orochimaru and Anko. Apparently Tuchi and Jiraiya had been friends when younger, but Tuchi never felt the life of a shinobi was right for him. Also he was less perverted, much less perverted. Through Jiraiya he became acquaintances of Tsunade and Orochimaru, and during Orochimaru's time with Naruto they became closer friends. When Naruto had been declared dead and Orochimaru gone, the ramen stand family were devastated by the news, and pissed that while they mourned others celebrated without shame. Later, after Hitomi and Hanabi had been relocated, Jiraiya paid them a visit. Seeing their sorrow, he clued them into a new place to do business, and, understanding there was more to the suggestion not being said, Tuchi agreed. So Tuchi and Ayam decided to move out of Konoha. As civilians with no history of ninja knowledge, there was no law that said they couldn't. However, they still had to be confirmed by a Yamanaka that they weren't taking vital information with them if they left. If they were, then the Hokage could legally prevent them from relocating. Fortunately, Inoichi saw nothing of value or threat to Konoha, so they were free to live elsewhere. When they closed their shop and left, Jiraiya said he'd escort them to a village where he needed a new spy to keep an eye on things for him. Sarutobi accepted it. Since then, the Ichirakus had lived in Oto, helping out Naruto like they always had before. And here, they had a bigger restaurant, one complete with tables instead of just a bar to sit at. Hey old man, I'm back. Naruto said as he approached the front bar, his favorite place to eat at. Before he did, he noticed a half-eaten bowl on one of the tables, but no one was there. And since there was only one bowl, the eater was probably here alone. Ayam came out instead of her father. Naruto. Good to see you again. She leaned across the bar to hug him. Good to see you too, Ayam-chan. She pulled away and smiled warmly. Want the usual? He nodded. Okay, I'll get started. Want something to drink first? Sure. I'll have a soda. She gave him a soft drink and went back into the kitchen to prepare his food. A door opened and Naruto couldn't help but look to see who showed up. It turned out to be the door to the women's restroom, and the one leaving it was Kin. Hi Kin-chan. Naruto waved to her. The brown-haired girl blinked in surprise to see him here and without Hinata. Naruto-kun? She smiled and hugged him too. Glad you're back. I missed you. I missed you too, Kinchan. He replied. Can I eat with you? There's no point in us eating alone, is there? She asked, trying to be as cute as possible. Sure. Then I can tell you all about what I did on my mission. He happily answered. By the time Ayam came out, Kin was seated to Naruto's right, slowly finishing off her bowl of shrimp ramen as Naruto described what happened after the battle on the bridge. It took her some time to prepare Naruto's usual of one of everything. By the time they were done, with their food and their talk, Kin felt happy and wanting to castrate a few Konoha shinobi with some tools not designed for the job. But for now, she was just glad to have what for all basic purposes was a date with the boy she so strongly admired. When they exited the restaurant, Kin gently took a hold of his hands. Hey, Naruto-kun, I've been wondering something. Yes, Kinchan. I heard that you were ordered to have relationships with 9 women. Is this true? Naruto gulped, and checked to see if anyone was listening. Yes, it is. For the sake of Odo, I have to have children with 9 women. Kin softly smiled and kissed his right cheek before he could object. I just want you to know that I like you a lot, and I'm willing to share. Would you be willing to give me a chance? Naruto blushed. Actually, Kinchan, I would like that. Just let me tell Hina-chan first. I did promise her we'd both work on this. Kin's face warmed and she hugged him again. Thank you, Naruto-kun. Meanwhile, Ayam overheard this from inside the restaurant. So the rumor is true. 5 o'clock came and Naruto headed to the pool wearing his orange swim trunks with a black shirt. When he got there, he was so surprised he slipped on the tiles and crashed on his face. Seated around the pool on the edge with their feet in the water, as if waiting for him to show up, were Hinata, Isaribi, Sasami, Fu, Haku, and even Kin and Tayuya were present. And all of them were wearing bikinis in various colors showing off their various bust sizes. And at the moment it was harder to tell who was better endowed, Hinata or Tayuya. The redhead was sure she won that contest if for no other reason than she was older. Naruto-kun. All the girls said in alarm at seeing him fall. He got back up on all fours then sat down before they could get up and check on him. That didn't stop Hinata from confirming his well-being for herself though. I'm okay. I just didn't expect to see this. Are we not pleasing to you, Naruto-kun? Tayuya asked. You're all beautiful. What guy wouldn't react like I did if he saw 7 girls in bikinis waiting for him? Naruto asked back. Someone with 7 girlfriends. Isaribi answered. Or maybe 9. Sasami added. Naruto didn't know what to say. He turned to look at Hinata for some support, but because he was sitting and she was kneeling his face inadvertently got planted right between her breasts. Hinata gasped and blushed but made no actual effort to remove him. As for him, the shock and softness made his mind freeze so he couldn't pull out. Kin groaned. Damn girl. When are we going to get our turn with him? I thought you couldn't keep him to yourself anymore. Naruto finally got free and sheepishly looked at the other girls. He was expecting to see them mad at him, not them looking amused instead. Hey Naruto-kun, wanna feel mine too? I bet mine are better than hers. Tayuya said while holding up her breasts and pressing them together. Fu grinned playfully. And what about mine? They're a decent size too. It's not the size that counts. Sasami commented. Mine might be smaller than yours, but I'm sure they're softer. Maybe, but I dare you to tell me you wouldn't appreciate a bigger pair too. Sasami turned away. No comment. Ha! I knew it. Fu exclaimed triumphantly. Seeing Naruto blushed, Hinata whispered into his ear. Naru-kun, remember how you need to find 8 more girls? Well, here are the top candidates that want to be with you and I don't mind either of them as choices. Why don't you ask them? Naruto cleared his throat. Hey girls, if you're done talking about your chests I've got something you might want to hear. All the girls gave him their attention. I'm sure you've already heard about this from someone else. Well, the thing is, I do need to have a harem of sorts to keep my Kekkei Genkais around for the future. Any girl who joins I promise will be treated no less important than Hina-chan will be. But this means all the girls have to be willing to have children with me when we're old enough for it. He saw them all nod in understanding. So I guess what I'm getting at is, how would you all like to see if things can work out for us? The end result was Naruto getting engulfed in a group hug with lots of cushioning. CH-34 Discovery. While things were looking up for Odo's golden boy, back in Konoha things weren't going so well for the most popular boy there. Before Team 7 left Wave, taking the new Sound of Freedom bridge to get back, Sasuke kept struggling to get his Sharingan working again. But all he accomplished was giving himself a headache. Kakashi took a look but since his medic skills were only the basic first aid ones taught to all ninja, there was nothing he could do. So during the entire trip home to Konoha, all Sasuke did was fume in angry silence or comment on how he knew those other shinobi were responsible and he'd kill each and every one of them for this. He was so mad at them he honestly didn't know if he wanted to kill them or Itachi more. Sakura tried to cheer him up by telling him he was still strong and terrific in all aspects. Kiba scoffed and ended up with a fist-induced concussion before he could even vocalize whatever remark he had about it. Needless to say, Sasuke completely ignored Sakura's encouragement and after a while she decided to let him be for now. But she kept her eye on Kiba in case he dare not flatter the emo again. The one thing all three genin noticed was that their sensei also seemed to have something serious on his mind. The whole asked him if something was wrong, and he told her it wasn't something she should concern herself with. When they reached the inside of Konoha's walls, Kakashi surprised his students by taking them to their usual meeting spot on the bridge rather than the Hokage's office. Okay everyone, I'm going to go give the Hokage our report and inform him of Sasuke's condition. Sasuke, you go to the hospital and see if someone there can do more than I could. Sakura, Kiba, you two can do as you please, but under no circumstances whatsoever can you tell anyone about Sasuke's condition. Why not? The two asked. Kiba did because he figured this might help boast his own reputation if Sasuke was weakened but he himself wasn't. Sakura did because her fangirl mentality made her assume any news about Sasuke was the sort of thing everybody wanted to hear. Because this is a ninja village and ninja don't go around announcing their secrets, strengths, and weaknesses. Kakashi told them forcibly. I don't care what reasons you may have to do otherwise, do not tell, write, draw, use sign language, insinuate, or express in any other possible manner this information or so help me I will have you kicked out of the ninja forces for the rest of your lives and given to the TNI division. Is that clear? Sakura and Kiba nodded. Good, now I'll be going. He then shoeshined out of sight. Sasuke headed towards the hospital without another word towards his teammates. Sakura contemplated following him but decided to go home instead. Kiba went home too but decided to take the scenic route. An hour later the council of Konoha was gathered together in their meeting room, called together by Sarutobi. No one knew anything other than he said it was urgent. Kakashi was the only non-member present, or at least he thought he was. Until he saw Jiraiya in the room too. Oh, I am so looking forward to this. The Toad Sannin thought to himself, trying his hardest to mask his eager anticipation. Once Orochimaru sent me that snake that told me what Naruto did to Konoha's pet genin in Wave, I knew I had to be here to hear what would done about it. After all, Subsonic can't hear things like council meetings. At least, not directly. Jiraiya, what brings you here? Hamura asked once he entered the room. Sensei asked me to be here. He answered plainly. Everyone please be seated now. Sarutobi told everyone, and paused until everyone attending except Kakashi and Jiraiya did just that. Those two stood simply because they had nowhere to sit. Now, I have some information that is going to make most of you very upset and you'll probably have some loud reactions to it. Keep in mind that I cannot answer any questions you may throw out until you all actually give me the opportunity to continue what I'm telling you. In short, I want no interruptions for this. Are we at risk for war, Hokage-sama? A pink-haired councilwoman asked, inadvertently ignoring the Hokage's desire for no interruptions. You have no idea. Jiraiya kept to himself. No, Haruno-san, not yet at least. And need I remind you to not speak until I open the floor? Sarutobi answered. Kakashi here has informed me that something rather disastrous happened to him and his student Sasuke Uchiha on their recent mission. Councilwoman Natsumi Haruno suddenly burst out of her chair onto her feet. Please tell me he's still able to perform his duties. Jiraiya snapped his fingers. What part of no interrupting did you not understand? Be seated, Haruno-san. Sarutobi told her. Kakashi, why don't you tell everyone what you told me? Kakashi appeared to steel himself for this revelation. On our mission to Wave to assist a bridge builder, we came across a group of ninja from an unknown village or group. They wore hitayatesh but the symbol on them looked like a music note. He momentarily paused to see if anyone would voice any knowledge on that symbol. The group consisted of mostly just kunoichis with only 2 males present. One was a blonde boy with an orange jumpsuit, whom I will say more about later, and the other was the missing nin Zabuza Momochi. The Zabuza Momochi? Shikaku Nara asked. No, the other Zabuza Momochi. You know, the one that bakes cookies for a living. Jiraiya sarcastically thought. None other. Kakashi replied to the shadow user. He actually did very little fighting. I did face off against him before we reached our destination, but one of his allies helped him escape. I saw him again later but it appears he and his group were hired by another citizen of Wave to help them too. It was the blonde boy who proved the most troubling however. How so? Tsum Inuzuka asked. The first thing I feel I ought to mention is that he may have some sort of Kekkei Genkai that allows him to manipulate metal. I saw him use metal the same way the Shodai Hokage was said to use wood. He paused to let that sink in for everyone. And the second thing is that, and I know how hard this is to believe, but apparently, Kushina Uzumaki is alive and she claims the boy is her son. Everyone gasped at hearing that, even Jiraiya, but he did it for different reasons. Part of it was for show, and the other part was that he didn't know Kushina had revealed herself and her connection to Naruto to anyone. This meant that now Sarutobi might figure out Naruto was still alive. Kushina Uzumaki? That skank? Natsumi asked in disgust. I thought she died with Yondaime-sama and their child the day the Kyuubi attacked. Jiraiya glared at her. Need I remind you that skank, as you put it, was one of this village's most renowned kunoichi and someone my student greatly respected and loved? So? Doesn't mean I respect her. Natsumi responded. She probably trapped him into a relationship due to her pregnancy. Kakashi, can you describe the child Kushina claimed as her own? Sarutobi asked with a curious glint in his eyes that Jiraiya understood all too well. Not much to say. He wore an orange and black outfit that would be a horrible choice for any person, ninja or not, to wear. He had blonde hair, blue eyes, average height, but didn't really look like Kushina-san at all. My guess is that she cheated on sensei with someone else and had him. Maybe all this time she's been raising him somewhere else. That sounds a lot like Naruto, but surely he's been dead for 10 years. Then again, I thought Kushina was dead too. Does this mean the Kyuubi Jinchuriki is still alive but affiliated with another village? This absolutely cannot be allowed. The old Hokage thought to himself. Kakashi, I believe you said some disastrous happened to you and your student. Jiraiya commented, before Sarutobi's train of thought could go much further. Oh yeah, about that, I don't know how they did this, for the life of me I can't figure it out, but, someone in this unknown group severely weakened me and Sasuke by. Kakashi then lifted up his Hitaiate, revealing his Sharingan. I was now a normal black pupil. Removing the abilities of our Sharingans. For a brief moment no one said a word. They all knew that Kakashi had gotten his Sharingan due to chance and circumstance, and since he was not an Uchiha his chakra system was not designed to incorporate a Jujutsu. This was why he always felt extreme chakra exhaustion after using it and why he couldn't turn it off. Only now did they realize the flip side of the situation, that, for that exact same reason given, in the event his Sharingan ever was turned off, he wouldn't be able to turn it back on. You mean to tell us? Natsumi started to ask, only to finally remember the Hokage's orders before she finished. Kakashi nodded. Yes. On our mission Sasuke managed to awaken his Sharingan. Then somehow someone took it away from him. During the trip back home, Sasuke tried several times to reactivate it only to get migraines from the effort. My diagnosis of him showed nothing physically wrong with him and I saw no inhibitor seals. But in any case, I ordered him to go to the hospital for further examinations. Now I will open the floor for discussion on this. Sarutobi said, then faced the pink-haired member. Haruno-san, for your continued interruptions, I am ordering you to let someone else speak first. Jiraiya-sama, have you encountered anyone fitting these descriptions in your travels? Koharu asked. Jiraiya pretended to think it over. Can't say I have. But if these guys can actually render Kekkei Genkai obsolete, then I suspect Konoha is at a great disadvantage to them. I agree. Shibi Aburame spoke up. I hate to think what would happen if someone from my clan fell victim to such a thing. In that case Jiraiya-sama should go seek this group out and kill them all. A civilian member stated. Are you serious? The Sannin asked. Are you saying you can't? Jiraiya leaned against the wall. If the target was small in numbers then I would have little problem, especially considering I'm not dependent on any Kekkei Genkai. However, if this group Kakashi mentioned is part of a village, even one as small as Hoshi, then it's not as easy as you make it out to be. And why not? Natsumi asked. Because I'm well known across the elemental nations. Why do you think I use a spy network rather than just doing the spying myself? I can't just go up to any village. Sure, I could sneak around for a bit, and even if I could find the person or people who can do such a thing, I couldn't eliminate them all without being noticed. I'm not Itachi Uchiha after all. Sarutobi nodded. But you could at least possibly find the base or village of this threat? In theory yes, in time I could. But if I do, the first thing I'm going to do is try to get an audience with Kushina. If she is indeed still alive I'd like to hear how she survived and where she's been all this time and why. Don't forget to check out this child she claims as her own. Sarutobi added. You would insist on that, you monster? Jiraiya thought. If I can I will. In the meantime, what shall we do about the Uchiha? Danzo asked. Isn't it obvious? If we for some reason cannot get his Sharingan working again, then we must collect sperm so we can still keep the bloodline alive. Natsumi. And what do we do about the boy in that case? Inoichi Yamanaka asked. If he has no Sharingan, then he's no good to us anymore. Koharu responded. All the shinobi members frowned. Need I remind you, Utatane-san, that the vast majority of people who work for this village also lack that Dojutsu? Your words could be interpreted to mean you believe only Uchihas have worth here, therefore our own clans are unimportant. Hisashi Hyuga, the acting head for his clan, told her. What I meant was that we've put in a lot of effort to keep the last of the Uchiha satisfied within our village, and I hate the idea that all our effort was for naught and we have to wait longer to get the results we desired. Koharu replied. With any luck the problem can be solved, and if not, Jiraiya can seek out Tsunade to assist. Sarutobi told everyone. Jiraiya laughed. You don't really believe that, do you, sensei? You remember her last message to you, don't you? Tell her we demand her services. Danzo sternly stated, stomping the bottom of his cane on the floor in an effort to emphasize his seriousness and/or status. Or what? Seriously, what can you do to motivate her when she refuses? You don't honestly expect she'll bow to you just because you throw your weight around. She has the strength to back up her refusal. I'm sorry, but asking Tsunade-chan to do that is a lost cause, and I will not put in the effort for it. Jiraiya firmly told everyone. You dare defy us? Hamura angrily asked. Yes, I dare. What are you going to do about it? Fire me? You can't, only the Hokage can fire the shinobi. Send me to Ibiki? How am I going to find out who these music note ninja are and where they are if you won't let me leave? We can forbid the stores to sell your smut books. Koharu claimed. Jiraiya shrugged. So? I can think of at least 3 people in this room that would oppose such a motion. And even if you did, I can always sell the books directly and make more of a profit that way with no middleman. Enough. Now, Jiraiya will not be reprimanded for his attitude, he will be allowed to continue his spy network with this new target in mind. We will do what we can to solve this mess with the Uchiha, and there will be no attempt to remove Jiraiya's books from the marketplace. Meeting dismissed. Sarutobi told everyone. Good. Now, if you don't mind, I need some research for my next book. Jiraiya said before shoe-shining away. Ch-35 Sasuke. Sasuke had to spend a full day in the company of every medic nin Konoha had to offer. Only now did the council members wish they had taken Tsunade's request for specific medic nin training seriously. But without that and her, they had to settle for people who were half as good as her at best. He was most livid when they tried to collect sperm, saying it was part of the physical, and he adamantly resisted it. So he had to be sedated for them to get anything from him. The next day he was summoned to the council room to attend a meeting with both councils and the Hokage. Even Kakashi was there too. Maybe they'll be able to get me my Sharingan back. Then I can go kill Itachi and whoever took it from me in the first place. Please be seated, Sasuke Uchiha. Sarutobi told the genin once he and the others arrived. Sasuke did, and he soon got a bad feeling. This was the first time he was in the council's presence and no one smiled at him. Generally he didn't get that from the shinobi side, but there had always been several on the civilian side that looked pleased he was present. But now, there was no one who looked like they felt wiping his ass was a privilege. Sasuke Uchiha, our best medics have examined you from top to bottom, and spent all of last night attempting to understand and correct the problem placed upon you. However, sadly no results have been acquired. That can't be. Surely someone here can do something. Sasuke said. There is only one person we know who could possibly do anything. Sarutobi started, but Sasuke cut him off quickly. Then go get him and bring him here at once. I need my power back. Sarutobi held up his hand to silence the genin. We can't. For one, she is currently unlocated, so getting help couldn't possibly be instantaneous. And for another, she is actually from the rival clan of your own, so motivating her to aid you will not be easy. I am an Uchiha. I demand she do something about this. She should be honored to be of use to me. Sarutobi shook his head. Did you not hear me? I said her clan is your clan's rivals, the Senju. Meaning she has absolutely no reason to want you to be well. Then order her to do it anyway. Why should I care if her idiot clan has some problem with mine? I demand I get my power back so I can kill my brother and those other guys too. Sasuke, you shouldn't insult those that can help you. Kakashi told his student. The Uchiha just frowned. I am an elite, thus I can insult anyone beneath me. So you, a mere genin who's only been on one real mission, think you're above a Sannin who has years of experience and is qualified to become a Hokage? Hisashi asked. Elite means second to no one, so yes. Sasuke answered. Sarutobi gave his 2 old teammates and Danzo disapproving looks, because he knew they were the primary ones who filled this boy's head with such egotistical nonsense. I hope you three now realize you've inflated HS ego a bit too much. You are not the only one who has talent and strength in this village, young man. Inoichi told him. And without your previous Sharingan, you won't even have status anymore. What the hell does that mean? Sasuke asked. Sarutobi cleared his throat for this. It means that by Uchiha clan law, your own family's law, any Uchiha who is incapable of wielding their Sharingan for whatever reason there is, be it genetic or forced onto their person, cannot be considered a member of said clan and is denied all that full-fledged members are entitled to. This includes status, wealth, property, and clan jutsu. Sasuke paled for a moment, then frowned again and rose from his chair, fists clenched. You can't do this. I am the only Uchiha in Konoha. Everything my clan own now rightfully belongs to me and me alone. We're not the ones doing this, your clan's laws are. The law that was created by your grandfather and enforced by your own father. Sarutobi told him. If you insist on using your heritage as leverage, then be prepared for the fallout that comes with it. Tsum told the genin. Hamura spoke next. We are sorry, Sasuke, but it must be done. Until you someday regain the Sharingan, you cannot be considered a true Uchiha. You can still use the name, but you will no longer have access to your family's wealth and jutsu collection. And in the event you never regain your Kekkei Genkai, you won't be allowed access until you sire a child that does show access to the Sharingan. Fine, then get those stupid brainless bitches that fawn over every move I make. It's about damn time they have some use to me. Sasuke said. Inoichi frowned. You would dare use the girls that admire you just to quicken your rise back to power? Have you no feelings for your fans? Ino is not going to like hearing this. I am an Avenger. I must kill those that try to worsen my own life. And I need all the power of the Uchiha to do that. If the quickest way to regain that power is what you said, so be it. I need every bit of power I can get my hands on, and I'll do whatever it takes to get it as soon as possible. I absolutely cannot afford to wait. Don't the feelings of the girls mean anything to you? Chuza asked. Sasuke just scoffed. Why should I care about a bunch of whiny-ass bimbos? They're just there to do a job and make things easier for me. Plain and simple. One of the civilian members, the father of one of the Uchiha's anonymous fangirls, glared at him. Well, if that's your attitude, then why should any girl help you that way? Sasuke smirked confidently. I am the last Uchiha clan law or not. Therefore I can invoke the CRA and the girls will have to do it. Sarutobi sent him some Ki to regain his attention. While you are correct that you can invoke the CRA for genetic reasons alone if nothing else, you're forgetting two things about it. Like what? Sasuke said, sitting back down now. For one, that the girls cannot be forced to take part in it. CRA law says that participation must be 100% voluntary, and if anyone has reason to suspect otherwise, the girls can be put under a mind walk and genjutsu test to ensure their actions are not forced and no form of rape occurred. If it's discovered they are forced, then the CRA is revoked and the invoker and/or manipulator is arrested for life. Also, the invoker is not allowed to participate in missions or be considered an active ninja for the sake of reducing the risk of losing the genes. In short, Sasuke, you cannot demand or force any girls to have your kids, and you will not be allowed to leave the village or fight anyone, including Itachi, so you don't die before we confirm the Sharingan was passed on. Kakashi clarified. Sasuke rose to his feet angrily again. You can't do this. I must kill Itachi. Then don't invoke the CRA. Shikaku told him. Like it or not, you have only two choices. You can either use the CRA and have immediate access to your clan's property again, but you can't do anything with it except help your kids. Or you can wait and pray for your Sharingan to come back on its own and train to kill your brother the hard way. There is simply no other option. Actually, there is only one option for Sasuke here. Sarutobi told everyone. I'm sorry if I gave everyone here the wrong impression about what can be done for him. I was simply saying what could happen if he did invoke the CRA. However, due to medical reasons he cannot. What do you mean? Koharu asked. According to the medics, Sasuke is now as sterile as a surgeon's tool. It is physically impossible for him to sire any offspring, period. Therefore the CRA cannot apply to him. Kakashi, you might to get yourself tested too. Everyone was shell-shocked to hear this. Then Natsumi spoke up. You mean tell me that the last Uchiha is not only incapable of using his Sharingan, but is also incapable of passing it down to the next generation? Sarutobi nodded. Yes. It appears that the Uchiha line will die with Sasuke right here. Sasuke looked livid. I swear, I will kill whoever did this to me. Sarutobi folded his hands together and rested his chin on them. So basically, Sasuke, you cannot invoke the CRA as there would be no point to it, and by your clan's law, you cannot have access to anything under Uchiha claim until you somehow regain your Kekkei Genkai. In short, you are no longer an elite, but a normal genin shinobi. I am an elite. End of story. Oh, shut the hell up already. You're not an elite anything. One of the council members told him irritably. You really think you're so special just because of your family name? Big deal. What have you personally done that's so great? Sasuke thought it over, trying to come up with an irrefutable answer. I was my class rookie of the year. That may have mattered back when you were in the academy, but out in the real world it doesn't matter. There you were in controlled situations with no real threats to your safety. Out on actual missions there will be things you're not prepared for and there is always the risk of death. The elites are the ones who make it through and live to see another day. Tsum told him. The elites are the survivors and the succeeders. Shikaku concurred, much to the emo's chagrin. In short, you are now no better than any other shinobi that's without a Kekkei Genkai or clan and you will be treated as such until further notice. Koharu sadly told him. Sasuke was pissed. The people who had always catered to his needs were now telling him his only sense of self was now obsolete. You cannot do this to me. If you don't like it, then by all means resign. But it won't change anything. At least if you stay a ninja you can still try to accomplish your goals. Sarutobi told him, then narrowed his eyes. But let me make this perfectly clear, Sasuke, until further notice, you are no different than anyone else. Until you prove otherwise, you are on the same level as all other genin without clans. Which actually makes you one of the lower-ranking ones since most genin here do come from clans. Hizashi added. Sasuke was mentally on a precipice. He simply couldn't comprehend that everything he knew about himself was being thrown out the window. No one could, of course, but for him this was too much to take in. You can't do this. This village needs me. Why? Without your Sharingan, or the ability to pass it on, what good are you to us, boy? Danzo asked coldly, making Sasuke freeze. The fact of the matter is, boy, that your Sharingan is the only thing about you that made you special in the first place. Had the Uchiha not been wiped out by your brother, you would have just been another academy student to us. Your brother's actions are the only reason we've ensured things have worked out in your favor all the time. Such as discounts at all stores and your rent, extra credit on your grades, and more access than normally permitted to genin for jutsus. Sasuke looked like he wanted to throw up. That can't be. I'm the best in this village. You've been telling me that for years. Didn't you ever ask yourself why? Danzo asked. We did so because you're of use to us. Or at least you were. Danzo-san, maybe you should stop right there. Koharu suggested. Why? What's the point of hiding it from him anymore? Danzo asked, then faced Sasuke again. We pampered you because you were our only hope for keeping the Sharingan alive in this village and none other. Nothing more. But now that you can't and most likely never will, you're going to have to live on like everyone else you're so certain is beneath you. Face it, you're nobody now. Sasuke's mind collapsed, making his body go limp. All this time, I thought they really thought I was superior. But, they were just using me the whole time? Am I really no better than anyone else without my eyes? Danzo turned to face the Hokage. Sarutobi, is it possible that we can somehow bring Itachi back to the village so we can use him to keep the Sharingan alive? This brought Sasuke back to reality. What? You'd really bring him back here for that? But I need to kill him for what he did. Shut up, kid. One of the civilian members told him. I agree with Danzo-sama. We must do whatever it takes to keep the Sharingan from going extinct. If Itachi Uchiha is now our only option, then I say we do what we must. Even if it means offering him a full pardon for his actions. We shall discuss that later. For now, meeting adjourned. Sarutobi declared. Everyone started to leave the room but Sasuke made no effort to go anywhere. Kakashi approached him. Come on Sasuke, let's take you home. His student rose to his feet and kept to himself the entire walk back to his apartment. I just hope he doesn't do anything rash. The next time I see those music note ninja, I will kill them all. Sasuke promised himself. Ch-36 confirmation. Back in Odo, another round of bad news was on the minds of some people. Kushina was currently in a break room at Odo's hospital, after having a physical to confirm the extent of her health. Tsunade and Shizun were sitting at a table with her, taking a break from their jobs to keep her company. Tsunade had a small bottle of sake in hand while Shizun had some green tea and a plain bagel with some jelly on it. Kushina had no appetite or thirst at the moment. Have you let it sink in yet? Shizun asked before taking a bite of her bagel. Kushina sighed. Yeah, and it makes me sick to my stomach. The other day Tsunade had informed Kushina of everything concerning Konoha and Naruto. While he had told her some important things back in Wave, he had not told her everything. Tsunade filled in the gaps. Things like how Sarutobi was lax in ensuring Naruto's overall safety, how Orochimaru had to fake his and several other kids' deaths to get them away safely, what happened involving the Hyugas and even the Uchiha massacre, and what Sarutobi did in regards to Gaara too. I know what you mean. Tsunade said. I'm sorry I wasn't there to help sooner. You weren't scheduled to go into labor for another week or so and Minato didn't send me a message or anything. When I did send a slug to talk to Minato after the Kyuubi attack, when it came back it told me Sensei was the Hokage and all three of you were dead. You've got to understand that I had no reason to mistrust Sensei back then. I do understand, and I don't blame you Tsunade. But what? Tsunade asked. This doesn't make sense. How could this all happen? Everyone knew Minato-kun and I were about to have a baby. Didn't anyone ask where Naruto came from? Didn't anyone notice the resemblance? Just who started the shit in my son's life and why did they do that? Kushina asked on the verge of tears. Tears of sorrow or anger no one knew. I don't know. I can only guess. The slug Sannin answered with regret. Kabuto knocked on the doorway to get the women's attention. Sorry to interrupt you, but Orochimaru-sama requests your presence in the council room right away Tsunade-sama. Kushina-san, you can come too as your input would be appreciated. Tsunade rose from her seat. I'll be there shortly. Any idea what it's about? Kabuto shook his head. Nope, sorry. I do know I've got to attend too since Jiraiya-sama won't be available. What about your Genin team? Shizune asked. I've got them doing a border patrol routine with Kidamaru-san. That should occupy them for the time being. Kabuto said before turning around and gesturing for them to follow. In 15 minutes Tsunade, Kabuto, and Kushina were inside the council room in the Odokage Tower. Shizune stayed at the hospital to keep up her duty and because technically she hadn't been invited to come along. Tsunade saw everyone on the shinobi side was there with Orochimaru seated in the most dominant position and both seats next to him and the civilian side empty. Kabuto took Jiraiya's seat and she took her own. She also happened to notice the presence of another person, who wasn't an official member of the council but belonged in this room no less. Subsonic? What brings you here? She asked the masked spy. There was something I just had to see. Subsonic said before removing the mask and smiling at Kushina. Hello Kushina-san. Long time no see. Kushina gasped, and said Subsonic's real name in awe and disbelief, as if uncertain they were really there before her. Yeah, it's really me. Trust me, I'm more surprised to see you than you are to see me. What are you doing here? Kushina asked. Let's just say I was one of the few people in Konoha not blinded to your son. I've been helping him and Orochimaru-sama for years by keeping an eye on Konoha for years since they left. By the way, I have this for you. Subsonic then pulled out a storage scroll and unsealed the contents. Out popped a sheathed sword. Luckily I managed to get a hold of this before whoever took you away got to it. I've also been holding onto your husband's jutsu scrolls too for when Naruto's ready to learn them. Kushina took her sword and held it close to her. It had been one of the few mementos from her homeland. Thank you. No sweat. Anything for an old friend. Orochimaru coughed, letting them know to save the rest of their reunion for later. They bowed and let him speak. Everyone, for years we have discussed the possibility of having to engage Konoha or Kiri in combat. We have several reasons to. Konoha has done some rather horrible things to the least deserving of all people and Kiri tried to kill off a good portion of this village's population. Both of their actions led to our village's creation, and deep down we've always harbored the desire to strike back at them. I've called you together to inform you we may have our chance to get our pound of flesh soon if we choose to take it. What do you mean? One of the council members, the Fuma representative, asked. This one was Sasame's uncle Ichigo Fuma and he was dressed in a black shirt with blue pants and sported his orange hair much like Naruto did. He usually didn't look too friendly but he was a good person to be around generally. When it comes to a direct attack, we do have the element of surprise. However, both villages have the home field and number advantage. We could put up a good first wave attack and do some damage, but once that ended we'd have to retreat or risk total annihilation. So the best option for maximizing damage in such an event would be to have agents already within the village limits when the big forces strike. The problem however is getting such agents in place. Orochimaru explained. But now that problem can be solved. He continued with a smile. The Chunin exams will be coming to Konoha shortly, and what better chance would we have to get some of our forces within Konoha's walls without fuss? Ichigo Fuma raised his hand. If I may, Odokage-sama? Orochimaru nodded his approval. There are a few key figures you failed to mention. If I remember correctly, a village needs an invite for their teams to even participate in the exams, and Konoha doesn't even know we exist. And also, if we by chance did get an invite, the only agents we could send in are a few genin and their jounin instructors. Is that really enough to make it worth it? And if it is, when would they strike? I'm glad to see you've thought this out, Ichigo-san. Orochimaru replied. Yes, some genin and fewer jounin are the best we can send in, at first. Assuming they make it to the final round, where the village leaders are permitted admission to see them compete, I can get there without suspicion, and so can Jiraiya and Tsunade. I can also bring the Sound 5 with me as guards so they'd be directly inside too. Does that sound acceptable? It sounds good to me, Orochimaru-sama. But what about the invite? The Kagaya representative asked. This one wasn't directly related to Kimimaro but was the oldest woman in the clan. Her name was Kid Kagaya, a short woman with wrinkly pale skin and long white hair in a low ponytail but enough hop in her step to make her look 10 years younger when active. I received a message from the Kazekage saying his village was just invited to participate in the Chunin exams. He said he's anxious to do some damage to Konoha for what they tried to do to him and his son years ago now that his children are old enough to do so, and he wanted to know if we'd like to do the same at the same time. So you're saying that Kazekage-sama has already decided to assault Konoha? Kid Kagaya asked. I'm not entirely certain. That is a possibility, but I get the impression that if we were to decline this opportunity, Kazekage-sama would settle for spilling some leaf blood during the tests. If we do assist him, then he'll aim for more. Orochimaru answered. But still, what about our invite? The Momochi representative, Haku's mother Naomi Momochi, asked. She was the representative instead of Zabuza because she was the actual ice wielder of the duo and he was more suited for field work anyway. Orochimaru grinned at her. Simple, Kazekage-sama said if we want, he'll tell the Hokage that he'll accept the invite on the condition our village gets to participate too. I know that means we'll be revealing ourselves, but the time for hiding may be past anyway. At least our location will remain a secret. So what you're saying is that we have the opportunity to do some damage to Konoha along with our ally, but we should vote on if this is something we really should do. Tsunade asked. Yes, exactly. The Snake Sannin told his teammate. I'll open the floor to everyone. Give your views on if we should or shouldn't do this. What exactly do we have to gain from such an act? The Enigmo representative, Hideki Enigmo, asked. He was Kidomaru's father and looked like gray-haired version of his son with a beard much like Asuma possessed. He was missing the top of his right arms, an old wound from an earlier fight in his reckless youth. For one, we get to see what our genin can do during the exams and give them an honest promotion to the rank for once. Orochimaru answered. And we can gain a sense of satisfaction in giving Konoha a black eye at least. Plus, think of this as practice for if we ever need to do something similar to Kiri or someone attacks us. Heck, the only reason we don't focus on attacking that village is we and our allies can't get any armies to it without them becoming aware. If I may, Orochimaru-sama. Kid spoke up. We have enjoyed nearly a decade without unnecessary conflict. I for one do not wish to see that come to an end and risk invasion for the sake of spiting a village. Aside from your personal reasons, what other motivation do you have for wanting this? The main reason I bring this up is because we won't get another chance like this for years. If endangering the lives of several children in our care and believing those kids deserved it isn't reason enough to retaliate, what is? Orochimaru answered. Other wars and invasions in the past have been started for less. Kabuto pointed out. Would IWA assist? Ichigo asked. We'll have to contact them after Suna to find out. The Snake Sannin replied. Personally, I agree with Orochimaru-sama. Subsonic spoke up. We have a good chance here to administer belated justice to Konoha. I think the Yondaime Hokage would agree something needs to be done to the people who spit on his sacrifice. Hurting their star genin was a good start, but it's hardly enough. If my husband knew what my son and Tsunade-sama told me, he'd do something about it. Kushina sadly added. By the way, Kushina-san, I have a theory on that you may want to hear. Subsonic told the redhead. What is it? She curiously asked. I've often asked myself why no one ever saw the resemblance between your husband and your son, especially someone like Kakashi who should have noticed it immediately. My guess is that someone used a genjutsu on the majority of the village to prevent them from being able to. It's the only logical option. Since Orochimaru-sama and I were elsewhere for a time when Naruto was born, we escaped the casting. The question is who and why. Kushina was stunned silent. That explains why Kakashi acted the way he did back in Wave. Tsunade spoke up. If you're so certain about that, Subsonic, why have you not tried to break such a genjutsu? Why would I? I couldn't prove it and still can't. It's only speculation. Since I don't know who cast the genjutsu, although I do have ideas, even if I did break it that would only bring attention to myself that would reveal things I can't reveal yet. Not to mention there's no point without Naruto there to remind them of everything they've done and show them all the similarities. Without him there to help their minds put two and two together, they wouldn't change at all. I see. But that theory sounds very fitting. Is it possible the Sandaime Hokage was the one who cast it? He was after all the one who let Naruto's Jinchuriki status known but not his heritage, and he was the one who created the IWA claim to justify it all. Tsunade asked. He is one of my suspects. But if he was the guilty one, then why didn't he affect Orochimaru-sama too? Subsonic asked. No one answered. I think it was someone who never actually had much contact with him. But who could get in touch with almost everyone in power in Konoha without much fuss and have reason to make Naruto's life hell? That's why I suspect Sensei. Tsunade added. Maybe he didn't affect Orochimaru because someone had to be around to ensure Naruto grew up. And I think he could have done that to the village so that when Naruto got older he'd see that almost everyone hated him, but the old man was one of the few that showed him compassion, so he'd feel compelled to do whatever it took to please the old man and stay on his good side. That's what I've always thought was his idea. Remember, this man would let the Hyugas kill Hitomi because she found something he didn't want found. Ki then emitted from everyone in the room at the thought of one person doing this to a newborn and an expecting mother. That old man and that village have a lot to answer for. All in favor of sending a few teams for the exams? Orochimaru asked. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in his office reading the scroll he just got from Takamaru, Suna's messenger hawk to Konoha. Hokage-sama, in regards to your invite to send some genin to the upcoming Chunin exams, I have this to say. Only one of my teams has been selected for taking it, which hardly seems enough to me. To make up for the lack of numbers, I request an extended invitation to another group I know. This is a small village not unlike Hoshi or Kusa. It is called Odo. They are a recently started village and closer to my country, so I wouldn't be surprised if you haven't heard of them yet. I would like to see how their genin fare in the exams as well as my own. I will inform the leader if you agree to my conditions. If not, then I will wait for the next one. Yondaime Kazekage. Sarutobi stroked his beard. A new village? Could they be the ones that incapacitated the Uchiha? I think I would like to see what their genin can do within my reach. Ch 37 editions. Hanabi was walking down the halls of the Odokage Tower looking for Naruto. She had something on her mind. What would he say? I thought it over while he was away and I don't see any holes in it. Even Okasan agreed it was a smart idea. But all I need is his permission. Nichin's too, but she's easier to convince. The youngest Byakugan wielder in Odo reached his room and knocked on the door. He didn't answer, so she knocked again. Naruto-kun? There was no answer again, prompting her to press her ear against the door. She heard nothing. Where is he? Stepping back from the door, she crossed her arms and closed her eyes in thought. Maybe he's training with Neichan again. I thought he would be on break by now. Guess I was wrong. She opened her eyes. Byakugan. Veins beside her eyes bulged and a tiny visible pupil appeared, allowing her to see all around her. She noticed two key things. The first was that her sister and her team were indeed training in one of the forested training grounds Odo had available. This particular one wasn't that far from the tower. The second was that Tayuya of the Sound 5 was inside the building and heading in her direction, carrying an envelope in her right hand. I wonder what she's doing. Hanabi said as she deactivated her Dujitsu and walked towards where she saw the redhead. It only took going around 2 corners to reach her. Hi Tayuyane-san, are you off duty? Not really. I just got back from a long pain-in-the-ass delivery job to Suna through the fucking hot desert. I've got something to tell Odokage-sama and give this to Naruto-kun too. She answered as she held up the envelope. Then I'm going to take a nice bath and relax. I'm not a big fan of hot dry places. It was a rather odd thing to anyone else at first glance, but these two girls actually got along pretty well. They first met about 2 years ago when Naruto had to watch the young girl as a favor to Hitomi and brought her to Ichiraku's and then to bring Tayuya her own lunch. The Sound 5's lone female member made sure to keep her tongue somewhat in check around the girl, but fortunately Hanabi never paid it much mind when she slipped. It wasn't like she didn't hear that language from others too. And like Naruto, Hanabi often thought Tayuya had a good sense of humor. What's in it? I don't know, but I do know it came from the Kazekage's daughter. Tayuya said. Hanabi smiled coyly. Think she's interested in our favorite blonde? Tayuya grinned back. I wouldn't doubt it. They have been pen pals for a while. Hanabi looked right at the envelope and was overcome with curiosity. She activated her Byakugan and read what was inside it. Dear Naruto-kun, I'm glad you finally became a genin. Maybe someday we'll be able to go on a joint mission together. I know Gaara would like that, and I think Kankuro too, even though he denies it. I know I'd love to see you use your talents in a real fight and maybe go flying with you one day since we both can now. So you really need to get 9 girls pregnant for your village? Weird, and all this time I thought your sister was joking when she told me that years ago. Yeah, she told me when I first visited your village and we were kids, and naive girl that I was, I toyed with the idea of being one of them. Don't think wrong of me, we were both kids and you were cute and fun to be with, but now that we're older we can see how difficult it would be for us to have a relationship like that. I'm not saying you're not worth it, you are one of my good friends and always will be. But unless I move to Odo or you move to Suna, how would it work? You can't come here and I can't break away from my own duties unless Tusan lets me. But enough of nice fantasies. If you want my advice on what to do about the girls, my first recommendation is to know about their skills and talents. Any child you sire will learn from the mother too, so the mother's abilities should be compatible with the Kekkei Genkai you pass down to them. Let's say hypothetically you and I did have a child together. With what I can teach our child too, I'd be a good candidate for mothering any child who inherited your gravity control, but probably not any others. Again, this is just hypothetical. I'm glad to hear you want to treat each of the girls you will accept as special loved ones and not just baby factories or sex dolls. Men like you are hard to find. It's a shame there's so much distance between us. But I'm happy for you. Write me again if you need to talk later. Temari Sabaku. Wow. Hanabi muttered when she rested her Kekkei Genkai. Wow, what? Tayuya asked. She wants him bad. You have to read between the lines to see it, but the desire is clear as crystal. But she's not expecting to be accepted, so she's covering it up. Hanabi explained. So that sassy blonde wants to be with my blonde? Tayuya thought. Well, Naruto-kun does like her, and getting her here should be manageable for our village leaders to agree on. I don't see why not. I guess we found our 8th girl. Hanabi arched an eyebrow. Judging from the look on your face, I'm guessing you're in favor of the idea? And you're not? Hanabi looked down. And no, if she makes Naruto-kun happy, that's what matters. But? Tayuya asked, sensing there was more being unsaid here. But? Hanabi added with a small kick at nothing on the floor. How many more girls does Naruto-kun need? Tayuya looked confused and surprised to hear that question. Not counting the Suna girl, 2. 1 if she does get accepted later on. Why? Don't tell me you want to join Hana-chan. Hanabi gave the redhead eye contact again, and the older woman could see the little girl was on the verge of tears. I know what it sounds like, but can't you and the others at least hear me out before you dismiss me? Tayuya got down on her knees to make the girl feel more comfortable now. Okay, Hana-chan, tell me what's on your mind. The former Hyuga, now named Hibiki, sighed before answering the flutist's question. I'm a kid, I know, and that's why I wouldn't be a first choice for helping Naruto-kun like you or Nei-chan would. But, if I was closer to your age I would be, wouldn't I? Yeah. Tayuya said, stretching out the word. After all, the reason Naruto-kun's allowed 9 girls in the first place is so he can have several kids that will go on to create some clans for Odo. And, no offense, you're just too young to help out in that way. But I could be old enough with Naruto-kun's age control. Hanabi pointed out. Tayuya opened her mouth to counter her claim, but no sound emitted once the words re-gestured in her mind. Well, damn, gotta give you that one. But seriously now, do you really want to end your childhood so quickly and go through puberty right away? It's not a pleasant experience, no fucking way. Not to mention you'll still be 10 years old up here. She finished while poking Hanabi in the forehead. Tayuya-san, if you were me, what would you do? The redhead didn't answer right away. Most of the reason was because she was afraid of just how to answer that. Another part was that she remembered a bit about herself back when she was 10 years old too. Tayuya wouldn't call her childhood bad, just lonely. She had the 2 standard parents that loved her and raised her, but they were always busy during the day working as civilians. They once had been ninja native to the country before Odo was established, but after a long battle with an old rival, which they won but at the cost of their home, her parents just lost all their motivation for being ninja anymore. The main reason they moved to Odo when it was created was for a place to retire but not feel disconnected from the general population. What better place than where many others were ninja too? The thing was that even though they decided to retire, their daughter wanted to start her own ninja career. Her parents didn't stop her, but they did warn her it would be tough and exhausting. So far the biggest problem at the time had been that few girls in Odo actually wanted to be kunoichi. Tayuya wasn't the only one, but she did feel far outnumbered by the boys. That was part of the reason she developed her trademark attitude, to feel less excluded with her comrades and be taken more seriously despite being one girl amongst many boys. Too bad some of them like that fat-ass Jirobo thought that wasn't such a good idea. In the end Tayuya had gotten her wish and become one of the strongest kunoichi in all of Land of Rice. She was probably on par with Shizune by now, or at least Anko. But the road to that destination had been lonely with few friends and many evenings with her parents out of the home. Naruto was probably the first real friend she had ever really had, and she valued that bond more than anything. So back then, if she was given the offer to be an important part of his life when she was younger, at the cost of growing up quicker than normal, would she accept? For Naruto, she would. However, she and Hanabi were different people. The young girl was rarely lonely and never had to develop defense mechanisms to fit in better amongst her peers. So even though they both liked the same boy, the odds were that Hanabi's affection wasn't quite on the same level as Tayuya's was. Yeah, Hana-chan. That's if you were me. But you're not me, you know? You're you, so shit ain't exactly the same for us. I know, but I like Naruto-kun just like the rest of you. Why can't I be given the chance to at least be considered? I just need to be a few years older. If it works out, then it's worth the sacrifice to me. If it doesn't, then he can just turn me back and I won't have to spend the rest of my life wondering, what if? Hanabi replied, one tear escaping from each of her eyes. Tayuya quickly felt bad for the girl. But before she could give in to her, the redhead had one more thing to bring up. Okay, Hana-chan, you have a point. Me and the others are pretty much doing that same thing here. But you gotta understand, that would mean becoming a mother in the next few years. Could you handle that? Hanabi wiped her eyes. By the time it actually happens, then yes. And that's actually where I bring up my best point. Tayuya arched an eyebrow. Like what? For the idea behind Naruto-kun's harem to work, all the girls involved need skills that their kids can benefit inheriting too. The girl that wrote that letter for him says the same thing I realized while he was away. With that in mind, I'm one of the best choices for being a member. Remember the age control? It only works in close-range situations. So the kids who inherit it need to be taught to be close-range fighters, like me. I told Oka-san that and she said it works out perfectly and gives my clan the edge they'll need in the future, so I help him and he helps me. The fact that I love him just makes us more compatible. Tayuya thought it over and saw no holes in the argument except one. You love him, huh? In what way? I enjoy his company and personality and look forward to the next time we're together every time we part. I know he's not perfect, but he's perfect just the way he is. I see him in my dreams and want to be a part of his dreams, like you. So you tell me. Hanabi answered. Tayuya smiled warmly and ruffled the girl's hair. I'd say that's somewhere between a childhood crush and the beginning of young love. But I'm not the romantic type, so what the fuck do I know for sure? So if you're so damn confident about it, why don't you go tell him what you just told me? I think I will. Wanna come along? Sure. Why the hell not? I still need to give him this anyway after I see Orochimaru-sama. The redhead replied while indicating the envelope. In less than half an hour, Tayuya had told Orochimaru about her mission in Suna and followed Hanabi to Naruto's training ground. He was sparring against Isaribi while Anko handled Hinata. The two visiting girls couldn't help but just gaze at him for a bit before making themselves known. Hey Naruto! Tayuya shouted. The whiskered blonde turned to look at the redhead, which gave Isaribi an opening to knock him on his feet. Sorry about that, Naruto-kun. Let me make you feel better. The purple-haired swimmer told him cheerfully as she knelt down next to him and held his hand, indicating that had been her plan all along. Before you get too comfortable there, pal, you might want to read this. Tayuya told him before holding out the envelope. Thanks, Tayuya-chan. Glad you're back from your mission. He said as he took it and opened it, pulling out the letter. He read it over but didn't say anything while he read. Isaribi curiously read over his shoulder, and Anko and Hinata ended up doing the same. While they were reading, Hinata and Isaribi exchanged comprehending looks regarding the content. Man, I feel kinda bad for Temari-chan. Naruto said when he finished. Why's that? Hinata asked. She said she thought about coming here to be with us a while ago, but can't see how now. I'm having a hard time seeing how to make that happen too. But at least she's already got a life back in Suna. He answered. That's not what she wants though. Isaribi said. Come on, she's willing to give up her home just to be here with you and help you in our group. I'm sure Orochimaru-sama could find a way to let her come. Yeah, maybe it can be called an alliance marriage between our two villages to make it legal for her to come here. Isaribi added. Naruto chuckled. Are you girls actually more eager for this harem thing than I am? Hinata wrapped her arms around him from behind. Naruto-kun, if she could come here, would you accept her in our group? I do like Temari-chan. Always have. I just didn't think about it since she lived elsewhere. So sure, I guess. If she can get here. He answered. Great. Now all you need is one more girl. And I know another volunteer. Tayuya stated. Who? Naruto and Hinata asked. Me. Hanabi said with a smile. You? Hinata asked. Sisters share everything, don't they? The younger Byakugan wielder asked. But still, you're too young to help me out like this, Hanabi-chan. Naruto told her. Tayuya grabbed his shoulder. Naruto-kun, come with me for a moment while she talks to them. I've got something to show you. Keep your clothes on. Hinata told them as they walked away. No promises. Tayuya teasingly shouted back. Orochimaru was in his office talking to Tsunade while Tayuya and Naruto watched them from a tree, unable to hear anything the Sannin were saying. Why did you bring me here? Naruto asked. Take a look at those two there, Naruto-kun. How long ago were they born? She asked. About 50 years ago. And how old do they look? They're early 30s. Naruto answered, not seeing where this was going. And why is that? Tayuya knowingly asked. My age control Kekkai Genkai. You know that. Tayuya smiled. So you can make people younger. Or older too if you want. Of course. So what's your point? Tayuya pointed at the window and he looked. Naruto-kun, you can take an old woman like Tsunade-sama and make her into a beautiful young, eyes up Naruto-kun. He stiffened at her command. A young fertile fuckable woman again. So that means you could make Hanabi-chan into a sexy young woman too. And before you ask, she's actually the one who asked for it. Naruto looked back at the flutist. But why would she do that? I've got nothing against Hanabi-chan as a friend, but she's just a kid. And you can change that. All she wants is to see if it can work out for her. If it doesn't, then you can turn her back, right? He nodded. So why the hell not? I was skeptical too at first, but she convinced me it's worth a shot. Naruto sighed. Give me some time to think about it. Okay? Tayuya nodded. Sure thing. Hey, if you do go for it, maybe we can have a three-way someday. Wouldn't that be fucking awesome? She laughed when his nosebleed made him fall out of the tree. Oh shit, he took that seriously? Damn, this is going to be fun. Ch38 opportunities. Back with the girls, another discussion of a similar nature was going on. No, Hanabi, I'm not sharing Naruto-kun with you. Hinata told her little sister firmly. You could tell how bothered she was by the tone of her voice and the fact that she didn't use the Imuto title. And why not exactly? Hanabi asked, giving her sister a hard look. Isaribi just looked on at the moment. I think I can see electricity jolting between their eyes. Enko was watching too. This should be entertaining. Someone in alto attire coming up to her from behind caught her interest more though. Because you're too young. End of story. Hinata stated. No, not end of story. Hear me out, okay? And why should I? Hanabi smiled in a dangerous way. If you don't, Naruto-kun will. You know he'll hear me out for sure. Hinata mentally grimaced. Fine. Explain whatever you want to. I know I'm too young now, so can't you just reserve a spot in the group for me when I'm able to have kids? Please? Hanabi asked. And why should I and Naruto-kun wait that long? By then we might find another for the final position. But I'm your sister. Don't I matter? Don't give me that, Hanabi. Hinata told her. You do matter to me very much. But I don't need to cater to your every whim to prove it. If you think I do, then you're too childish to get this wish granted. But Nei-chan, I can help Naruto-kun just as much as you can when it comes to starting his new clans. Hanabi countered. Hinata arched an eyebrow. How? Well, I figured that you would most likely pass down the Neo-Byakugan to your kids. Who better to teach them how to use it than someone who already has such a jujitsu like you? Since I'm being trained to be a close-range fighter, I could help pass down age control, which can only be used in close-range situations. Isaribi smirked. Actually, that's not such a bad idea. You stay out of this. Hinata warned without any real negative intent. Why? Hanabi asked. As one of your harem sisters, doesn't she have a say in who gets involved? Even if Naruto-kun makes the final decision? She's got a point, Hinata-chan. Isaribi told her teammate. Are you in favor of the idea? She's too young for this. And for all we know, she may later decide she likes some other boy closer to her own age. Hinata replied. That's why I asked if you could just reserve the last spot in the group for me until I can have kids. Do you have any other volunteers? Hanabi asked. The fact was currently they didn't. While Naruto was liked amongst his peers, fangirls were actually a rarity in Odo. The main reason was that the education system made sure to enforce the fact to its female students that the battlefield was no place to worry about if a boy was noticing them. One part that helped was that all kunoichi in training had to attend a month of classes with no boys present in their final year, where they were taught kunoichi-specific lessons and harsh truths for their careers. Generally, without the boys around to encourage them, most fangirls either lost their interest in the shinobi job or learned to have different priorities when on the job. So Hinata drew a blank regarding Hanabi's question. She honestly couldn't think of anyone else to consider over her own sister. As a result, she had little choice but to cave in. Fine Imuro-chan, we'll hold a place for you in the future. For now at least. Hanabi smiled and held out her hand. Okay, if when I can have children and I'm still interested in joining, you and Naruto-kun will let me be a part of your little harem. Deal? With your teammate here as a witness. Hinata shook her sister's hand. Deal. Hanabi struggled to contain her snicker. Ha! Got you, Ne-chan. I say when I can have kids, not several years from now like you probably assumed I meant. I could join tomorrow thanks to age control if I wanted to. You're just lucky I'm not going to rush things so soon. I'd like to at least be chronologically 12 before I make my move. Hey, where did Anko-sensei go? Isaribi asked, regaining the girl's attention. Hinata looked towards where she last saw the purple-haired jounin, but she was gone. Anko was currently in Orochimaru's office along with Kurenai and Kabuto, standing in front of Orochimaru seated at his desk. The Alto member told her she was needed for a chat with him, so she left her team to handle its own dispute for now. Orochimaru made himself comfortable. My 3 students, as you are aware, we've been waiting for years for the chance to get back at Konoha for the injustices it has committed. Now, we have our chance. How so? Kurenai asked. Thanks to our ally the Kazekage, we've gotten an invite to participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha this year. We'll never have a better chance for a sneak attack on the village, so this is the perfect opportunity. I've called you 3 here to see if you think your students are qualified to participate. We will still take the test seriously even if we have a separate agenda. A chance for genin from our village to earn an honest Chunin promotion? And a chance to kick some leaf ass? I'm in. Anko replied. Otokage-sama, if I may, personally I'm over my personal grief with that village. However, I do understand that they need some sense beaten into them, so I won't object to your plan. Also, I believe my genin are ready for the challenge. Kurenai told the pale Sannin. Kabuto hummed in thought for a moment before answering. My genin may need a little more experience, but if Anko-chan's team and Kurenai-chan's team is joining, then I know they'll have their backs covered. I'll ask them first, but if they accept then I'm all for it. Perfect. Orochimaru said with a pleased grin. I'm especially glad that you two agreed, Anko-chan and Kurenai-chan. Your Jinchuriki will prove to be very helpful components to our goals. Above all else we must ensure those two make it to the finals. Kabuto-kun, your team will help keep Konoha guessing as to the range of our village's abilities, since no genin from Konoha have encountered them yet, until the other 2 teams. The 3 jounin nodded. Understood. I presume that since Naruto and Fu must make it to the final round, that is when we'll make the first strike. Kurenai asked. Yes, that is when Konoha will be most preoccupied, so that will be our window of opportunity. Also, since we're also going to be evaluating our genin, we don't want to cheat them out of it by denying them the right to be in the finals, right? Orochimaru asked. Also, Suna will be sending their teams too, so we must ensure that their Jinchuriki Gaara gets to the finals too. Konoha's forces will counterstrike strongly even if we strike first, and with Suna's help, so having 3 ready Jinchuriki will play a big factor in our favor. So I'm guessing we'll need to disguise ourselves as Suna Nin for this mission? Kabuto asked, remembering the times when Oto Ninja had to pretend to be affiliated with other villages to do their jobs. Orochimaru shook his head. No, not for this. That was my plan, but 2 things have changed that. Kazekage-sama specifically mentioned to the Hokage that a new village would enter the exam with his teams, so if Konoha doesn't see anyone associated with a new village they will get suspicious. Also, some Konoha genin saw 6 of our own genin with the real symbol on their hitayatesh, so using new ones would just confuse them and they may alert Konoha officials of it, which may get our forces unable to progress in the exams and thus ruining our chances for the effective assault we want. Otokage-sama, from what I've seen, the Konoha genin are in no shape to take the genin exams. The odds of them seeing our genin there is slim. Anko interjected. But not non-existent. Their jounin sensei may enter them for some reason. And even if he doesn't, you can't guarantee they won't see your genin on the streets before the exam or during the break between the 2nd and 3rd rounds. Orochimaru countered. Anko slowly nodded in understanding. So we're going to have to go as Oto Nin, not Suna. And in case you're worried they'll be detained for anything they did on their mission to Wave, remember that as guests Konoha cannot legally approach them unless they commit a crime on Konoha's turf, per the International Chunin exam rules. Because the exams took place in 5 different countries and so many from other countries got to attend, a set of rules for every round and every country it took place in had to be made for the alliance between villages to remain stable. One of these rules was that those invited to attend could not be arrested for any crimes committed outside the village's walls, nor could they be taken into custody for any reason unless it could be confirmed with evidence they had done something illegal within the village. The rule became necessary after Kiri tried to kill all those attending one of the exams there that had a Kekii Genkai, and after Kumo tried to trap an attending Hyuga member at one of its own. So now, as long as none of the Oto Nin did anything illegal, Konoha couldn't do anything to them even for harming their precious Uchiha, lest they lose business and risk offending their allies. Otokage-sama, am I correct in presuming that Suna will assist us in this strike against Konoha? Kurenai asked. The Sannin nodded. Yes. Kazekage-sama agreed once he heard that a team from Konoha had tried to kill Naruto and had kept Yandame-sama's wife locked away like some sort of patient zero. Add that to what my old sensei tried to get him to do to Gaara years ago, and he's all in favor of knocking them down a couple pegs. However, IWA will only provide backup support outside the village and will keep any tracker Nin from Konoha from being able to find us. I didn't discuss this with Taki because Jiraiya feels they would choose to remain neutral instead. So the plan is our genin teams go to Konoha with us supervising them, having them take the test, where we can't tell them exactly how to guarantee passing but making sure 3 genin in particular stay through it to the end if necessary, and making the big move when almost all of Konoha's eyes are on the arena. Suna will assist us in the initial attack and IWA will assist us in the event we have to leave or Konoha tries to get outside assistance. Am I right? Enko asked. Orochimaru smiled deviously. I couldn't have said it better myself. When Enko returned to her team, she saw that Naruto was back along with Tayuya, and Hanabi looked like she was trying to hang all over him, with Hinata cracking her knuckles for show. Did I miss anything good? Yeah, I'm going to be Naruto-kun's 9th wife. Hanabi happily exclaimed. Enko looked like she just saw a snake with legs, then looked at Naruto. I'm pretty sure that's illegal, Otudo. She's just top candidate for now, Enko-sensei, so don't take it so literally. Hinata told the Jounin. Enko nodded slowly, but with a sinister expression. Wow, Otudo, you actually managed to attract 2 sisters? Most guys would consider that lucky. And speaking of lucky, I've got good news for the 3 of you. How would you 3 feel about competing in the Chunin exams? The real Chunin exams? Isaribi asked. Enko nodded. Yes, not that skill evaluation thing we've done for the past decade here. The real deal. Something even I didn't get to do. In fact, you'll actually be the first genin from Oto to participate. Quite an honor if you ask me. Where is it this year? Hinata asked. This is the bad news. It's in Konoha. All 3 genin, and even Tayuya and Hanabi paled at hearing that. But then Naruto spoke up. So now we can show Konoha just what they gave up and hit their pride where it hurts? I'm in. Maybe I can do more than just hurt that jerk. Enko nodded. Oh, you'll definitely get to do more damage than that. I guarantee it. Because, once the exams are over, we're going to show the entire village how strong we are. Tayuya was the only one who immediately understood what Enko was saying. Ah, I'm guessing Operation Burning Leaf is a go? Yes, it's time. We'll never have a better chance for it. What's Operation Burning Leaf? Isaribi asked. It's a vengeance strike against Konoha? Enko answered. As I'm sure you're already aware, this village was founded by people trying to escape the crimes of Konoha and Kiri, and the certain death that would have resulted in staying there in either. In fact, with the exception of Tayuya-san, each one of us right here was victimized by Konoha in some way. Naruto for containing a demon, myself for defending him, Hinata was neglected and beaten by the Hyugas, Hanabi was likely to suffer the same fate, and Isaribi was a test subject for a scientist misusing Jizan's funding. And Konoha's crimes are not limited to just that. It's time for us to get our pound of flesh from them. Are you 3 in? I am. For what they did to Kaa-san's body and Tusan's last wishes, I want to do something. Naruto answered. Hinata nodded. I'd like to seriously hurt those damn Hyugas so I can truly feel apart from them. Isaribi clapped her hands together once. I'm not sure how useful I'd be, but I'm not going to be the only one who stays behind. Enko grinned at her protégés. Good, now remember to do your best. I'm still expecting you to qualify for Chunin at the same time. Naruto replied with a wide smile and a thumbs up. I'm definitely going to make Chunin. Believe it. Ch39 Humility. Back in Konoha, one team of genin stood at a small bridge over a creek waiting for their sensei to show up. Kiba was keeping himself busy by sitting down and eating some breakfast with Akamaru. Sasuke leaned over the railing and looked down into the passing water while Sakura stood on the other side, wondering if she should approach him or not. For Sasuke, the past few weeks had been a real eye-opener. Even though the council had told him those harsh things, afterwards he still remained convinced that the population of the village would still treat him like some sort of celebrity. Oh, how wrong he was. How very, very wrong. Flashback. Sasuke went grocery shopping and was carrying a basket full of milk, bread, meat, both beef and poultry, and some apples and rice up to the checkout counter. He quickly noticed that the cashier didn't give him the friendly smile he was used to seeing from the middle-aged woman. They took the food and rang up the total price. That'll be 2270 Rio. Sasuke raised his eyebrows. Wait a minute, the last time I got this stuff I only had to pay 1000 Rio even. Yeah, that was back when you had status and connections, kid. Sasuke glared. So you're raising the prices for me higher than others just because of some stupid technicality? You can lose your job for that. The cashier didn't look the least bit intimidated. No, I can't, because you're not being discriminated against. You're paying just as much as everyone now, full price. Not the reduced prices I was ordered to give you by the council. Reduced prices? Sasuke asked. Yeah. Every store you've ever gone to has given you a lot of leeway on how much they charge you. Some of them even did it voluntarily, because they hoped when you came into power you'd repay their kindness. But now that we know you never will, we don't have to give you a discount anymore. So you're being charged just as much as everyone else, at least here if not everywhere. And it's completely legal for me to do so. Sasuke growled low in the back of his throat. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the money, having enough but not expecting to use that much here. Fine. I'm sure another store will treat an elite with the respect he deserves. He then left with his provisions. End flashback. To his disappointment and shock, no other store gave him the low prices he was expecting. He had to go home earlier than intended because he didn't have enough money on hand to get all he wanted. When he looked over his new budget and costs, he found he would have to make some cutbacks in some areas until he could earn more. Damn, if only I still had access to the Uchiha account. Why should I be unable to get all I want? I'm an elite, damn it. He was still in denial about what the council told him, but it couldn't last much longer at this rate or he'd go insanely arrogant or arrogantly insane. Another change that occurred, however, both bothered and pleased him. That was the lose of his fangirls, all but Sakura. While he was grateful that now they wouldn't hang all over him like flies, his ego took a hit at the fact that they no longer found him desirable. And it all started the day after the council's ruling against him. Flashback. Sasuke was out training when a large number of his fangirls came up to him. Sasuke-kun, we heard you just got back from an A-ranked mission and faced against a missing nin and saved a whole country. You're so cool. One said with stars in her eyes, hers not the only ones like that. Normally Sasuke would just ignore them, but he was down a bit from the council's cruel words, so he needed a pick-me-up. Thanks. He still wasn't much of a talker though. Before the girls could continue flattering him, a new girl approached with a glare and clenched fists. This girl was Ino, and she looked pissed. You've got a lot of nerve, you smug son of a bitch. Everyone there gasped, even Sasuke. Ino was known to be one of his biggest supporters, so why did she suddenly pull a 180 regarding him? They didn't wonder for long. So we're nothing but stupid brainless bitches, are we? You heartless piece of shit. What are you talking about? A light purple-haired fangirl named Ami asked in disbelief. Ino gave her and the others cold glances, still angry but not necessarily at them. Didn't you hear? Apparently that smug SOB lost his rights to his clans and thought that he could use us to get them back. He even said we're a bunch of whiny-ass bimbos who don't have any other use to him. He doesn't give a damn about us and never did. The girls gasped. That can't be true. I didn't want to believe it either, but Oda-san showed me the memory himself. This jerk here only cares about himself and wouldn't look our way unless he can profit from it. Heck, I doubt he even knows a single one of our names. Ino replied. All the girls turned to the Uchiha, hoping he could prove the Yamanaka heiress wrong. The fact that he remained silent only made them more worried. Ami then looked back at Ino. You can't be serious. Ino crossed her arms. I'm more than willing and able to prove it. Come with me and see for yourself. Needless to say, Ami and all the others did, wanting to know for themselves. Luckily Inoichi had some free time, so he did a memory-sharing jutsu that he used on Ino to let them all see what Sasuke said at the last meeting like he showed his daughter. As a result, all the fangirls wanted nothing less than to inflict some sort of bodily harm on the boy they had been crazy about before. End flashback. So not only did Sasuke lose his social standing in the marketplace, he lost it amongst his own generation. Now even Kiba was a more eligible bachelor than he was. Only two things so far had remained constant: Sakura's affections and the mystery gifts he got on his doorstep at random times from someone he still could not identify. Most likely not Sakura, because she barely had the skill or desire to do something for him without being noticed. He sighed, his thoughts swirling around in his head. The council no longer respects me, the shops no longer recognize my worth, and the girls are throwing a childish tantrum. What's wrong with everyone? Don't they realize I am the one Uchiha here and I need power to kill Itachi? Why does no one see that anymore? What they're doing is only slowing me down when I need to be getting stronger so I can go kill him and those music note nin that took my power from me in the first place. Because of his denial, he didn't want to think that maybe he deserved the treatment he was getting. Or that nobody cared about his personal agenda now. Meanwhile, Sakura watched him from behind wondering what to do about the boy she obsessed over. She saw how bothered he was at everything he took for granted suddenly disappearing from his grasp. She didn't know what she could offer him besides her consolation, but she wasn't sure if she even could now. Not after what she had been told. Flashback. Sakura, we need to talk. Natsumi told the young girl once she got home after the council meeting. Natsumi Haruno was actually Sakura's aunt on her father's side and a council member for the civilians, who worked as a librarian in her non-council time. Both of Sakura's parents were clanless shinobi that died in battle against the Kyuubi years ago, which meant Natsumi became her legal guardian at a very young age. Unlike her brother and sister-in-law, Natsumi did not have the courage or desire to be a ninja and never even attended the ninja academy. However, she did notice that shinobi clans had the best lifestyles and bank accounts in the village and always wanted to join in on their luxury despite her low status and non-ninja lifestyle. So Natsumi at a young age tried the one way she saw available to her, marry into a clan and use their benefits as her own. Problem is that's easier said than done and ninja aren't that easy to fool. She had tried to form a subtle parasite relationship with Hayashi Hyuga, Fugaku Uchiha, Inoichi Yamanaka, and even Minato Namikaze, all without success. What about, Obasan? Sakura asked. It's about the young Uchiha. Her aunt started. It appears he now has no access to his clan fortune or status in this village. So now there's no point in you pursuing him anymore. Sakura's eyes widened. What do you mean? I love Sasuke-kun. Why would I stop pursuing him? Because you have nothing to gain from him anymore. He'll have to work for wealth now and can't give you any children in the future. You'd be better off trying to catch the interest of someone else now, like your other teammate. Sakura looked disgusted. Kibabaka? No way. I love Sasuke-kun and I'm not ditching him because of some little problem just like that. It would be smarter if you did. After all, there are other fish in the sea. Sakura looked confused. But all these years you've told me Sasuke-kun is the only guy in the country worth my attention and affection. Why the sudden change? It makes no sense, Obasan. Because beforehand if you had gotten his IU and I would have a better nest egg to rely on and not worry about our budget and have more authority in this village. But with his new handicap you won't get anything of the sort from him. So I'm telling you to give up on him since he's just an empty wallet now and go for some boy with better resources now so he can take care of us. Natsumi said rather plainly. Sakura was having a hard time processing this. But you always said dash. I know what I said. Listen to what I'm saying now. There's no point in pursuing the Uchiha now, so find someone else with money and status. Sakura looked ready to faint. But I love Sasuke-kun. I won't leave him for someone richer. You better. How else are we going to have a better life? I know I can have a good life with Sasuke-kun when we get married. Maybe it won't be as luxurious as before, but it will be worth it as long as I'm with him. Sakura told her aunt. Natsumi scoffed. Bullshit. A man who can't provide for and spoil a woman isn't a man of any worth, so just ditch him and look for one that can. That's that. End flashback. As a result, Sakura didn't know what to do. She still cared for Sasuke, but now her aunt, the same one who encouraged her to take an interest in him in the first place, told her to give up and find someone she deemed more profitable. She didn't want to stop trying to earn his affections, but at the same time she didn't want her aunt upset at her. Those two and their ideas were pretty much the foundation of her entire thought process, and to feel split between the two was giving her a headache. Kiba meanwhile was ignoring the whole situation. His only thoughts on the matter were simple and selfish. Now that Mr. Hyanmighty is a nobody, now some of the girls will look my way. It will be nice to have some girls treat me as top dog rather than put me down like Nei-san does and Oka-san too sometimes. Kakashi came up to them and waved. Hey team. You're late again. Sakura said irritably, but strangely much quieter than normal. I know, but it was because I got something for you three. The Cycloptic Jounin said as he pulled out 3 papers. I got you 3 nominations to take place in the upcoming Chunin exams. If you feel ready for it then sign these and I'll turn them in. The Chunin exams? Hell yeah. The perfect chance to show off my skills to everyone. Kiba said excitedly as he eagerly took one of the forms being offered. You might want to work on your subtlety, Kiba. Kakashi told him. After all, good ninja don't go showing off. But girls like tough guys. The Inuzuka countered confidently, signing the paper without even looking it over fully. Kakashi sighed, then faced his other students. What about you two? The whole team has to agree or no one participates. Sasuke gave his teacher a curious yet annoyed look. Is there a chance those assholes we saw in Wave will be here for it? Kakashi shrugged. I guess it's possible, but you'll only be legally allowed to do anything about them if you participate in the exams. Otherwise you'd be arrested for a long time as an international threat to others. Can you guarantee they'll be there? Sasuke asked. No, I can't. You'll just have to see for yourself. Sasuke closed his eyes and thought it over. I've got to take this chance. And even if they don't show up, I can prove to all the idiots here that even without my Sharingan I'm still a superior ninja. He opened his eyes and held out his hand. I'll accept. Sakura predictably joined in on his actions. Me too. This way Obasan can't complain about me being close to him, and when he becomes Chunin maybe she'll see how great he is for me. Kakashi handed them all their entry forms. Remember guys, this won't be, don't go thinking this is like the tests you took back in the academy. Your life will be on the line here and you'll face people who'll have no reason to go easy on you whatsoever. The looks in Sasuke's and Kiba's eyes said they were confident in their skills to win. Maybe a bit too confident. While Sakura's eyes showed less confidence and more of hope for the Uchiha beside her. I sure hope you know what you're getting into. Kakashi thought. But then again, I am using this as an eye-opener for you three. Maybe afterwards you'll think with your brains rather than your egos or fantasies. CH40 entry. Sakura and Kiba were walking down the street a week later wondering about the Chunin exams that would start tomorrow. Kiba looked forward to the parts where he could show off his skills to everyone, hoping it would attract the girls and humble the other boys. Sakura, however, was starting to worry about how well she'd do, considering she was the weakest member of her team. At first, she thought Sasuke would be able to keep her safe, but how could she seriously expect to get through the test if she had to be dependent on someone else to cover for her? That surely wasn't what the higher-ups were looking for in a Chunin. This test is going to be a piece of cake, ain't it, Sakura? Kiba asked to start some sort of conversation between the two as they looked for Kakashi and Sasuke for additional last-minute training. I wouldn't say that, Kiba. Remember, it's not going to be like the kind we used to take. She said. Yeah, this time we'll do more fighting than paperwork. The Inuzuka replied, making Sakura sigh silently in frustration. Hey, let go of me. A young boy's voice cried out from the street right of them, drawing both of their attentions. They saw a young man they never saw before wearing something that made him look like a black cat holding a brown-haired boy by his collar and the long green scarf around it. The older boy wore decorative war paint on his face and a wrapped-up bundle on his back about as big as he was. From this distance they could see a metal plate on his head cover, but they couldn't see the symbol etched on it. There was also a boy with glasses and an orange-haired girl the same age as the other boy telling the other guy to let their friend go. You should have watched where you were going, runt. The black-clad boy told the kid. Hey! Let that kid go right now, you creep. Sakura screamed as she stormed up to the newcomer. When she got close enough she saw the Suna emblem on his Hitayate. A blonde woman with 4 short tufts of hair tied in the back came into sight as if by shushin behind the black-clad shinobi. She wore a light purple battle dress that covered everything between her shoulders and thighs with a red sash as a belt. She also wore fishnet mesh across her shoulders and for some reason on her right calf and left thigh. She wore a scarf-like Hitayate around her neck with the Suna symbol as well and carried a long metal object on her back the two Konoha genin couldn't identify. Kankuro, stop that. Don't draw attention to yourself. She told him sternly. But Temari, I'm just teaching this kid a lesson. He argued. Just don't, okay? Save your energy for tomorrow. Hey, did you hear me? Sakura screamed again, ready to hit if the kid wasn't still being held captive. Of course we did. They probably heard you in Kiri. Kankuro told her. What are a bunch of Suna nin doing here? Kiba asked as he approached. Temari hit Kankuro's hands, making him drop the young boy. You better run off before he decided to finish what he started, kid. The young boy nodded and ran off with his 2 friends. Temari then looked at the 2 Konoha nin. Why do you think we're here? We came for the Chunin exams. But those start tomorrow. Why are you here today? Kiba asked. Why would we wait for the last minute? Kankuro asked back. Yeah, other teams are on their way right now too and they should all get here by nightfall. We're just lucky enough to get here first. Temari added. Other teams, huh? Sakura thought curiously. Did either of you happen to see anybody wearing hitayatesh with a music note on them? Temari and Kankuro exchanged looks, careful to make it look like they were trying to remember something. No, nothing like that comes to mind. Why? Because those guys are horrible thugs that deserve the death penalty 10 times. The Pinkette said venomously. The Tsunanin's eyes widened in surprise. What did they do? Temari asked as if offended by the claim. They hurt someone from our village. Sakura answered hostilely, not wanting to admit it was Sasuke to someone they may have to fight later and could use his weakness to their advantage. Temari and Kankuro arched an eyebrow each. Unless it's your Kage, how does that justify the death penalty? Kankuro asked. Just ignore her. Kiba butted in. As far as she's concerned, this guy is bigger than all the Kages in the history of the continent put together. Sakura gave him a dirty look for the implied put-down, but he ignored it. But he's just overrated. Me on the other hand, now I'm a guy with real strength. Kankuro looked him right in the eye. Care to prove it, hotshot? He then reached for one of the straps holding his concealed puppet on his back. Kankuro, what are you thinking? You can't use the karasu here. Temari warned. I'll just be a moment. Think of it as practice for later, Nasan. He said. Kankuro. A creepy voice called out, attracting everyone's attention to the branch of a nearby tree. There stood another Tsunanin with short red hair, dark brown clothes, and a large gourd strapped onto his back. It looked like it should have thrown his balance off, but he looked like it didn't inconvenience him in any way. And, in this FIC, he doesn't have AI on his forehead as he wasn't traumatized by the Yashimaru incident thanks to Tsunade and Naruto. And his seal was improved so he's not homicidal and insomniac because of the Ichibi. Don't reveal your trump card right away. You will need it for later. The black-clad shinobi relented. Fine, Gaara. If you say so. Who the heck are you? Kiba asked. Weird, he smells like sand and raccoon, and looks like someone who's not afraid to get blood on his hands. None of your business, was the cold reply. Hey Gaara, did you and Baki-sensei find a hotel? Temari asked. The raccoon-eyed Tsunanin nodded, then quickly raised his right hand to catch a pebble that had been thrown at him from behind. He turned his head to see Sasuke standing behind him condescendingly in the tree. Nice try, but you're far from my level. Sasuke scoffed. Do you know who I am? No, and I do not care. Gaara plainly replied. I am Sasuke Uchiha, the single best genin in all of Land of Fire, and you will respect me. Gaara looked away. I respect only a select few, and you do not deserve to be one of them. He then jumped out of the tree. Nasan, Nizan, let's go. The others will be here soon. The trio of Tsunanin started walking off. Sasuke, fuming at being ignored, jumped down as well. Tell me your name. Gaara turned to look at him again. I am Gaara Sabaku. Then I hope to face against you shortly, Gaara. Sasuke declared. Likewise. My ally needs some blood. Sakura paled then glowered. You dare threaten to kill Sasuke-kun? You heartless bastard. I'll get you kicked out of town for dash. Shut up or I'll kill you. He said dangerously low with a hardened look at the kunoichi, making the air actually feel cold around her. She stopped her rant, much to everyone's relief. That was your one warning. You better be careful, girl. My brother doesn't make idle threats. Temari told her fellow kunoichi. With that, the three disappeared in a sand shushin. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets. Something about that guy is dangerous and powerful. I must know what it is and how to take it for myself. Sasuke-kun, you were so cool facing those creeps like that. Sakura said. As always, he ignored her and walked away. She followed, and Kiba did too, simply because he thought he might find his sensei too and get some training like he intended to before this happened. Okay team, here's where things get tough. You ready? Anko asked as all three Oto teams approached the main gates of Konoha. Not really, but if we were afraid of risks we wouldn't be ninja in the first place, would we? Hinata asked. Think we can last long enough to make it to the finals before anyone notices us? Naruto asked. Not sure. But if Konoha tries anything underhanded, like framing us just so they have an excuse to put us behind bars, then Kazekage-sama can back us up. I bet even Tsuchikage-sama would too if they went that far. Kabuto added. Yeah. Konoha won't want to risk offending their ally, Suna, or their enemy, Iwa. Kurenai added with a nod. But still, don't add fuel to the fire. All of the genin nodded. In no time they got up to the gate. Izumo and Kotetsu were standing guard as was their routine. Welcome to Konoha. Are you here for the Chunin exams? Kabuto nodded. Yes, we're here on behalf of Kazekage-sama, who was nice enough to nominate our meager village for this great honor. Smooth Kabuto-kun. Anko and Kurenai thought. Izumo saw the symbol on their hitayatesh. I've never seen that one before. Where do you hail from? A rather small and new village called Otogakure. This is our first chance to be noticed by the world. Kurenai answered humbly. And Kazekage-sama invited you to participate? Kotetsu asked. Anko nodded. Yes. He was rather insistent that we get a chance to see how tough we really are. And while we may not be as strong as Konoha, I feel we may do decently. Izumo handed them a clipboard with the standard legal entry form on it for all guests into hidden villages. Just sign here and find yourself somewhere to lodge tonight. Participating genin are required to be at the Konoha Academy room 301 at 8 a.m. sharp. You got that, team? Anko asked as she took the clipboard. They all nodded, and soon each Otonin signed in. They gladly noticed that their Suna friends were already here as planned. Anko and Naruto had to use their fake surname Urashi, and Kurenai had to use a fake one as well, Hayu, in case anyone recognized her family name from years before. Kabuto and the others were a safer bet, so they used their regular names. Of course, Hinata used the name Hibiki as she never used the name Hyuga and never intended to. As part of their cover, some of them were disguised physically too. Naruto had makeup to cover his whisker marks and dyed his hair brown, making the connection to his father that much harder to see. He wasn't wearing an orange and black jumpsuit right now, but he did bring it along for later on. Right now he wore a forest green jacket over a black shirt and navy blue pants. Hinata wore blue contacts that made it look like she had a normal set of blue eyes and a red version of her normal jacket. Kurenai also wore a set of brown contacts to cover her red eyes, in case anyone noticed them. But overall, the Jounin would be the hardest to identify by appearance alone, so they didn't change themselves that much. Kabuto and his genin didn't change their appearance at all, and Anko wore her hair down in a low ponytail. The others from Oto looked their normal selves. Oka, why, you're all set? Enjoy our village and try to stay out of trouble. Izumo told them with a friendly tone and smile. Don't worry, we intend to. We wouldn't want to risk upsetting the strongest of all the villages after all. Kurenai replied. Ugh, I suddenly feel so dirty. They then left the guards before the conversation had to continue any further. That night all the Chunin hopefuls were now in Konoha and in their hotel rooms or campsites in the forests. The three Oto teams quickly hooked up with Baki's team before anyone else from Konoha saw them. Right now all four teams were in the hotel room. The Suna Nin checked out for now. Any trouble yet? Baki asked the others. So far now. But we did just start out, so we shouldn't drop our guard. Kurenai answered. What are you guys going to do while we're being tested? Sasami asked. Hard to say. We can't just go around the village or we'll look suspicious as if we're planning something. Anko stated. Maybe we'll go find a nice dango bar to hang out in. Kabuto gave her an, are you serious, look. You are aware that the second round can take several days most times, right? Anko just shrugged. Several days in a dango shop? You make that sound like a bad thing, Kabuto-kun. He snorted in resignation. Yeah, I forgot who I was talking to for a moment. In any case, don't worry about us. Worry about yourself and your upcoming opponents. Kurenai told all the genin. She then looked at Baki. I hope you don't mind, but since we're likely to get in hot water with Konoha, would it be okay for us to crash here with you four? The veiled Tsunade nodded. Yes, that would be wise. If Konoha is likely to do as you suspect, then having us as witnesses will ruin the credibility of their claims. So for the night at least one person from my team, myself included, will have to stand guard with someone from your teams. That way, no matter what and when, there will be at least one Suna witness to it. The Oto Jounin nodded. If someone as close to the Yondaime Kazekage as this team challenged any anti-Oto reports Konoha might make, it would look bad for Konoha to ignore or defame them, lest they incur the wrath of the Kazekage. In that case, let's get some sleep. Big day tomorrow after all, you nine. Anko told them. I'll take first watch, if Naruto-kun keeps me company. Temari said with a warm look at the disguised blonde. He started to say, unsure how to finish. That's okay with me. Hinata said. You two haven't had the chance to talk in person for months. Go right ahead. Anko eyed the Byakugan user curiously. Just who is really in charge of their harem, her or Otuto? With little fuss, everyone in the room save two ninja soon were asleep and waiting for tomorrow, the first day of the Chunin exams. Ch41 cheating. The Oto and Suna were fortunate to not be disturbed their first night in Konoha. Their hotel did have several umbu watching over it, but in all fairness their hotel wasn't the only one, so it was considered just normal protocol. They got up early and headed towards the Konoha Academy. They only knew where it was thanks to Gaara looking for it yesterday while his siblings were busy. Then again the gathering crowd of genin helped them too. Naruto looked over the building for a moment. Looks like a decent place. To think I might have learned how to be a ninja here instead of Oto had Jizan not taken me out of this hellhole. Then again, from what I've been told, I doubt I would have learned much if anything if I had attended this place. Which room do we go to again? Zaku asked. All four teams had gone together with the whole safety in numbers principle in mind. And they all still wore the same outfits and disguises they wore coming into the village. For better odds in their favor, they went there 10 minutes ahead of time. 301 according to the gatekeepers. Kin told him. Shouldn't be that hard to find. Hinata said. Let's go in then. Naruto told them with his trademark grin. They opened the door and saw several genin already trying to find the room they needed to go to. Apparently they weren't the only ones who wanted an early start. Kankuro then spoke into his remote communicator that was tuned into all of them at the moment. It had two other frequencies, one was for personal teams, and the other to contain the jounin in case of severe trouble. Hey, if these guys can't find the place to go, I guess we barely have any competition. Temari responded. Or maybe there are diversions set up as part of the test. Think about it, if you can't even find where you're supposed to go, then why would you deserve to be Chunin? Good point, Temari-chan. So we should keep our eyes open for tricks but not remove any of them. Don't want to increase the competition after all. Naruto said. They walked down the hall and saw the numbers above the room. 101, 102, 103, etc. Looks like we may have to go to the third floor. Gaara thought out loud. I think so. Have you guys noticed that no actual leaf genin are on this floor? They all would know exactly where to go, so everyone down here is from out of town and searching the hard way, like we just did. Sasami pointed out. Hey, do you guys hear something? Isaribi asked them, looking towards her right. Everyone strained their ears. Sounds like a fight. Guess someone couldn't wait. Dosu commented. Should we go take a look? Just for the hell of it? Fu asked. Naruto shrugged. Nah. I'd like to find the room and just get there personally. Same here. Hinata agreed. I'm going to go take a quick look. I won't be long. Fu said, then walked away. We should follow her, Haku. It's probably not a good idea for our teams to be split here. Sasami told her teammate. Haku nodded. Good point. She then turned to the rest of their group. We'll meet up with you guys in a moment. Let's go find the room. I'll send a clone for them when we find it. Naruto told everyone else when Sasami and Haku wandered off. There's some stairs, that's a good start. Kankuro said, stating the obvious. The 9 ninja went up to the second floor. Before they could keep going up, they noticed a small crowd down the hallway. It looks like a crowd of genin trying to get into a room, but someone won't let them. Zaku said. Why would they do that here? This is the second floor, not the third. Temari asked. Must be a trick. But if you ask me, anyone dumb enough to fall for that is too dumb to be even genin. Isaribi commented. The others nodded and just continued on up the stairs. They saw no point in getting involved in the commotion. Before they got to the next floor, Naruto created a shadow clone in case anyone on the third floor would be there to see him do it, and had the clone hide with a henge that made it blend in with the wall. The original would signal later for it to go find the others and lead them to the correct room. At the third floor they went down the hallway and reached a room marked 301. In front of it was a Konoha ninja awaiting them, which happened to be a young man with a strange burn-like scar covering a good portion of his left face under his eye. Hi, I'm Rado Namishi. Judging from the fact that there are 9 of you, I take it that means you're actually 3 complete teams that just came here at the same time? They nodded. Good. My job is to ensure that only complete teams come here. Any incomplete teams are prohibited from advancing past this point, as it shows no teamwork skills needed for a proper chunin. Makes sense. Zaku commented. Rado nodded and handed each of them a small piece of paper. Go on in. Seating will be assigned, so don't bother getting comfortable with each other. And try not to draw attention to yourselves. The genin opened the door and entered the room. It was crowded with several shinobi of various origins, the most notable places being Konoha, Iwa, Kusa, Taki, Aim, Kumo, and Kiri. Most of them gave the newcomers the evil eye in an effort to size them up for future competition. Hinata gave the Kumo-nin cautious glances. How exactly do we know where we're going to sit? Hinata asked Naruto. He pulled out the paper Rado gave him and saw the number 52 on it. I guess that's my seat. Which one's yours? Hinata checked her own. 27. Looks like we won't. Oh, my clone just dispelled, so the others are on their way here. And I think my clone saw a guy wearing green spandex. Naruto replied. Hinata arched an eyebrow. Seriously? He nodded. Weird. Well, good luck, Naruto-kun. You too, Hina-chan. They refrained from kissing or holding hands to avoid revealing to any threats that they were closer than comrades. All the Oto and Suna genin checked their numbers and took their assigned seats. They all sat apart from each other, but Temari sat directly behind Kankuro and Sasami sat at Naruto's right. Outside that, each one of the rest of them were at least one person apart in any direction. They quickly realized this was part of the test to ensure they all couldn't communicate with each other conveniently. The door behind them opened and they checked to see who was entering. It wasn't Haku, Fu, and Sasami, but a trio of Konoha ninja they didn't recognize. One had brown hair and wore what looked like a trench coat with a high collar, the other had black hair and pale skin, almost making him look like a relative of Orochimaru, and the female member had long brown hair with a purple, white and red dress and a cautious expression. After them came another trio of Konoha ninja. One had brown hair in a pineapple style much like Anko and a gray shirt with a bored expression. Another was a little on the heavy-set side with red hair and an open green shirt over a white one. The female member was a pretty blonde wearing purple clothes that Anko would probably have worn when younger, along with cloth warmers on her forearms and calves. After them the last team from Oto came in and immediately seeked their seats. The Konoha genin apparently all chose to stand around and wait for something to happen rather than get ready for the test to start. A minute later another Konoha team entered. One of them was clearly a Hyuga from his eyes, and he looked at everyone like they weren't worth breathing towards. His male teammate was the green spandex wearer Naruto warned Hinata about, and his female teammate showed nothing special about herself, making her all the more necessary to keep an eye on later. This team did decide to take their assigned seats right away. The Kunoichi member stretched her arms above her head as she walked towards her spot, 2 seats left of kin, and if anyone looked at her they would have seen her toss some small mirrors onto the ceiling that stuck in place with wires attached. Finally, the last Konoha team entered, and it was the one Oto encountered in Wave. They looked no different than before, except that Sasuke stood less rigid and Sakura wasn't trying to smother him with close contact. The Oto shinobi made a point to not look at them to avoid being recognized right away. So far it worked, and the interaction the other Konoha teams did with this team made it harder for Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba to spot anyone in the room. A puff of smoke appeared in the front of the room and a man wearing a dark blue overcoat and a bandana of the same color showed up. A few scars were visible on his face, making him look like a seasoned veteran. "All right, everyone take a seat right away," he shouted, capturing everyone's attentions and making them all obey. Hinata was not satisfied to see Sakura right at her left, but at least she was the only one in their 12-man group close to their main threats. "Welcome to the Chunin exams. May Kami have mercy on you all," the trenchcoat man said with a chuckle, making some of the attendees nervous. "My name is Ibiki Marino and I'm going to be in charge of the first section of the Chunin exam." "First part?" Akusa Nin asked. "Of course. Did you really think that the evaluation process for becoming a Chunin would be done with one test? Not even the Genin test in the smallest hidden village is that easy." Ibiki answered, then returned his focus to the others. "As I was saying, for those of you that are first-timers, we will test you for the various skills a Chunin must possess in various ways, and we do that in 3 ways. This first test will be done here with a 1-hour time limit." With that, 2 doors to either side of Ibiki opened and about 20 Chunin from Konoha entered, each holding papers and a clipboard. "These assistants of mine here will give you the tests. Under no circumstances is anyone allowed to start before I give permission, or they and their entire team will fail. So while you're waiting to start, allow me to explain the rules of this test." The Chunin began passing the tests and pencils out all at once to get it done quickly while Ibiki explained the situation. "This will be different than other tests you've taken. For one thing, instead of starting with 0 points and gaining more with each correct answer, you all will start out with perfect scores of 10 and will lose a point for each wrong answer you write down. This test will have 10 questions total and you will have 1 hour to finish it. However, only 9 questions are written down, while the 10th question will be oral and have a few separate stipulations with it. At 10 minutes before the hour is up, those remaining in the test will have the opportunity to hear more." The Chunin finished handing out the tests and took seats at the chairs that were aligned against the walls of the room. "And don't let me or anyone here catch anyone cheating. These men and women will remain here with me to keep an eye on you to monitor your progress and try to catch any cheaters. If you are caught cheating, you automatically lose 2 points off your total score right away, and if you're caught 5 times, well, if you can't do the math, let's just say you'll be at 0 and instantly disqualified. And your teammates will be forced to leave the test with you regardless of their own scores." All the genin in the room absorbed these instructions and prepared themselves for this. Ibiki eyed them all and saw some, but not a lot, were uncertain about their skills in getting far. "Is that clear?" There were no objections. "You may begin, now." Everyone turned over their sheet of paper and started reading the first question. Meanwhile, Anko, Kurenai, and Kabuto were relaxing in a dango shop in Konoha, enjoying a snack while their students took their tests. Anko was predictably eating the most. "You know, I actually kind of envy these kids. Getting to take the real test we couldn't," she said with her mouth full, then swallowed. "I don't know if you should," Kabuto warned. "I looked into the tests this year as a precaution, and apparently Konoha's top interrogator is leading the first part. So? Why would I care? Anko, being Odo's top interrogator after Orochimaru himself, wasn't an easily intimidated person. Kurenai meanwhile didn't look too intimidated either as she casually drank some green tea. Kabuto rested his chin on his clasped hands. Anko-chan, let's just say that from what I've heard from our trusted sources, that if you hadn't studied under Otokage-sama, you would have loved to have been this guy's pupil instead. Anko looked a bit impressed. Not bad, but no big deal. I'm sure our guys can handle it. I mean, it's not like the first test actually hurts them, right? Anko-chan, you of all people should know just what an expert in the TNI field can do to mess with people. Even without actually shedding blood. Kurenai stated. The purple-haired woman shrugged. You got a point. Either way, I have faith in them all. She then took another bite of dango. We didn't come this far to chicken out when the first tough guy showed up, did we? Time went by for the test takers, and within the first 5 minutes almost all the genin realized the true point of the test. The Oto and Suna genin came to the correct conclusion individually when they saw how difficult the questions were and noted that they were all carefully yet randomly seated apart from each other to make direct contact with each other all the more difficult. They all thought it their own way, but the overall summary of their thought process was like this: these questions look like the type only someone who's already an experienced chunin or jounin could answer easily. I don't think it's possible for anyone to answer these without cheating. Maybe that's the point, since the guy did say we'd only get punished if we were caught cheating multiple times. Think of it like spying on a target. If you're sloppy you ruin the mission, but if you're stealthy enough to get away with it you can do the rest of the job when the opportunity comes. With that, the genin started cheating in their own ways. Gaara made a hovering eye out of sand to let him see the answers already written down and used some more of his sand to silently tell Kankuro and Temari what he found out. Kankuro had carefully gotten his crow puppet mobile and disguised as an extra test monitor early on who was checking on the tests for correct answers, which he'd get from the puppet later. His left hand was under the table moving the puppet while his right hand was writing what he could already answer. Hinata activated her Byakugan but had to apply a genjutsu first to cover the telltale bulging veins. Haku used some movable ice mirrors much like Tenten was doing to see the answers and allow her teammates to as well. Kin used a minor genjutsu to make the tests next to her replicate only to her own eyes so they'd appear in her sight, allowing her to read them without having to glance over the genin's shoulder to do so. Naruto activated his ghost body Kekii Genkai, unnoticeable thanks to his dyed hair which showed no white coloring, and made some invisible clones to check out the answers and dispel, giving him the answers right away. Some of his clones whispered in his teammates' and comrades' ears too. Dosu tapped his pencil on the desk in Morse code to give the answers to anyone able to figure out his message. Several teams were disqualified as time went on but none of the most notable ones. Kankuro asked for a bathroom break and his disguised crow was the one who handcuffed him and led him away for the sake of keeping him cooperative. In the meantime he got all the remaining answers from his puppet and made a copy of them to give to Temari. Niji used his jujitsu to find the answers from the other genin while Sasuke carefully glanced at his neighbor's work without his Sharingan to aid him. Kiba had Akamaru glance at the other tests from atop his head and tell him the answers in barks. Shino had his insects fly over the room 1 or 2 at a time and report back to him. Shikamaru answered as many as he could on his own and used his shadow possession jutsu to make Chuji mimic his movements. Sakura just worked on figuring the answers on her own, somewhat oblivious to the test's true purpose, and Ino took over her body briefly to see the answers. Alright, pencils down. Ibiki told everyone. Now, it's time to explain the rules for the 10th question. Listen carefully as I will only say this once. The interrogator's eyes scanned the room as if daring anyone to interrupt, pausing briefly longer than normal to stare at the Oto Nin. This rule is the most important one of the test. If anyone gets it wrong, then they automatically fail despite the score they already earned. And those that fail will be prohibited from ever being advanced anything higher ranked than a genin for the rest of their lives. Many people gasped. You can't do that. Others have taken the test before and keep trying. One of the Taki Nin shouted out. Too bad for you, because I wasn't in charge of the test those times. This time I am, and what I say goes. Get the 10th question wrong and you'll remain a genin forever. Get it right and you move on to the next round. However, all of you may choose to not answer the question. What? Kin asked in confusion. It's simple. If you feel that your careers are too important to risk, you may choose to sit the 10th question out. If you do, you withdraw from the Chunin exams but are allowed to take them again another time. Maybe then you'll get a more merciful person than me. So if anyone wants to leave now, raise your hand, then you, and your entire team, will be told to leave. Anyone who wants to stay and risk not only their futures, but those of their teammates, keep your hands down. Ibiki answered, adding some ki to unnerve the genins a little while he was at it. Everyone in the room turned their heads to glance at their teammates, as if silently asking themselves what to do. Many of them weren't too confident in their ability to succeed here, so they volunteered to leave while they still could. Some looked nervous but remained in their seats. Naruto surprised everyone he knew by looking like he was raising his hand, only to slam his fist loudly on his desk. You think I came all this way and did all those missions for the right to take this test, just to hightail it when someone decides to play mind tricks with me? You're not the first one who's tried to intimidate me, and you're certainly not the best. Go ahead and give me this risky 10th question. If I wasn't willing to take risks, then I wouldn't be trying to become a Chunin in the first place. Ibiki glared back at the disguised Jinchuriki, but his peripheral vision told him that the other genin were stealing their nerves back up. Apparently his little outburst reminded them of the courage they needed to have on the job, the courage that Ibiki had been hoping to erode just now. You better watch your mouth, punk. You may have guts, but do your teammates? He saw two girls cross their arms in response, giving him his answer. Anybody else wish to press their luck and risk everything? No one dared to say they were going to drop out. Ibiki took a deep breath. In that case I have no choice. You all, pass. There was a brief pause, until a genin spoke up in disbelief. What the hell do you mean? What do you think I mean? I said you all passed. But, what about the 10th question? Sakura asked. The 10th question was whether or not you were willing to take it. Ibiki told them, seeing most of them didn't get it yet. Like the loudmouth here mentioned in his rant, a ninja's life is full of risk. And when you're on missions, you will have to take risks and make decisions that will affect you and your team. Decisions that can get the job done, or get you all hurt badly. If you're too afraid to take those risks, then you're not fit to take this test. This exam is designed to do more than just test your combat skills. What we're doing is testing all your talents as a shinobi. What we were testing just now is your ability to gather information with minimal risk. Ibiki continued before taking off his headband and exposing his many scars. Information is one of the most important things a shinobi needs to do his job, and getting that information is often just as important to the job. Collecting needed information without getting exposed is an important skill for a Chunin. That's why we arranged this test the way we did. It was meant to simulate a mission where you all had to answer the questions, which could only be answered by cheating. My assistants here would pose as lookouts, keeping an eye out for those careless enough to get caught. Getting caught is the worst thing a ninja can do on the job, aside from betrayal. The scarred man saw that the genin were now understanding his words. Of course, in order for any of you to cheat, you needed something to cheat from, a source of information to gather from. So we can two Chunin hit here to answer the questions. The aforementioned plants made small waving motions with their hands to indicate who they were. Anyone who could make it to the 10th question showed they were careful enough to cheat without getting caught or exposing their teammates in the process. Then we issued the 10th question, where we saw your faith in yourself and your comrades to continue the mission even if it meant risking failure. So far, you've all done a good job. And now, you're ready for the second part of the exam. CH-42 dangerous. And now, you're ready for the second part of the exam. Ibiki told all the genin who managed to get through the first test. One of the doors all of Ibiki's assistants had used to enter the room opened, and a young woman entered. She had long straight purple hair that reached to her waist and brown eyes. She wore standard Konoha jounin attire, but her vest was gray and her arms were exposed except for the metal guards on her forearms, revealing an umbu tattoo on her right shoulder. On her back was a sheathed katana, indicating she must have some kenjutsu training. She stood next to Ibiki and placed her left hand on her hip as she looked over the crowd. My, there's a lot more than I expected here. Did you actually go easy on them, Ibiki? She asked. You doubt my skills? We just got a tough bunch this year. Sure, if you say so. She said as if she didn't buy it, then cleared her throat. All right kiddies, listen up. I'm Yugao Yuzuki, and I'm the one in charge of the second portion of this exam. And this is where you start shedding blood, sweat, and tears. Not necessarily in that order. So everybody head outside now. Jounin will escort you all to the location of the next test. With that, she disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Back in Oto, Kushina sat down with Orochimaru in his office. She was drinking a brew Tsunade made for her to help balance out her electrolytes since her body was still returning to normal. She probably only had another week or so to get to active ninja appropriate levels, even with the enhanced longevity and recovery that came natural to Uzumaki's. So what's on your mind, Kushina-san? Orochimaru asked, having a sip of tea as well. A lot. Kushina answered wearily. Orochimaru-sama, wait, can I call you that or should I dash? The snake Sannin nodded. Go ahead. We're not doing business and I have no need to pull rank, so my title is unnecessary in this conversation. Kushina nodded. Anyway, what bothers me most is, do you think it was wise to send Naruto into Konoha's clutches like that? Especially since Konoha is currently on alert for ninja from this village. If we don't do it now, we won't have another opportunity for several years. By then we risk Konoha finding out more about us and getting better prepared. With them in the dark and their morale shaken by the weakening of their, for now, only Uchiha, we have a good chance at hitting them when they're least likely to retaliate in full. Also, there's another reason I wanted Naruto there so soon. What's that? Kushina curiously asked. Orochimaru grinned. It involves making the Uchiha brat suffer a little more when the opportunity comes. And if Subsonic is correct in there being a genjutsu that prevents people from seeing him as Minato's son, then his presence will prove beneficial. Kushina shifted in her seat to get more comfortable. But what if Konoha does something bad to him? She sounded like the idea made her want to weep. It's a risk he's willing to take. And if it makes you feel any better, I'm sure all mothers feel that way regarding their children when they start becoming serious ninja. Speaking of which, did you want to return to active duty someday? First, let me see how my son does and what happens to Konoha. Then maybe, yes I will. But only as long as I get to help instruct Naruto while I'm at it. Orochimaru nodded. I'd actually prefer that. And you need not worry. Something tells me that Naruto is going to be just fine. And if an idea I have works out later, we'll all be just fine too. What idea is that? Kushina asked. Just wait and see, Kushina-san. I wouldn't want to needlessly raise your hopes up. The red-headed woman wanted to argue, but the look on the Snake Sanin's face told her not to. She sighed and straightened up a bit more. Orochimaru-sama, if this plan of yours to attack Konoha does go through, I have one request. What is that? Kushina looked him right in the eyes, making Orochimaru gasp at what he now saw, and answered vengefully. Let me deal with the old man who started all this. Orochimaru's surprise turned into a smile. I see. Looks like Naruto wasn't the only one the Kyuubi helped out. All the attending genin were outside and several Konoha Umbu led them towards a gated forest with humongous trees. Teams were reunited and whispering amongst themselves in anticipation. Yugao reappeared while standing on one of the poles of the chain-link fence. Below her were several jounin holding stacks of papers. Alright kids, listen up. Behind me is Konoha's training ground number 44, also known as the Forest of Death. Here the best ninja test their skills against the worst things this or any other forest has to offer. Inside there are vicious man-eating animals, big blood-sucking bugs, quicksand pits you'll never see until it's too late, and even some of the plants are out to kill you. Rest assured, there's no way in hell all of you are coming out of this alive. Yugao then jumped off her pole. That's why before we start, we need all of you to sign some forms of consent. That way, our village can't be held responsible for any deaths and injuries that can, and likely will happen to you all. Even those of you from Konoha have to sign these. So we'll take a 10-minute break for all of you to do so. For convenience we'll just have one form per team that needs 3 signatures. The jounin started handing out forms to all the teams one at a time, staying close by to later take them back. The one who approached the 3 Oto teams was none other than Ebisu, although none of them knew anything about him. Here you 9 go. Just where are you from anyway? I've never seen that symbol before. He asked them. Naruto just shrugged and looked over the form. Not saying. Ninja need their secrets. But could you tell me why such a supposedly dangerous forest has just a mere chain-link fence keeping people out and threats in? Ebisu momentarily looked at the fence, suddenly wondering that himself. It does the job, that's the important thing. 2 minutes later all 9 Oto nin had signed their forms and returned them to the spectacled jounin. Good luck kids. You're going to need it. He added before he walked away. 12 minutes were needed for all forms to be given to Yugao, who accepted them without even looking at them. There was no need, as the jounin who handed them out would never hand them to her if they weren't fully signed. Okay, now that that's out of the way, I'll start explaining the rules of this part of the exam. She then jumped back on top of the pole to ensure everyone could see her, both hands on her hips. As the smarter of you have probably already guessed, you'll have to face a survival test. This test, however, will last 5 days, and once you start you absolutely cannot quit. Just as with missions, you cannot accept then just decide you changed your mind before you finish. There may be some exceptions to that rule, but not in this case. Yugao started. You will have 5 days to complete your goal and reach your destination without your jounin senseis there to keep you in line or cover your backs. Those fit to be chunin should be able to handle situations like that and know the best way to get the best results. Yugao then pulled out 2 scrolls she had strapped at her sides. One was black and had the kanji for earth on it, and the other was blue and had the kanji for heaven on it. These scrolls are your tickets to the next part of the exam. Literally. Each team will start out carrying a single scroll. Your goal is to acquire the opposite one by any means necessary and have your complete team reach the tower in the center of the forest by noon on the 5th day. Any teams missing a member or a matching set of scrolls will be forbidden entry into the tower and next portion of the exam. And any team can possess the opposite scroll and will fight to keep theirs and take yours from you. She saw several genin look at their teammates and allies as they took this all in. So in short, at most half of you will be able to make it to the 3rd round. But keep in mind you'll not only be facing rival ninja, but the terrain and environment itself at the same time. And you'll have to manage on your own but keep your team cooperative to fully succeed. This is no place to try pulling rank amongst yourselves and trying to feel big. Your lives are on the line, so don't go digging your own grave by doing stupid shit like that. At that time Kiba and Sasuke were practically glaring at each other as if saying, "Don't you dare think I'm letting you be the one in charge." Yugao just kept continuing her lecture, about to finish. So now that you know the objective of this test, here are the rules you need to keep in mind. Do not open the scrolls or you will suffer for it and be disqualified. Do not try to leave the enclosed area for the same reason. Do not come to the tower late or without all your team members. You are allowed to team up with other teams for this test, but all teams need their own set of scrolls to qualify for the next portion. You are to treat this as a real-life situation and mission, so killing is not forbidden, but I don't recommend you go looking for the chance to do it. Other than that, just try to survive. Any questions? Yeah, what do we do about food if we're going to be in there for 5 days? A chubby Konoha genin asked while raising his hand. Live off the land. Many things in the food are edible and the water is drinkable, so you shouldn't worry about starving. And you are allowed to bring provisions. Hopefully you all brought them and first aid with you for this test beforehand along with weapons. You're going to need them. Anything else? A blonde girl next to the chubby boy raised her hand. Yeah. What about hot baths or a change of clothes? Will they be provided? Yugao, many jounin, and several ninja in the crowd groaned in annoyance. What do you think this is? A vacation? Listen very carefully, girl, this is not a place of luxury or a comfortable situation. Your life will be at risk and you will have to fight every day here just to stay alive. Staying clean and well-dressed should be the last of your worries. If you absolutely must prioritize that, then take a dunk in one of the rivers and have the foresight to bring an extra set of clothes. Even so, I pity you as a kunoichi if you think like that. Worry about whether or not you bleed than whether or not you smell nice. Now, are there any serious questions? Naruto raised his hand. Yeah. What happens to a team that reaches the goal before the 5 days are up? Yugao smiled. Now that's a good one. The tower will provide rooms and food and hot water to any and all teams who make it there ahead of schedule. Think of it as a brief break before we get to the 3rd round. You'll be free to do as you please as long as it doesn't break any village laws, and all teams will need to be in the entry room at noon 5 days from now to be considered acceptable participants for the next tests. Anyone else? Nobody replied, so Yugao decided to wrap it up. In that case, just stay there and let the jounin hand you your scroll. Keep quiet about which kind it is and don't even try to take one before you actually get inside the forest. Oh, I almost forgot. There are multiple entrances into the forest and you all will be assigned a gate to enter from, making it that much hard to find enemies and allies right away. So best of luck to you all and make your village proud. With that, she disappeared and the jounin handed out scrolls and randomly assigned gate numbers. Naruto's team got gate 14 and an earth scroll. Kin's team got gate 27 and a heaven scroll. Sasami, Haku, and Fu got gate 29 and an earth scroll. Gaara's team got gate 44 and a heaven scroll. They gave each other acknowledging nods before they headed to their assigned gates. Naruto, Hinata, and Isaribi had to take the long route to avoid their Hitaites being spotted by Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba. Everyone got ready, then a siren went off and the gates burst open. All teams headed right into the Forest of Death. A few minutes went by before Naruto, Hinata, and Isaribi stopped running and stood at the base of a large tree. Okay, we need a plan to get through this quickly. Any suggestions? Naruto started off with. We should try to get the other scroll by ourselves first. Isaribi suggested. If people see us with the others all the time, it'll tell them we're easy pickings and maybe we're plotting something together. Well, we are plotting something, but I get the idea and agree. Hinata said with a nod. Then she faced Naruto. Which scroll do we already have again? Naruto pulled it out of his pack. He was carrying it since they decided he was the best choice for keeping it to themselves. An earth one. So we need a heaven one. Why don't we find a Konoha team and take one from them? Hinata asked with a playful smile. It'll be easy for me to find us one. But what do we do when we find one? We shouldn't just barge in blindly. Nor limit ourselves to just Konoha teams either. Isaribi asked. Naruto nodded. Hina-chan, what can you tell us about the nearest teams? Hinata activated her Byakugan and looked around. There are 2 teams nearby, the ones that used the gates on either side of the one we used, and both possess an Earth Scroll as well. We should avoid them to conserve our strength then, since the fight would be pointless for us and them in the end. But they don't know that, so they may pursue us anyway. Then let's get moving. Naruto replied as he hid the scroll again. The 2 girls nodded and continued running. Hinata still had her Byakugan on, and soon panicked as shadows appeared above them all. Look out! At the same time, 3 kunoichi ran along the tree branches and planned out their own strategy. So do we fight every unknown team we see and go from there, or scout them first to see if they're worth the trouble? Fu asked. Scout first, obviously. Haku answered. Why would we do it the other way? That's just reckless. Sasami added. We'd have the element of surprise then and eliminate most of the competition that way. Fu explained. But only if we won each time. Sasami countered. You're forgetting our group have a Jinchuriki with a sneaky Kekkei Genkai, which gives us a huge advantage. Fu responded with a grin. A Jinchuriki? How nice. Let's see how tough you are, girly. Some unseen man's voice said from out of nowhere. Crap, we're being ambushed. Sasami said as she drew out a bladed gauntlet she strapped onto her right hand and forehead and came to a stop. Fu pulled out a dagger and Haku grabbed some Senbon as the 3 got back to back to defend themselves from whoever had overheard them. Meanwhile, Kin, Zaku, and Dosu were trying to avoid a thick cluster of thorn bushes by jumping from tree to tree above them. So what's the plan? Zaku asked. I say we should try to get to the tower quickly to avoid most of the traps here and handle any other teams that try to assault us along the way. Kin suggested. No way, that's no fun. We should go find someone and take their scroll from them, then go to the tower. Dosu countered. I agree. I want to have some fun while I can. Your idea is just stupid, Kin. Zaku added. No, I'm trying to be realistic. The kunoichi argued. In case you haven't noticed, this is hostile territory and we don't exactly make the best assault-style team. Your idea of charging head-on in will cost us a lot. Our best chance lies in a sneak attack. Like if we surprised someone already on their way to the goal. The 2 boys were silent for a moment. Okay, that's smarter than I gave you credit for, but it just sounds so boring. Zaku commented. Kin turned her head to give her teammate an irritated look. We're not here to have fun, you baka. Doesn't mean we can't. Lighten up, Kin babe. Stop calling me that. Kin all but shouted. Dosu kept to himself but also kept his focus on his surroundings. Which is what probably saved his team the most in the next few seconds. Down. Now. He told his teammates as he descended to the base of the giant tree. What the? Kin and Zaku asked themselves, then got their answer in the form of a giant fireball approaching them from the front. Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara were running across the ground and, being the slowest of the 4 allied teams, were behind all the others distance-wise. Fortunately they were in a relatively open area, so they had hospitable terrain for now. Being desert-based shinobi, they knew they had a big disadvantage in the forest, especially against any Konoha teams. So we agree to find one of the Oto teams as quick as possible so we can back each other up? Temari asked her brothers. Oto was more experienced in these environments. You have to ask? Kankuro asked back, then he smirked teasingly. You know, if you want to hang around your boy toy some more, you can make a better excuse than that, Nasan. Remind me to hit you for that later. The 4 short ponytailed girl replied. Can do. Gaara said, worrying Kankuro. Soon the open part of the training ground came to an end and they had to enter the actual forest. The trip stuck to the ground and walked through slowly for 2 purposes. The first was to be more aware of any approaching threat, and the second was to make themselves a more appealing target to enemy ninjas. They were going ninja fishing with themselves as the bait, but bait that could fight back and take the scroll they needed. All of a sudden a group of small birds quickly flew away and a twig could be heard snapping. Temari grabbed her fan, Kankuro grasped the wrapping on his karasu, and Gaara just stood his ground as all 3 awaited the approacher. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a tiger that walked out from behind a tree. This could be a problem. Kankuro muttered. CH-43 Counterstrike. With a swing of Temari's fan and some of Gaara's sand, the tiger was quickly gotten rid of without a trace, but likely still alive somewhere. They wouldn't have to worry about it coming back anytime soon though. When they finished, Temari looked at Kankuro with a cocky smile. And you were worried? Easy for you to say. You wouldn't have to risk damaging your weapon to get rid of something like that. I'd rather not try to break my puppet before we actually encounter someone. Kankuro defended himself. But that was just a big cat. I bet I could find a young cub and take it home and make it a pet. Temari countered, saying it in an uncharacteristically girly manner that made it impossible to tell if she was being serious or not. Oh sure, and where would you keep a jungle cat in the desert? Kankuro asked sarcastically. We have oases. Those are public training and resting grounds. Quiet both of you. Gaara interjected sternly. There might be more. I doubt it. Temari argued. I heard tigers are territorial, so there's little risk of seeing another anytime soon. If that's true, then wouldn't the tiger's territory be deeper than this, closer to the denser part of the forest? Gaara asked. I guess. What's your point? Kakuro asked. I think we may have bigger threats here than we were led to believe. The dark-eyed Jinchuriki said. Not sure what to say, the three Sunanin continued on their way. Kin, Zaku, and Dosu all luckily dodged the giant fireball by diving under it. None of them counterattacked since they didn't see the enemy yet and they didn't know any area affecting jutsus yet. Note to self, see if Kabuto-sensei can teach us some of those when we get out of this. Kin thought. The fire evaporated into smoke, leaving some lasting burn marks on the trees. Now that they were warned, the three Oto genin got out their weapons. Dosu readied his sound blaster, Zaku cleared his pipes, and Kin grabbed a few Senbon. In the meantime they still tried to go forward on the trees rather than stop and make themselves an easier target. At the end of the thorn collection they saw their assaulters. They didn't know them personally, but they recognized the description right away. They came to a stop in front of the other team, creating a ninja standoff. Zaku spoke first. Duck-ass hair on one, pink hair on another, with a white dog. Yep. You three must be the douchebags we heard so much about. What did you call us? Kiba angrily asked. Douchebag, douchebag, douchebag. Zaku repeated. Zaku, remember what Kabuto-sensei said about antagonizing the enemy. Kin warned. Yeah, that we should do it as much as possible. He replied. It makes it harder for them to focus so their fighting gets sloppy. Kiba growled ferally. You think you're so big? At least we come from a real village. Enough. What we really want to know is where are the rest of your group? We want the ones from your village we already met. Sasuke declared. Speak for yourself, Sasuke. You're the one that wants that, so don't go speaking for me like that. Kiba stated to his teammate. Ah, does the mutt not like taking orders? You know what happens to disobedient dogs. Dosu jested. Let's get him Akamaru. Kiba said as he ran towards Dosu. Looks like at least one of you has any guts. Zaku said condescendingly. I'll show you who has guts. Sasuke said as he pulled out a kunai. And I'll take out your own while I'm at it. Sakura looked towards the Oto Kunoichi, wondering what to do, only to see she had disappeared. What the dash? She was cut off by a kick from behind that sent her towards the ground. She didn't reach it since something grabbed her hair from behind, causing her scalp to hurt badly, along with a foot pressing down on her back. Nice hair. Kin said. Free advice from one Kunoichi to another. If you have the time to make your hair this soft and glossy for a mission, you're going to get in trouble for neglecting the real necessities. Sakura looked at Sasuke, hoping he would help her. But unfortunately he wasn't even looking at her, just focusing on his opponent. However, Zaku's wind jutsus made it impossible for him to get close enough to do damage. And the Uchiha's fire techniques were just blown away from their target. Kiba and Akamaru weren't doing much better themselves against Dosu's Melody Gauntlet. Sasuke-kun, help me. She silently pleaded. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a split second, a dome of Naruto's was made to protect the original along with Hinata and Isaribi from whatever was coming at them. What is it? Isaribi asked. Leeches. Giant leeches. The size of big dogs. Hinata answered. Isaribi looked confused. That can't be. Leeches can't get that big, and even if they did they'd be too heavy to move or breathe outside water, let alone climb into trees that high. Tell them that. Hinata replied hostily. Girls, my clones can't last much longer. Let's go. Naruto said, revealing a gap between his clones they could use to leave. A few clones dispelled and it looked like the giant leeches were after the people with real blood. So the three genin got away quickly. Seriously, those leeches weren't normal. Something has to be going on here. Isaribi continued. So what do you think? Hinata asked. I'm thinking this place has traps already set up by the locals. I don't think we're facing just natural obstacles here. Konoha does not want many of us to pass this test. Remember that woman was surprised so many got through the first test? And said at most half of us would pass this one, but she said it like she didn't believe that would happen. So you're saying this test may be fixed to be more dangerous than it should be on its own? Naruto asked. Well, leeches are by nature aquatic animals, so why else would they be in treetops? The swimming enthusiastic asked, but her teammates gave no answer. Hinata, who still had her Byakugan active, saw something of interest right then. Never mind that now, we should probably go north-northeast now. Why? Naruto and Isaribi asked even though they did turn that way with her. One of our guys may need some help. Sasami, Fu, and Haku jumped out of the trees and landed on the ground to dodge a cluster of kunai thrown at them from whoever spotted them. None threw their weapons, waiting to see the target first. The target landed in front of them, revealed to be a trio of men from AIM wearing beige jumpsuits with longer-than-needed sleeves and breathing masks. Oddly, one of them had one eye covered while another had both eyes completely covered. Nice, 3 girls. That's something you don't see every day. The AIM nin with both eyes visible said. Careful. One of them is a Jinchuriki apparently. The cycloptic AIM nin added cautiously. Then we better subdue her first. Won't Leader-sama be pleased to have one so soon? Fu didn't like the sound of that. Fortunately they don't appear to know which one of us it is. But me just mentioning it should make me their first guess. Haku did a set of hand signs and the air suddenly got colder. Not that the AIM nin minded it much, as their outfits were insulating as least. Ice style, crystal ice mirrors jutsu. A dome of ice panels appeared around the enemy and Haku stepped into one. You 3 won't be going anywhere. The 3 AIM nin responded by trying to escape in 3 separate directions, figuring they couldn't be blocked completely. However, Sasami and Fu quickly got in front of the 2 closest to them while Haku shifted towards the third. Ice style, Thousand Needles Jutsu. Haku called out, creating many ice needles that fired out of her mirrors towards them all. Earth style, Trap Chasm Jutsu. Sasami declared with her hands thrust into the ground, creating a large but not too deep fissure that stopped one AIM nin from advancing. Wind style, Cyclone Fist Jutsu. Fu proclaimed as a small tornado formed around each arm and fired off at her own target, forcing him back towards the center of the dome. Haku smiled at their teamwork. Being a team for over a year, they had gotten this method down to a T. She trapped them and her 2 teammates ensured no one got out through the gaps in the mirrors, or in through the gaps either. It was much better than doing it all by herself, which would have been taxing on her concentration. All 3 AIM nin took a hit, but when they did they dissolved into mud. Oh crap. We're fighting clones. Fu said, briefly worried. The 3 AIM nin appeared from behind Fu. And now we know your tricks. Fu turned and glared at them. Damn, now that they saw the ice dome, getting them into it will be next to impossible. And how do I know these aren't more clones? Only one way to find out. She grabbed a kunai and threw it at the center shinobi. The AIM nin caught it, unamused by the effort. He was about to snidely retort, until he saw the lit paper bomb attached. Fu meanwhile dashed inside Haku's ice dome for safety and the bomb exploded before the catcher could drop it. The smoke cleared and Haku got rid of the dome, finding it unnecessary now. The 3 kunoichi saw no remains of their foes. More clones? Sasami asked. Likely. We better keep an eye out for them so AIM doesn't learn about us. Haku said, covering for Fu in case the real ninja were still listening. Great. Another objective. Fu sarcastically added. Sasami looked at the surrounding trees. What's the matter? A bunch of tough men like yourselves afraid to fight us girls head on? I heard Amigakure was a nothing village and you guys just proved that right. That did the trick. The real AIM trio showed up in front of them. Alright girlie, now you're in for it. The one-eyed one moved first, his baggy sleeves hiding his hand signs before he slammed his palms on the ground. Earth style, Mud Flood Jutsu. A huge wall of mud rose and then rushed towards the girls like a sort of horizontal avalanche. Unable to counter, the kunoichis dodged by jumping onto the low branches of the trees. Fu threw 2 more kunai with paper bombs attached but the targets dodged that and joined them in the branches. One of the AIM nin moved his sleeves to reveal a Sanbon launcher and fired it. All 3 girls used their kunais to deflect them but Sasami took 2 hits in her left thigh. Ice style, Thousand Needles Jutsu. Haku countered with, but got a few more hits. She and Sasami threw a few shuriken while Fu vanished. The AIM nin blocked them and looked cocky even with their faces covered. Huh. And you said our village was pathetic. Yours has to be even worse. The one-eyed one mocked. Haku and Sasami looked at each other and nodded. Thank Kami for Naruto-kun's twisted mind. Haku said to her teammate. Sexy jutsu costume version. The 2 girls shouted together before transforming. Haku became an adult version of herself but blonde and wearing a kinky nurse's outfit, guaranteed to raise a patient's blood pressure, and Sasami become an adult brunette wearing a black catgirl costume with a belled collar, posing like a happy kitten. The men looked at them strongly for 5 seconds before they all had nosebleeds, even the one with no visible eyes. They tried to turn away to save what blood they had left and avoid drowning inside their masks, but realized they were exposing their backs and turned to face the girls again. This time, to their relief and disappointment, they were back to normal. And 3 seconds later Fu reappeared and nodded at her teammates. The lead aim Nin looked ready to do something, but a strong burst of wind from behind knocked him and his teammates out of the tree and face first in the dirt. Haku, Fu, and Sasami were spared the brunt of the force, and knew why the instant Temari showed up on one of the remaining branches. "Hi you three. Need a hand?" the Suna blonde asked. "It couldn't hurt." Sasami answered as she removed the needles in her leg. Down on the ground, Gaara and Kankuro were already handling the aim Nin. Actually, Gaara stood back for a moment, letting his brother get a shot in because the Suna Jinchuriki would take all the fun if he did anything first. Kankuro didn't have the time to analyze his opponents since they were swaggering to their feet, recovering from Temari's surprise attack. Acting on instinct, he wrapped his Karasu puppet and attached his chakra strings. He made it fire a stream of poison-tipped sunban from its mouth, hitting the two aim Nin with covered eyes. Why are they blinding themselves in the first place? He briefly asked himself. The Oto Kunoichi trio and Temari softly landed on the ground by the men, ready to keep fighting. Gaara raised his right hand in an open grasping fashion. Sand coffin. Sand he already had scattered on the forest floor before Temari attacked rose up and engulfed the bodies of the aim shinobi. Then he closed his hand in a tight fist. Sand burial. The mounds of sand compressed themselves, crushing the trapped people inside with hundreds of pounds of pressure per square inch. "Thanks a lot Gaara. Now neither of our teams can get their scroll and get out of here quicker." Kankuro complained. Fu smiled and pulled a scroll out of her pocket. "Already got it. Haku-chan and Sasami-chan provided the distraction I needed to sneak it out of their pockets. It's a heaven scroll by the way. The one we need. Damn, we need an earth scroll. You three keep it then. We'll find another." Temari said. "Good luck. See you at the tower." The Kunoichi said before they parted ways with the Suna group, who went out hunting again. Kin, Zaku, and Dosu were still busy with the efforts made by Kiba, Sasuke, and Sakura. Sakura finally did something by cutting off the hair that Kin had been holding and got away, but now she was primarily on the defensive. Sasuke was holding his own but not as much as he wanted to, and Kiba with Akamaru was giving everyone a challenge once they did their Fang over Fang combo. Dosu and Zaku wisely decided to switch opponents, as Zaku could handle two targets better than Dosu could. Kiba and Sasuke thought little of it as they still had someone to defeat and, in their minds, easily get to kick the other's ass once they finished the current one in front of them. Sakura and Kin faced off against each other, the pinkette in a defensive stance with a kunai and the brunette in an offensive stance with several sunban, both waiting for the other to move. Sakura suddenly felt a sharp sting of pain in the back of both knees, instantly making her fall down as if kneeling. "What the dash?" she asked and felt for the problem, finding a sunban in both her knees. "How did you?" The Kin in front of her faded into nothing. A clone? The real Kin kicked her on the back, making her opponent land on her face. "You have no imagination." It had actually been a minor genjutsu that tricked the victim into seeing the caster as if they were standing still, waiting to make a move, which allowed the real Kin to move behind her victim without being noticed as long as she was quiet. Kiba suddenly went after Kin, forcing the brunette to dodge. The dog Nin paused for a moment. "You okay Sakura?" Yeah, thanks Kiba," she said quietly as she pulled out the sunban. "Want me to handle her for a moment?" "If you can, go ahead." Sakura tried to look at Sasuke, who hadn't even glanced her way yet, too preoccupied with his own fight with Dosu. Fang over Fang. Kiba attacked with Akamaru, aimed at Kin. She performed a substitution with a rock, which Kiba hit head-on, knocking him out briefly. Akamaru pounced on the girl and bit her left thigh, making her cry out. Suddenly someone came over and grabbed the small dog, making him let go from surprise. "Hey! Bad dog. No biting." "Naruto-kun," Kin happily said at seeing the disguised blonde. He hated doing it, but Naruto had to toss Akamaru away before the dog tried attacking him. The puppy growled but decided tending to its partner was a bigger priority now. "Of all the guys to face, we had to run right into these ones," Naruto lamented. Dosu was keeping Sasuke at bay with high-frequency sound waves, but Sasuke had a good counter for that defense. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. 3 fireballs shot out of his mouth aimed right at Dosu as he tried to dodge to the side. Water style, Water Wall Jutsu. Isaribi called out just before a wall of water rushed up from Sasuke's left to defend the maimed mummy. "Where'd that water come from? There are no rivers or ponds near here," Sasuke asked himself. He was already frowning at his attack being deflected, but his frown turned into a glare when he saw who deflected it. "You!" Isaribi gave him a smug look. "Well, I'll be damned. It's the red-eyed bastard." "Oh wait, you don't have red eyes anymore." Sasuke never caught this girl's name or skills, but he knew she was with the group he encountered in Wave. The music note emblem was proof enough. Were you the one who did that to me? He demanded to know as he readied himself for some lethal jutsu. No, but I'm not going to tell you who did. Hinata tried to attack Sasuke from behind with a strike to the head, but he heard her footsteps. So he retaliated by turning around, grabbing her wrists, and throwing her over his back and towards Hinata. This was a basic defensive maneuver of the Uchiha's intercepting fist taijutsu. But once the two girls were in the same spot, he did something even worse. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Naruto's eyes widened and his heart stopped for a moment when he saw his teammates engulfed by flames before they could get away. Then he became pissed, and red chakra started to cover him like a cloak. Kin smiled at the boy she admired. Go get Naruto-kun. Before he did, the flame went out and two more growing chakra auras could be sensed. Hinata and Isaribi had some of their clothes burned off and their skin was healing from the burns they got, but the most noticeable thing was that both were covered in their stage 1 curse markings and purple-black chakra auras. And they looked pissed too. What the hell are you three? Sasuke asked in fearful awe as his eyes darted between Naruto, Hinata, and Isaribi. Enemies of the leaf. Isaribi started. We're shinobi. Hinata added. Of the sound. Naruto finished. Ch-44 Fear. Sasuke was known for many things. His Uchiha name and now former status as such, his now gone legion of fangirls, his legacy of being the sole survivor of the Uchiha massacre, most people ignoring the fact that Itachi never actually endangered him that night, and his antisocial arrogant behavior. But one thing he was not known for, was being cowardly. And while he might not be a coward, right there, staring at the genin with sinister auras, Sasuke Uchiha was admittedly fearful. He was standing before 3 shinobi without his Sharingan being a usable option, all 3 using some sort of power he couldn't predict. And worse of all, he knew his skills might not be good enough to counter. For the past few weeks, after being put down by everyone for now being a Sharingan-less nobody, Sasuke trained himself privately every spare moment to convince himself they were wrong and he was still superior to all other carbon-based lifeforms. Only to find out his speed, strength, and accuracy were below his expectations. At first he thought he was just too angry to focus and calmed himself repeatedly. However, much to his dismay, his skills didn't instantly improve. He could still remember the harsh truth being rubbed in his face. Flashback. Something wrong, Sasuke? Kakashi asked when he noticed his student was brooding even more than usual. Whoever took away my Sharingan weakened my skills apparently. The young Uchiha replied. Kakashi tilted his head sideways towards his left. What makes you say that? Because when I test myself now I'm not getting the results I used to get back in the academy. My running time slowed down, my punches make less of an impact on my targets, and I'm missing more shots in target practice now. Sasuke explained. And you believe the absence of your Sharingan is to blame here? Kakashi asked, getting a nod as his answer. Sasuke, you didn't have your Sharingan back at the academy, so by your own logic you should be no different than you were back then. Not worse. And just so you know, I've done the same and I haven't gotten any worse than before. But how else could this have happened? I'm not going to enjoy what happens next, I just know it. The Jounin told himself before speaking. Don't you remember the council telling you they gave you many luxuries without you knowing to make you feel important? Is it possible they rigged your scores and tests to make you feel better than you actually are? Sasuke then looked like he couldn't decide if he believed or disbelieved the idea. In the end he decided it was too far-fetched for his tastes. Why would they need to? I'm an elite, so do that would dash. Do exactly what the council wanted, which was fill your head with delusions of grandeur, wouldn't it? Kakashi cut in. They gave you everything you wanted to get on your good side, Sasuke, and to put you in debt to them. Remember, they ordered some stores to give you reduced prices and they granted you more access to your clan resources than any other clan heir, even last ones, would be entitled to at your age. Is it really that hard to imagine they may have ensured your tests were rigged to guarantee you felt like the best, even if you weren't truly qualified for it on a fair basis? Sasuke frowned, but doubt had already been planted in his mind. Could he be right? But I know I did the best times and hit the most targets. How could that be rigged? Later that same night Kakashi would retrieve the academy files on the history of his students, something Jounin were entitled to do to find problem areas in their students' skills. After he got them, he stopped by Sasuke's apartment to show him the contents of his own file of achievements. Sasuke was shocked and insulted. What the? Whenever I came in first in the runs and obstacle courses, they reduced the time recorded to make me sound faster? And the taijutsu instructors were instructed to take a dive whenever it was my turn if they wanted to keep their jobs? Huh? The targets for target practice had special magnets inside them that only worked with a jutsu the teachers used when it was my turn, guaranteeing a hit each time? Dear Kami-sama, if this is true, then how good am I really without someone letting me win at everything? End flashback. Sasuke still wasn't too sure of the answer. Part of the reason he wanted to enter the Chunin exams was to find out for certain, since Kakashi told him no one would hold back against him. The chance at revenge on those he met in Wave was just icing on the cake. Now, as he stood there, facing 3 of the genin he saw in Wave, each radiating a dangerous energy and looking like a coiled snake ready to strike, he started thinking he made a mistake. All 3 Oto genin took a stance. Hinata and Isaribi took the stance of snake-style taijutsu, which kept their legs close together but their arms apart, the right one usually pulled back and the left put ahead. The intent was so they could strike first and dodge any counterattack within seconds, just like a viper. Hinata had her hands unclenched while Isaribi did. Naruto meanwhile took Jiraiya's toad-style stance instead, where his legs were bent outwards and his right hand was on the ground in front of him with his left hand in a ready fist. The intent was to wait like a toad for the enemy's first move, then retaliate. The 2 girls were the first to attack, with Naruto settling for keeping the Uchiha's teammates from coming to his rescue or attacking the other Oto team. It wasn't too hard, as Sakura was scared shitless of the sight before her, and Kiba, now recovered from his hit, was too confused to know what to do with 3 glowing enemies. Hinata and Isaribi ran towards the lone Uchiha, Hinata's Byakugan active but her contacts hiding her true eye color and her hair somewhat covering her bulging veins. Isaribi pulled out a longer than normal kunai and weaved to get behind Sasuke, while Hinata got in front of him and took the focus of his attention. Once behind him, the purple-haired girl crouched down and jabbed her kunai into his back, missing his spine, giving him a nasty wound. Hinata meanwhile gathered sharp chakra points at her fingertips and struck many of Sasuke's tenketsu, making him scream even more. Kiba thought now might be a good time to intervene before his teammate got killed and he himself could not advance any further. He got up and on all fours with Akamaru jumping on his back. But before they could do anything, Naruto got in front of them and snarled. The 2 boys then started trying to hold the other back in a direct face-off, each blocking the other's hands with their own and trying to push them back. Kiba used his claws to wound Naruto's hands at first, but Kyuubi's chakra started to burn his own, making him try to back off. However, Naruto used his own claws to hold the Inuzuka in place, furthering the pain. Sakura looked between her 2 victimized teammates, not sure who to help or how. She looked first to Sasuke, who turned to catch Isaribi, but she dodged overhead and got some mana wire out, which she spun around him in that moment. It was easy since Hinata's fighting style made him slower than normal, and now that he was almost completely immobile, the Byakugan wielder could use this rare opportunity to attack every tenketsu on the human body, front, back and side rather than just the front. Acting on impulse, albeit delayed, Sakura got up to rush over and fight the other kunoichi. Unfortunately she was blocked by Kin, Zaku, and Dosu. Kin kept making glances towards the power-radiating Naruto though for a moment. He's so hot right now. If I wasn't so certain Hinata would kill me for it, I'll try seducing him once this was over. Don't count us out just yet, Zaku said as he flexed his hands. Sakura reacted in the only way she could see that would give her team the best results. If I give you guys our scroll, will you and them leave us be? The 3 Oto genin shared a look. That depends on what it is, Dosu answered. Sakura pulled out her team's Earth Scroll. Since Sasuke and Kiba couldn't agree amongst themselves, she took it upon herself to do it instead. Zaku smirked. Perfect, we need that one. Thanks Pinky, he said as he took it. Then you'll leave us be? Sakura asked. We will, but we can't promise our comrades will, Kin replied. Ignoring Sakura's shocked expression, the brunette kunoichi calmly approached Naruto, who was still struggling against Kiba and Akamaru, who was trying to bite the Jinchuriki's ankle off, it seemed. She brushed the puppy aside with her foot and leaned in to whisper in her love interest's ear. We got their scroll, so try and finish things up here quickly if you can. Okay Naruto-kun? Then she quickly kissed his cheek, figuring Hinata wouldn't notice. Then she and her teammates left. Naruto chose to do as the girl said and end this right away. He let go off Kiba, allowing the dog Nin to back away and fan his burnt hands for a moment. Then he ran up to him and punched him right in the jaw, sending him flying and crashing into a tree head first. Akamaru wisely decided to leave this enemy alone now. Naruto admired his handiwork for a brief second. It's a shame he went down. He might have been a good challenge, had I actually given him a chance to fight back. Then he turned to see how 2 of his confirmed 8 girls were doing. It looked like they were doing well, as Sasuke was face down on the ground but still breathing, and they both stood over him ready to dish out more pain. Good job girls. I'm glad you didn't kill him. I'd really like to though. Hinata said, not sure if it was the curse mark's influence or not. Why can't we? Isaribi asked. Because I promised a certain someone we wouldn't. At least not yet, unless he killed one of our own. Naruto answered, his red chakra cloak fading away. He came awfully close with you too, but not close enough. So we gotta let him live for now. And who did you promise? Isaribi asked the disguised blonde. Subsonic. They've got something special planned for this guy later on, if you catch my drift. Hinata nodded. Ah, that makes sense. So what now? Isaribi asked. This. Naruto said before making his hand glow with green chakra, and he placed it on Sasuke's face after he turned the boy over. Sakura watched in wonder. What are you doing? The Jinchuriki didn't even look at her as he answered. You and everyone else will find out in a month or two. If he lives that long, that is. Finished, he stood straight up again. The others got their scroll, so we should move on. They nodded, and then jumped into the trees, heading elsewhere. Naruto-kun, why did you use a healing jutsu on that jerk? Hinata asked, she and Isaribi making their curse marks recede. It was Jisan's idea. Remember how thanks to what I did in Wave that guy can't use his precious Sharingan for 2 more months? When he gets it back, that's going to let Konoha know that my ability to take away their bloodlines is only temporary, which will make them less afraid of us. So how do we deal with that? Jisan came up with the idea to do a jutsu for show, with unknowing witnesses around, that would let the Uchiha and everyone else in Konoha think someone gave him back his jujutsu. Wait. So you're saying that you did that just so when the seals fade and he gets his eyes back he'll think it wasn't supposed to happen on its own? He'll think the only reason he got it back is because you gave it back to him, rather than it being a time thing. Isaribi asked. Naruto nodded. Yep. His teammate will tell him I did some kind of jutsu to his face, his eyes come back in time if he lives that long, and no one knows the real reason why. Making Oto look like it has total control over the bloodlines of other villages. I like it. Hinata commented. Me too. Someone else said as they caught up to the 3 genin. Sakura, now able to move her legs without them trembling, came over to check on her teammate's well-being. He appeared dazed and out of it with blood pooling underneath himself and many small bruises on his skin, but that was it. Oh Sasuke-kun. She said with a few tears as she pulled out her first aid kit. She turned him over so she could see his back and tend to his wounds. She tried to pull up his shirt but he ineffectively swapped her hand away. Don't even think about it. But how else am I supposed to patch you up? Sure, that's how it'll start. Then you'll get eager to see and do more and I'm in no mood for that. He irritably claimed, clenching his teeth in an effort to bear the pain. Healing you is a bigger priority Sasuke-kun and you need my help. She replied matter-of-factly. Sasuke tried to sternly look at her as she unfurled some gauze. No, I don't. I can handle this myself. Go help out the mud if you feel you must touch a guy now. He was somewhat surprised to see the kunoichi give him an annoyed look rather than a diligent one. Fine. If you've got the energy to argue, then go ahead and treat yourself. But know this Sasuke-kun, I'm still one of the few people in this village that treat you as someone special. Do you really want to turn me away too? She got up and headed towards Kiba rather than await Sasuke's response. In all honesty, Sasuke actually did want Sakura to treat his wounds, if only to conserve his own strength and have someone who could get a better look at his injuries do the job. But his Uchiha pride demanded he not just let her do it, rather he deny so she'd insist and go ahead only to get it done. He did not expect her to decide to let up like that. Could even she be losing respect for me, like the others? He asked himself, not sure if he should like the idea or not. Ah, Subsonic, what are you doing here? Naruto asked his group's new guest. I'm just keeping an eye on my favorite genins. Gotta make sure this test isn't rigged like I suspect it is. The disguised ninja answered as they kept pace with the younger ones. Rigged? Isaribi asked. Subsonic nodded. Yeah, I have a feeling that Hokage-sama decided to set up this test in a specific way once he found out Oto was joining. Part of it is to test the new village's strength, and the other is to see if it's directly responsible for what happened to their last Uchiha. That doesn't sound too bad. We can handle that, right? Hinata commented. It gets worse. Subsonic continued. You're too young to know this, but almost every one of the 5 major hidden villages rig these tests. They claim they're just using a home field advantage, but history shows the ones most likely to advance to the final rounds and actually get promoted are the ones native to the village hosting the test. Wait, so you're saying that the only ones who really stand a chance at getting a genin promotion are the Konoha genin? Isaribi asked. No, but the odds are in their favor. Think about it. Chunin exams attract business to the villages and the ones who appear the strongest get the most business. To appear the strongest, the village needs to have the most advanced genin and the most promotions. That tricks the payers of missions into thinking one village has more qualified ninja for hire than another, even if they're more expensive or harder to reach. So you're saying that each village to an extent sets up this test to give its own genin an unfair edge so in the end they earn more money for the village? Hinata asked, somewhat appalled by the idea. That's exactly what I'm saying. Subsonic replied. Konoha may be a ninja village but it needs funding just like any other. And like ninja, it may go about the job in a sneaky way. Oto would probably do the same if it got the chance to host the exams. So do we stand a chance at all or is us being here just to make Konoha look better by beating us at a game they shouldn't lose in the first place? Naruto asked, feeling angry. Oh yeah, if you make it to the final round then yes you do. Konoha isn't allowed to be the only governing body when it comes to deciding promotions. That would be considered an unfair and heavily biased situation. Kages for other villages and even daimyos of other countries come to the village to watch and all are allowed to make their own judgments. Village councils and advisors are allowed to make suggestions too. Of course, final say goes to the Kage for each of their respective genin, but they have to explain to their advisors and daimyos why they made such decisions so promotions can't just be handed out. So Konoha can't disqualify us or deny us our chances? Hinata asked. Exactly. Subsonic answered. They're allowed to make reviews on you and pass them, but ultimately the decision is Otokage-sama's. The Hokage can only truly promote or deny his own genin, not someone else's. That's a relief. But are you certain this test is rigged to favor Konoha's chances? Isaribi asked. When you get to the finals, or even some sort of preliminary in the chance that happens, check how many participants are from Konoha and how many aren't. Then you'll see. Until then, I better get going before anyone notices I snuck in here. Good luck. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for sparing Sasuke's life Naruto. Subsonic said before departing. Ch-45 Restless. Naruto, Hinata, and Isaribi didn't find anyone else for the rest of the day they had to fight off. When it came time to stop for the night, Hinata found them an open area they could climb into underneath the roots of a large tree. Naruto took the first watch, allowing Hinata and Isaribi to get some sleep. Also his many bloodlines should be enough to counter the efforts of any last-minute attackers. Now, hours later, it was time for a shift change. Both girls woke up, tested for any genjutsus that may have been used in their sleep by someone, and Naruto came inside so one could take his place. Okay girls, who's next? He asked. How about Hinata? Isaribi asked. Said girl gave her teammate a dour look. And why should I? Because it's still dark out. With your eyes you'd have an advantage over me, who can't see that well in the dark. The purple-haired girl explained. The pale-eyed girl didn't look like she bought it. If you can see underwater I'm sure you can handle the low-light vision of night. Yeah but we're in dangerous territory here so we need to use the best advantage we got. Like your eyes. Isaribi replied. Why is she getting so defensive all of a sudden? This isn't like her, but I know it's not someone under a henge. You just want some time to sleep next to Naruto-kun. Hinata said with no small amount of hostility. It would happen later whether or not you took this watch or the next so what's the problem? Calm down girls. Naruto said, only to get an annoyed look from Hinata. I can't Naruto-kun because she's trying to get into your sleeping bag with you when my back's turned and get closer to you right under my nose. How am I supposed to be okay with that? Do you think I'm going to do anything more with her tonight than sleep in the same area? He asked. No, but she will. Hinata answered with a pointed look at the swimming enthusiast. Hey, as one of his girls, one chosen by both of you I might add, I have a right to be friendly with him too you know. Isaribi commented. Only when I approve and right now I don't. And what if he does? Isaribi asked. It's my choice what happens between my future husband and other girls and I say hands off until further notice. Hinata declared. Wood style, tree hugger jutsu. Naruto called out with their attention diverted. Instantly many branches came out of the tree base, each with a hand at the end, and all grabbed a hold of the two girls. What the dash? They asked as they felt their arms and legs and even the sides of their torsos grabbed by the wooden hands and lifted off the ground. They both put up a bit of a struggle but the hands just tightened their grips. What gives Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, more surprised than anything right then. You two need a timeout. Especially you, Hinata. He answered, trying not to look mad but clearly not looking happy either. She now gave him her full attention and a shocked expression. Naruto-kun doesn't use my full name unless he really needs my attention. What's wrong? Did I upset him? Seeing they were listening, Naruto said more. We're in enemy territory now. The enemy is outside these walls, we don't need to turn against each other like this. Especially over something like this. He then looked right at Hinata, his sad gaze making her heart ache. Hinata, lately you've been acting a bit possessive of me. I know I promised that you'd be my real wife, but you're not acting like the girl I fell for. You're acting like you're a little kid being told to share their favorite toy when they don't want to. And I'm that toy. He's got a point. Isaribi said to herself, afraid to voice any thoughts right then since this was mostly between the two of them. Hinata didn't say a word, so Naruto continued. The girl I fell for wasn't a possessive person who regarded me as if I was wearing a sign that said, property of Hinata, hands off until further notice. The girl I fell for wouldn't keep me on a short leash like I'm going to run away first chance I get. The girl I fell for would instead trust me. I do trust you, Naruto-kun. Hinata countered with a few tears being released. It's just, how am I supposed to be special to you when I'm just 1 out of 9? He took a step closer to her. Do you really think I'd treat you like you're just another girl to me? But you said you'd treat all the others as good as you'd treat me. She added. How will I be different than them if I don't reinforce the fact that I'm the alpha girl of the group? Naruto sighed. You don't have to prove anything to them, Hina-chan. Isaribi-chan and the others already know you're the alpha girl, so to speak, and from what I've seen they're not trying to take that away from you. Isaribi-chan was just stating a fact moments ago. At this time of night you do have a visual advantage over her. And even if she did try to sleep right next to me, it's not like I couldn't tell her no or we'd do anything intimate if I did allow her to stay. He's right, you know. Isaribi told Hinata. Naruto made it so the ensnaring tree arms lowered Hinata a bit to allow more leveled eye contact between the two. He then got closer so he could wipe away her tears. Hinata, I don't want to lose you, but if you keep acting like this, then I'm afraid we won't work out. Hinata could actually feel her heart start to break. Tears practically poured out of her eyes. No, Naruto-kun, anything but that. I love you, I can't bear to lose you like this. Please let me keep being your girlfriend. I love you too, Hina-chan. But you need to learn to share me. I'm sorry, but that's our situation. I need to be with girls that can get along with each other, not fight over who gets more time and whose turn it is to touch me. He told her, a few tears in his own eyes. You know I need to treat the others really good too. Would it be fair to them if I didn't? It doesn't mean you won't be as special to me anymore. But it's my choice when to spend time with the other girls, not just yours. I would let you know when I do, but I'm not going to be some boy toy that girls have to schedule time for. If I may? Isaribi said, catching both of their attentions for a minute. Hinata-chan, maybe with all the time and effort you've been using to ensure your status among us girls, that very thing seems to have been hurting your status to him. Think about that. Hinata did. Is it true? Have I started becoming some kind of territorial jerk? I just wanted to be the most important one in Naruto-kun's heart, and I didn't want the other girls to try to compete with me for that. Isaribi took this opportunity to continue her point. Hinata-chan, I know you're the more important of us all to him. Hell, if he didn't need multiple girls you'd still be the only girl he'd think of looking at. I know that, we all know that. But we accept that. We can't take your place, but we are entitled to have our own places in his heart too and some girlfriend privileges if we're really going to make this thing work. You can't keep his heart to yourself anymore. The other 8 of us are going to be the mothers of his children too, so we'll deserve to be treated with some love too. Besides, no matter how much he cares for us all, you're the only one amongst us in this that will wear a ring. If that's not enough of a message for his feelings for you, maybe you shouldn't be the one he puts that ring on. The former Hyuga hung her head and openly weeping. Naruto-kun, I'm so sorry. I've been such a bitch, haven't I? Naruto released the wood jutsu on them both, turned off his Kekkai Genkai, and hugged his best friend. It made her cry more and cling to him with all her might. No, you haven't. You've just been afraid. Just promise me you won't try to become some kind of girlfriendzilla like that again. She relaxed but didn't let go. I won't, I promise. Isaribi smiled. I guess I'll take the next watch after all so you two can work out anything else in private. Hinata turned to look at her other teammate. No, you're right. My skills are better suited for this time than yours are, like you said. I'll go. You and Naruto-kun get some rest for a bit. Naruto then kissed her forehead and she kissed his cheek. After that she separated herself from him and went outside the tree, taking a post in the foliage to avoid being seen. I need to show Naruto-kun I can trust him to be with the others when I'm not around. I shouldn't worry, because even if I'm just 1 of 9, I'm number 1 of 9. She activated her Byakugan to be on the lookout, and saw Isaribi and Naruto starting to sleep only a meter apart from each other. The purple-haired girl clearly wanted to cuddle up with the disguised blonde, but he appeared to be resisting for now, going so far as to face away from her despite the potential rudeness in the act. Hinata strangely felt relieved and saddened by this. I'm glad I have nothing to worry about, but maybe next time I'll tell them it's okay. I don't want Naruto afraid of my reactions after all. Even as she told herself this, Hinata was repeatedly clenching and unclenching her fists. In another part of the Forest of Death, Team 7 of Konoha was resting for the night as well. They chose to sleep in the branches of a large tree rather than under it. Right now it was Sasuke's turn to stand watch for nocturnal enemy activity. The dark-eyed emo was doing his duty, but he had other things on his mind at the same time as well. Maybe I made a mistake entering this exam, just to test myself. He told himself woefully. I mean, I'm probably the only one here who doesn't know how good they really are. Damn the council for exaggerating my skills. What if I got myself in a situation where I could die because I didn't know my true strengths? He then felt a pang of self-loathing and self-pity, but he ignored it. It's all their fault and Kakashi's fault for making me believe that. They should have known better. Yeah, it's all their fault. If they hadn't done that, I'd still have my Sharingan. He sighed internally and scanned the area again before turning around to see what was behind him. In that case I don't know who I should be angrier at. The one who took my Sharingan from me, or the ones who set my life up with their own gain in mind. If I never lost my Jujutsu, I'd still have all the privileges and status I took for granted, but I'd still be an ignorant pawn of a greedy government that only let me think I was on top. That thought triggered a new train of thought that made his whole body jerk in shock for a moment and his eyes widen at the mere prospect of it. Wait. Does that mean I should be grateful to the jerk that took my Kekkai Genkai from me? Is it better to be privileged yet ignorant, or humbled yet aware of the truth? I don't think I like either. While Sasuke pondered his options, his Kunoichi teammate was doing the same thing in her sleep. Sakura, once adamant in her decision to pursue her goal, was now torn between two choices to make. She could either continue to pursue Sasuke, her odds greatly increased without any other rival to compete against now, or ditch him and find someone else to take an interest in, like her aunt told her to. Sasuke-kun needs help and a caring friend in these hard times for him. But when I tried to be he wasn't interested. But I've always tried that and never thought about any other boy, because Obasan always told me he was the only one worth thinking about. I even ended my friendship with Ino so I could get Sasuke-kun like Obasan told me to do. She said we would have to fight over him someday anyway, so it would have been better to not have that kind of bond to interfere with my chance of victory. But now Ino's not interested, which makes me the best option for Sasuke-kun, but he's just being more distant. Her mind continued to ramble as she shifted from sleeping on her left side to her right. If Sasuke-kun warms up to me, then I'll get what I wanted, even though I won't have the rich high life I expected to. It's not like I can't cope with a regular budget, I've been doing that all my life with Obasan. But being with someone rich and powerful was my dream too. I just always assumed Sasuke-kun would have that too and could never possibly lose it. Now that he has, I don't know which goal is more important. I want to be with Sasuke-kun, but I also want to be wealthy and not have to work all my life just to live under a budget. Which do I choose to pursue the most? In her dreams Sakura heard two voices, neither of them inner Sakura. The first was the voice of Sasuke, who said, I'm an Uchiha dammit. The elite of the elite of the elite. Even the richest daimyo isn't as important as the poorest Uchiha. You really want to throw me away when the odds are almost entirely in your favor? The second was the voice of her aunt Natsumi, who said, he's nothing but an empty wallet and a limp dick now. Men are supposed to spoil women rotten and now he can't, so what good is he to you? Ditch him and find some other clan heir to swoon over. Don't piss away your chance to bag a loaded wallet. The internal yelling was starting to give the Pinkette a headache. It was understandable, as those two and their ideals had pretty much been the only two she had ever really listened to and considered important enough to follow. Sure, she obeyed the Hokage and Academy teachers when they gave orders, but to Sakura, the true power figures were and always had been Sasuke and Natsumi. But now that the two sides no longer said the same thing, she felt torn between them. Kiba meanwhile just drooled and smiled as he slept. Back with Hinata, her eyes were peeled for any threat. Her Byakugan revealed several nocturnal animals going about their business and some rival shinobi moving within her range, fortunately not towards herself. Fortunately all these things kept her focus off her sleeping teammates. While the Byakugan was indeed a jujitsu that gave its user a large range of vision, like all Kekkai Genkai there were a few facts about its use that no one without it could understand. One such fact was that the wielder couldn't truly see everything around themselves like others claimed. If the eye truly allowed someone to see everything within its large range simultaneously, as most assumed it did, the visual part of the wielder's brain would probably self-destruct from sensory overload. To prevent this, the wielder basically had a visual focal point that was free to move around to anywhere within range, with everything else being a sort of large range of peripheral vision. Sort of like something a normal-eyed person would see on the edge of their visual scope, seen but not actually looked at. So even though Hinata didn't have to move her eyes or head to see something new, she still had to move the focus of her vision around, as if she was moving her eyes or head instead, to check for danger. Fortunately she could do it quickly, for the odds of something slipping by while her focus was elsewhere was slim to none. Another good point was that there was also a permanent secondary focal point always positioned in front of themselves, so when Byakugan wielders were on the move they could look around themselves without sacrificing quality sight for what was in front of them. There's some bats, an owl, 3 Iwa genin resting, a team of Taki Nin running towards the center of the forest, another team of wait. Is that? Oh crap. Hinata thought to herself as she kept watch, then saw something she didn't like. Moving quickly, Hinata got out of the tree limbs and ducked inside the underground den. She was already aware of Isaribi spooning Naruto from behind and was still somewhat annoyed by it, but right now she had a bigger concern. "Naruto-kun, wake up!" she loudly whispered in his ear. He stirred but didn't look like he was waking up. "Wake up! We've got trouble." "What is it?" he asked in a dazed slur. "A Konoha team is heading our way. And this one has a Hyuga in it." That jolted Naruto to full awareness. He could see the problem right away. If Hinata's Byakugan saw this genin and could tell they were a Hyuga, and was this worried about it, it could only mean one thing: the Hyuga saw her too and could see a foreign ninja had their bloodline. Since Isaribi was still asleep, Naruto just hoisted her onto his back. "Let's go then." Hinata nodded and both left their hideout, immediately heading for the branches to jump through. Hinata reactivated her Jujutsu. "He's still on our tail. He definitely sees me and isn't looking happy. He's accompanied by a girl with some scrolls in her pockets and a guy in a green jumpsuit and a rather small chakra system. How do we lose him?" Naruto asked. "What about if you use your unbloodline to make me no longer have the Byakugan for a time? Long enough to throw them off?" Hinata suggested. "No good. Konoha's already on a witch hunt for anyone with the unbloodline. If they see that, it's like painting a big bullseye on our team." Naruto countered. "Damn, you're right. How about gravity control? Good enough for me. Hang on." Naruto told her, only to get her to clamp onto him on his front side. "I didn't mean literally, but I won't complain." Naruto then activated his gravity control Kekii Genkai, briefly worried what that showed the pursuing Hyuga, and took to the air with his teammates in tow. The Hyuga chasing them stopped in his tracks, and his teammates soon did too, to ask what was wrong. His response: "I must be more tired than I thought. I could have sworn I just saw them fly away like birds." Ch 46 passing. Morning came, making it the second day of the second part of the Chunin exam. Naruto's team found a spot to sleep at the far end of the Forest of Death, away from the Konoha team they fled from. Fortunately they had no other encounters, but Hinata and then Isaribi still kept guard. The swimming enthusiast was up for the last round of nighttime guard duty, and heard a noise behind her. She turned around, armed with a kunai, only to see Naruto had just woken up. "Oh, good morning Naruto-kun. Sleep well?" He nodded. "Yeah, but Hina-chan needs some more. I thought I'd keep you company till we head out." She smiled. "I'd love that." The two then sat down to be comfortable but still remained cautious of their surroundings. Isaribi decided to initiate the conversation. "You know Naruto-kun, I'm kinda glad you stood up to Hinata-chan like that last night. You'll have a hard time keeping 9 women's respect if you let yourself be whipped like that." "I guess." He replied half-heartedly. She turned to face him. "Something wrong Naruto-kun?" He faced her before answering. "I'm just curious. Why exactly did you agree to be one of the 9 Isaribi-chan? I'm flattered and not against it, but I'd like to know why you'd want to be a part of this. I have a hard time understanding why any woman would, considering how I hear they hate unfaithful men and all." Isaribi fiddled with her hands, indicating she was a bit uncomfortable being put on the spot like that. "Well Naruto-kun, I've liked you for a long time. You were the first boy I got to know and you've always been my friend since then. I think I've basically had a crush on you my whole life. I was a little hurt when you told me that Hinata-chan was your girlfriend, but I wished you the best anyway because you still meant a lot to me. I think that was when I realized I had wanted to be your girlfriend too. When I heard you needed more girlfriends, I figured it was better to be on the edge of your heart if I couldn't be in the center." The memory of seeing Naruto and Hinata starting to date still made her heart ache. She knew why he chose her though. Those two were often together since Naruto needed to learn a taijutsu to go with his Neo-Byakugan, and Hinata needed to learn how to fight without using the Hyuga's Juken. The two had to always try new things out and be creative and compatible, so a relationship was inevitable. Only Haku, Sasami, and Fu got nearly as much of his attention in a similar way, but they weren't in the same class as him, so that increased the odds in Hinata's favor. Sensing her sadness, Naruto placed his arm around her shoulders to comfort her. She leaned into him more, eager to feel his warmth. Besides, I have faith you'd stay faithful to us all. The fact that you care what we think and want us to be happy tells me you don't see us as sexual playthings to use until you get bored. Plus I'd be lying if I said you don't look downright hot in a swimsuit. She added, a bit more cheerful that moment. Naruto blushed. Thanks. And to be honest, I'd have to say the same to you. Now Isaribi blushed. Thanks. Hey, I've always had this fantasy about going skinny dipping with you. Can we do that when we get back home? Naruto's blush deepened and a small trickle of blood escaped his nose. Isaribi couldn't prevent herself from chuckling at his response. I promise you'll like what you see. She coyly offered, pressing herself against him just to see his reaction. I don't doubt that. He mumbled, still a little in shock at the notion of skinny dipping with a girl, even if Hinata had made the offer. Isaribi leaned against him some more, without pressing herself now, and rested a hand on his chest, feeling his hard muscles she enjoyed looking at when he was shirtless. Naruto-kun, as long as we're on the subject, why did you ask me to be one of the 9? He cleared his throat. Because, you're one of my dear friends too, Isaribi-chan. I've always enjoyed when we had fun together growing up. I would have enjoyed training with you, but none of my Kekkei Genkai were compatible with your training. She nodded, remembering how she was trained under a former Kiri-nin in her particular fighting style thanks to Orochimaru before becoming a genin and being placed on Enko's team. I'm glad you always did make time for me though. She commented. I'll try to make more, when we're not on missions and such. But it will be tough since I still need to give the others personal time too. He told her. Feeling flattered, Isaribi leaned up and kissed his cheek. It's okay, being with you on your team and doing missions is good enough, so don't stress yourself too much for my sake. But I won't say no to more time when you want it. Before the two could say anything more, they heard approaching footsteps from behind and saw Hinata walk towards them rubbing the sleep out of her right eye. Good morning Naruto-kun. She said as she came up to him and kissed his cheek, aware Isaribi had already kissed the other one moments ago. Good morning Hina-chan. He told her. See? Was last night really so bad? Isaribi asked. Hinata mock-sighed. It could have been worse. That Hyuga could have caught up to us after all. Let's have something to eat then get moving so he can't do that anytime soon. Naruto offered. Hinata nodded, happy for the distraction. She woke up a few minutes after Naruto did but let him have some time alone with Isaribi. As much as she resisted, she couldn't help but eavesdrop a little. I'm glad that including Isaribi-chan turned out to be a good idea. I'm still not fully okay with having to share Naruto-kun intimately with others, but I guess if she isn't trying to steal my man from me I can tolerate it a bit more. Even so, I had to stop them before she went any further. I don't want Naruto-kun getting ideas that the other girls are more. She found herself unable to finish that particular thought. The trio ate a small breakfast of rations and did some stretches to get their bodies ready for the next day of challenges. They were in a hurry though, since now they had only 4 days counting today to complete the test. By now some teams were bound to be missing their original scroll, so if they were still in the game they'd be even more desperate. Without being asked to, Hinata activated her Byakugan and scanned the area. The first thing she looked for was the Hyuga from last night. She breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't see him, and then focused on finding teams with the scroll they needed, the Heaven Scroll. There's a Kusa team to the northwest with the scroll we need and a Hoshi team to the south-southeast with one too. The Kusa team is next to a river and the Hoshi team is by some bramble bushes and a cave. Which should we try to fight? I say the Kusa team. I could use that terrain better. Isaribi said. I gotta admit I've always wanted to see a Hoshi team in action, but now's probably not the time to be too curious. Naruto commented. Kusa it is then. Hinata claimed. Let's try the less surprising one first. With that, the trio took to the trees and headed northwest. Hinata kept her Byakugan on to detect any threats along the way and fortunately found none. They stopped before they could be noticed. Hinata used her Dojutsu to overlook the area. 3 genin as usual, all wearing green ponchos and straw rain hats. They're arranged in a triangular formation setting up tripwires, underground paper bombs, and kunai firing traps as well. So they're planning on resting here for a while, meaning they were seriously exhausted not too long ago and are still recovering and planning their next move. Or maybe they're taking down the traps and getting ready to move on soon. Either way, we should strike quickly. Agreed. How? Isaribi asked. Naruto smirked. I think I know how. The 3 Kusa nin went about their business, ignorant of their current observers. I'm done over here. One of them shouted out to his partners. Almost. Hopefully this should keep anyone out. Another said after planting some paper bombs underground like mines, some deeper than others to prevent anyone from using underground earth jutsus to sneak attack. The third member suddenly stopped what they were doing. They turned their head left and right to search the area. Something's wrong. I can sense a chakra source, but I can't pinpoint it. Try harder, Karen. The second Kusa-genin plainly told his Sensor Kunoichi teammate while he continued on his own work. Easy for you to say. She replied flatly as she continued to search her surroundings. Weird, for some reason, the direction I'm feeling the most chakra from is. She paled as she slowly lifted her head. Right, above me? When she looked up but not towards the trees, she saw a brunette boy wearing a music note Hitaiate actually hovering above her, his arms crossing and his feet positioned to make it appear he was standing on something invisible. And the chakra amounts she sensed coming from this guy was leaps and bounds above anyone she even encountered before. Guys, we've got trouble. Karen warned her partners, all the while afraid and in awe of this newcomer. They turned towards her and were just as shocked to see a ninja floating in the air. Nice trap, but you forgot to consider an attack from above. Naruto stated. Oh yeah? Try dodging this. One of the Kusa male genin said as he threw several kunai. Weight increase. With a mere wave of his hand, Naruto made all kunai stop and fall straight to the ground. What the hell? He didn't even touch them? The second Kusa male genin said in shock. Naruto then waved his hand over them all. Weight increase. Suddenly, all three Kusa shinobi collapsed to the ground and couldn't get up. What's going on? I can't move. My body is so heavy. What did he do? Karen asked herself. Hina-chan, Isaribi-chan, act now. Naruto called out. The two girls came out and approached the down team carefully. Not out of fear, but caution for Naruto's gravity control jutsu. He could either target just them, or make everything in a specific area feel the effects. They didn't want to walk into the area if they'd become affected too and become so heavy their legs couldn't support their new weight. Fortunately it turned out only the shinobi were affected, so Hinata and Isaribi remained their normal weight. Hinata went up to one of the male genin and took the scroll out of his pocket. Or rather she struggled to. Narukuin, you made the scroll heavy too. It weighs as much as a bowling ball. My bad. Weight decrease. He replied. He couldn't return it to its original weight without cancelling out the entire jutsu, so he settled for making that specific item lighter. The scroll got lighter as intended and now could be lifted without hassle. Thanks. Isaribi pulled out some mono wire. Good. Now let's keep them from following us. We can't tie them up if they're too heavy to move. Hinata pointed out. Isaribi blinked twice in realization. Damn, you're right. Her initial idea for restraining these guys was to wrap them up in wire to make them unable to move after they got away. That couldn't be done under the circumstances. But then she got another idea and snapped her fingers. Wait, I know what to do. She reached into her equipment pouch and pulled out 3 nets made from monowire that had kunais on the edge. Hinata smiled. That should do. Girls, I'm on a time limit here. Naruto said, reminding them he couldn't do this for too much longer. He even already came down to the ground but still had about 6 or 7 minutes left to use this bloodline. I'm on it. I'm on it. The purple-haired girl replied impatiently. She threw a net over each of the Kusa shinobi and used 6 kunai apiece to anchor the nets down, effectively holding them in place. And since monowire was a strong metallic thread that could cut flesh at times, getting free was not going to be easy. We're almost out of kunais now, Narukuin. The Byakugan wielder told the disguised blonde. I'll make us some more when we have some spare time. But for now, let's go. That should do it. Isaribi told them as she finished up tying down the last of the trio. Should I add an explosive tag too? That would be overkill. Let's just hurry to the tower. I bet I can get us there in less than 5 minutes. Naruto replied. Hinata nodded and smiled. Final round, here we come. She then grabbed onto Naruto so she could fly with him. Isaribi had to be placed on Naruto's back, since she still didn't care much for heights, and the young man took to the sky. Just who is that guy? Karen asked herself. Naruto landed before his time for using gravity control ended behind some trees close to the central tower of the forest. He stopped to rest for a bit and let the 9-second minimum before he could use any other Kekkai Genkai pass. Before we enter, I better make us some more weapons to replace what we lost in this test. Probably couldn't hurt. Isaribi agreed. Naruto activated his Tetsuten and made the dragon, horse, and monkey hand signs. Metal style, weaponsmith jutsu. He thrust open palms onto the soil and sent his chakra into it. From the ground emerged 3 dozen kunais, a dozen shuriken, and some steel monowire. That should take care of it, he said as he turned his Tetsuten off. Each of them pocketed the new weapons, but only Isaribi gained the mono wire. She used it more than they did after all. Ready? Hinata asked. Her teammates nodded. Let's go inside then. The three approached the tower but didn't open the door right away, wondering if anything or anyone would try to stop them. When nothing did, they opened the door and carefully went inside. They saw a large open room with 2 staircases on either side, each leading to a stretched balcony, possibly for viewing purposes. So what do we do now? I don't see anything. Isaribi complained as they walked towards the center. Hey, what's that? Naruto asked, pointing towards the far side of the room. On the wall there appeared to be an inscription written out on a wall scroll. Isaribi started reading it out loud. If heaven does not exist, enrich your knowledge and prepare for the chance. If earth does not exist, run the fields in search of an advantage. Open the series of heaven and earth, and the perilous way shall be redressed. This is namely the secret of the one that guides. Okay, any idea what that means? Naruto asked. Something tells me we're not supposed to take that literally. Hinata thought it over. It mentioned heaven and earth, just like the scrolls we acquired do. And it says, open the series. Maybe they have some connection to this message. Naruto pulled both scrolls out and held them before himself. Should we open them and find out for sure? The proctor said not to open them, but now that we're here I'm not sure what to do about it. You'd think there would be someone here waiting to retrieve them or something. Hinata answered, then she activated her Byakugan again. That's odd. There are several Konoha nin in other parts of this tower that are just lounging around, as if they're waiting for something. And I don't see any other genin teams here. We may be the first. Gravity control gave us a good speed advantage. Naruto commented. Should we find someone? Hinata shook her head. That could reveal my Byakugan if we just inexplicably knew where to look. Oh, for crying out loud. Isaribi moaned as she took the scrolls from Naruto. Let's just open them and see if that changes anything. We followed the rules so we shouldn't get disqualified for this. Before they could stop her, she broke both seals on the scrolls and unfurled them. Huh? What's that? They all asked when they saw the contents for both, which appeared to be a complex seal diagram. Then both diagrams started emitting thick smoke clouds, making Isaribi drop them and back away. Oh crap, I hope I didn't make a big mistake just then. The smoke cleared and there stood a person atop the 2 discarded scrolls. He appeared to be a Chunin of Konoha with a pineapple hairstyle and a scar across his nose. Whoa, I'm surprised to see someone make it here so soon. I was expecting one more day at least. He casually claimed. All 3 Oto genin got into a defensive stance. Relax, my name's Irika Umino and I'm here to tell you 3 you passed the second test. Good. So now what? Naruto asked as they all relaxed. Since there's still plenty of time left in the test, you 3 can relax until the deadline at noon 3 days from now, as long as you stay in the tower. When the deadline comes you and all other passing genin must hear in this room to be considered eligible for advancement to the 3rd round. Will we be given a reminder on the 5th day to be here on time? It's common courtesy. Hinata asked. Irika nodded. Yes you will. Why do you ask? Just a precaution. Isaribi answered. Irika nodded. In any case, take this time to unwind. There are rooms provided, which teams will have to share despite differing genders so we can keep track of the numbers easier, and food, hot water, and medical treatment if needed will be provided for the next few days. Think of it as our way of congratulating you for getting this far and showing hospitality to guests in our village. Just don't overindulge yourselves please. We can do that. By the way, I'm just curious, but are we the first team to show up? Naruto asked. I think you are. Irika answered with a hint of pride strangely in his voice. Naruto smiled. Won't Konoha be upset to hear Oto finished first? But soon comes the true test of strength. Hey, is there an indoor pool or something here? Isaribi asked. Yeah, there's a small one. Swimming is the best exercise after all. Irika told her. You brought your swimsuit on this test? Naruto asked in disbelief. Isaribi smiled and winked. Nope. CH-47 friendship. Come on, Naruto-kun. You promised. Isaribi said as she tried dragging her reluctant teammate down a hallway, with Hinata just watching with a small frown. No I didn't. You asked me but I never gave an answer. Naruto semi-shouted. What's wrong Naruto-kun? Does the idea of swimming with me au naturel really disgust you? Isaribi asked, sounding a little hurt. What? I'm not disgusted. Then why the fuss? Hinata withheld her desire to sigh. It's me, I know it. He's resisting because of me. In that case, I should do something to make him decide for his own sake rather than mine. She then stepped up and whispered loudly into Naruto's ear. What if I went swimming too? That caused the young man's man to go full meltdown. Thoughts of Hinata and Isaribi both naked and sopping wet flashed through his mind and he zoned out with a nosebleed and a smile. Nice one, Hinata-chan. Isaribi commented at seeing the reaction. Thanks. I'm actually kind of glad we make such an impact on him. The purple-haired girl nodded. I wonder why he was so hesitant. I mean, he's a healthy boy with several girls wanting him intimately. Shouldn't he be more curious than this? I'm flattered he's trying to be noble, but there is such a thing as too far. Hinata sadly nodded. Maybe that's my fault. I don't think he's fully accepted the sharing idea either yet, and I haven't done much to help that. You two better. I mean, do you want to have all 9 kids yourself? Isaribi asked. Hinata shook her head. No, Okasan convinced me that option was a bad choice. My mind knows the harem is a good idea, but my heart isn't fully convinced yet. Isaribi smiled. Well, a good bear swim should be good for you too. Naruto seemed to regain his senses again, unaware of what the two girls had been saying. Did I just seriously hear you two offer to go swimming, naked, with me watching? Who said you would just be watching? Isaribi teasingly asked. Yeah. Hinata added. If we're treating you to a show, it's only fair you do the same for us. Naruto just looked at them both in disbelief. You can't be serious. Why not? Both girls asked. What if someone saw you? Naruto asked. Then you'd be there to kick their peeping asses. Isaribi answered matter-of-factly. Seeing his indecision remain, she applied the sad puppy eyes. You mean you won't defend your girls from perverts, Naruto-kun? Hinata added the sad puppy eyes too. You wouldn't leave 2 helpless women to the mercy of perverts, right, Naruto-kun? Damn, I can see why this is considered a kinjutsu. The Jinchuriki told himself. Fine, you win. But I know neither of you are helpless. Hinata and Isaribi smiled, looking forward to this little activity. Finally, I can see it without needing the Byakugan. But no one finds out about this, you hear? He sternly told them, making them nod. A little later, Sasami, Haku, and Fu reached the team and were greeted by a Konoha Chunin who told them to relax. Right now they were walking down the halls trying to find the cafeteria. I'm so hungry I could eat a horse. Sasami muttered. I'd settle for a sandwich myself. Fu commented. I just want to lay down and not do anything for a while. After a quick bite, of course. Haku claimed. They passed a closed door with a window on it, and Haku froze as she happened to see what was on the other side. Sasami and Fu kept walking until they noticed their ice-using teammate had stayed behind. What's up? Fu asked. Naruto-kun, I think. Haku answered, her eyes never leaving the window. What? The other girls asked, then looked for themselves, gasping at what they saw. There was a pool in the room, Olympic-sized, with 3 people inside the water. And it was clear that the 2 girls were topless and not trying to hide it that well. The one boy in the water was most likely Naruto, since Hinata and Isaribi were recognizable, but it couldn't be determined if he was bare or not from their viewpoint. Are they really doing that? Sasami asked in disbelief. Only one way to find out. Fu said before she opened the door and walked inside. The sound of the door opening instantly caught the swimmer's attention and the 2 girls hid themselves under the water. Having fun, Naruto-kun? I'm surprised you didn't invite us too. Haku and Sasami entered too, blushes on their faces almost matching the ones on Naruto, Hinata, and Isaribi. The newcomers couldn't help but look at Naruto, who positioned his hands underwater to cover himself, letting them know he was bare too. Mind if we join you? We agreed to share him too. Fu asked as she got ready to take her own shirt off. Would it matter if we said no? Isaribi asked, her blush fading. Nope. Fu replied as she tore her red pack and white shirt off, much to Naruto's surprise and excitement. Then she took off her skirt, but slowly removed her bra and panties, keeping her eyes on Naruto as she did her striptease. She then jumped into the water, splashing everyone in the process. You coming in too? Hinata asked the other 2. Sasami and Haku shared a look. Why not? Haku said before she started taking off her own clothes, a bit slower and more bashful than her green-haired teammate had been. You joining us, Sasami? She asked after she removed her top but saw her orange-haired teammate hadn't done anything. Don't be a party pooper, Sasami. Fu said as she treaded water. Sorry, but I'm really hungry so I'm going to have to pass. Sasami nervously replied. Maybe next time though. She then left the room. Haku shrugged as she finished undressing and waded into the water. She must really be hungry to turn away this opportunity. Or just shy. So much for no one finding out, huh, Naruto-kun? Hinata whispered to her boyfriend. Yeah, and now all the other girls will want to try this with me. He replied. Fu engulfed him in a cushiony hug. And what's wrong with that, Naruto-kun? He froze up but didn't fight to get away. Honestly, you'd think a guy with 9 girlfriends would be more open to explore things like this. Yeah, Naruto-kun. Isaribi agreed. If we approve, then what's the harm? You're not dishonoring us this way. Naruto was released so he could answer. I'm just having a hard time believing you girls are really doing this. I figured it would be years before you let me see your bodies like this. Didn't you ever use your Niobe-Akugen to take a look under our clothes? Hinata asked. He shook his head negatively. Naruto-kun, relax. We all care deeply for you and like knowing you find us attractive and sexy. Don't be afraid to show it so often, for all our sakes. I know. I just don't want to go too far. He told them all. We won't. Isaribi reassured him with her own cushioned hug. But in the meantime, let's have some fun. Noon on the 5th day came, and the second portion of the Chunin exams was officially over. Teams had been coming to the tower over the past few days little by little. Naruto, Isaribi, and Hinata stood in the entrance room to the tower along with other teams. They recognized Sasami, Fu, Haku, Kin, Zaku, Dosu, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro right away. They also saw Sasuke, Sakura, and Kiba, along with 3 other unrecognizable teams from Konoha in the room with them. Although apparently one of them was a Hyuga, which unnerved Hinata a small amount. 4 teams from Konoha, 4 teams from elsewhere, making 24 passing genin total. Naruto noted. I wonder what the third part will be and, if Subsonic is right, how it can be rigged. All the genin, some looking more worse for wear than others, stood in the room as Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Sandaime Hokage, entered the room dressed in his robes with a pipe in his mouth. Naruto and Hinata did their best to avoid glaring at the old man, having heard many horrible things about this seemingly gentle old man who ultimately endangered some lives for his own sake. The 8 jounin who taught these teams, being Anko, Kabuto, Kurenai, Kakashi, Asuma, Gai, Gunma, and Baki were already there, having been informed their genin made it this far, and watched from the balconies above, among a few other jounin from Konoha to stand guard for the Hokage like Ibiki and Yugao. Sarutobi cleared his throat before addressing the genin, who moved into a neatly arranged grid, with teammate being near teammate. Congratulations on making it this far, all of you. I'm impressed that such a large number got through the forest of death this time. Usually the numbers we get are single digit. And I'm impressed so many of you are first-timers. Your senseis should be proud. Before we head on to the third part of the exam, there's something I'd like you all to know. He continued, making the attending genin a bit more curious, even the Oto ones. It concerns the true reason we have these tests. The true reason? Many asked themselves. Why do you think all our nations take these tests together in a partnership? Sarutobi asked, pausing briefly to see if anyone could answer, even if wrongly. None bothered to, so he explained it. The official reasons are to promote friendship between the nations and to raise the level of the shinobi of each. However, there's more to it than that. This exam is in fact a replacement for war between the 5 great nations. A few eyebrows were arched in the young audience. What does that mean? Tenten quietly asked herself. If you look back in history, you'll see most wars, be they big or small, happened between the 5 great nations, with the smaller ones occasionally getting caught in the middle. After the Third Great Shinobi War, the nations decided to seek an alternative to the wasteful and inconclusive warring. Their agreement ended up creating the Chunin exams. So is this for deciding who's a Chunin or not? Kiba asked. Yeah, this test does determine who's fit to advance to the next level of the ninja ranks and who isn't. However, there's another side to this test. Sarutobi answered. Each country's shinobi risk their lives to get their job done and show how strong and effective their ninja are. By doing so, they're making their countries look the most effective at what they do. And that pleases clients. Clients? Sakura asked herself. The third exam will have many witnesses watching. Among them will be daimyos of various lands and several influential individuals, all from which a ninja village get the work they need to make money. If the strength of a country is clear, that country will get more business and more income. And if the country is viewed as weak, they will lose business. It will send a message to clients and other villages that one village is stronger than another, which will help the economy and hopefully discourage any unnecessary bloodshed between villages. But why do we have to fight with our lives on the line just to pad other people's wallets then? Kankuro asked with a small amount of irritation in his voice evident. Sarutobi took another hit from his pipe before answering. The strength of a country is shown in the strength of its hidden village. And the strength of the hidden village is shown in the strength of the shinobi it produces. And the only way to determine a shinobi's true strength is in a life-threatening situation. Realization dawned on many of the genin's faces. Anyone can be a marksman when the target doesn't fire back, and anyone can be a winner when there's no risk involved. A true test of power and talent comes when the other side is just as determined to win as you are, and maybe a bit sneakier too. Only then can you say you truly have what it takes to be called strong. Other times, you're just lucky. I hate to say it, but he's right. Enko thought. This exam is set up to test how sharp your skills are when you really need to use them, and for countries to see each other's strengths. If your lives weren't at risk, then it would be nothing but a talent show. But then, why say it's about establishing friendship if we have to fight like that then? Ino asked as she raised her hand up to be noticed better. I was not lying, but you may have misinterpreted my words. The Sandaime told her. Risking lives is a fact of the shinobi lifestyle. That is a key part of friendship and trust in the ninja lifestyle. It's much easier to trust someone and be their friend once you've risked your life and seen they're willing to cover your back for you. Makes sense. Sasami thought, among others. Now, before we begin the third round, I'll tell you one more thing. Sarutobi added. This is not just a test. It is a life-risking battle, where your life, your future, and your village's honor are all on the line. You have much more to worry about than just whether or not you get promoted to a higher rank. Is that understood? He saw all genin nod. Good, now to explain the third test itself. He made a come here motion with his hand towards the balcony to his right. A Konoha jounin appeared before him and kneeled down. Cough. I will continue from here if you wish, Hokage-sama. By all means, Geku-san. Sarutobi told him. The jounin stood up and turned around to face the gathered genin. His hitayate was modified to cover his whole scalp, leaving parts of his brown hair to hang from under it. His skin looked a little pale and he had dark shadows under his eyes, making him look tired or unhealthy. Hello everyone, I'm Heiei Geku, referee of the third test. Before we start, there's something I need to tell you all. His voice sounded strained, like he was close to losing it. He looks like he should be in a hospital. Hinata commented. What I need to say is that we're going to need a preliminary round before the third exam starts, to decide who gets to participate. Heiei told them. Preliminary round? Naruto thought, remembering Subsonic's warning. Why do we need that? Yeah, why can't we all pass? We made it this far after all. Shikamaru added, a bit angry at the idea. Because this year we have too many genin making it this far. Heiei answered, pleasing no one with it. So how is that a bad thing? Temari asked. Like Hokage-sama said, many people will be visiting to observe these upcoming matches, for both business consideration and entertainment. In past years, we've always scheduled and arranged the matches to take up only a few hours. Too many participants means the third test will take up a lot of time and could end up boring the clients and risking future business. So we have limited time to showcase the third exam, thus we need, closer to 10 participants, not 20 like we have now. The rules state we must have a preliminary round now to thin the numbers down. Heiei told them. Hey, if a lot of people are coming here from other places, taking long trips to do so, wouldn't it be more worth their time and effort to host a long round rather than a short rushed one? I mean, if I were a client coming cross-country for entertainment, I'd be more eager to do so for 2 hours worth instead of just one. Naruto suggested, making several other genin, even Konoha ones, nod in agreement. Heiei shook his head. Sorry kid, but rules are rules and we're already, scheduled for the third round, so we can't fit 24 genin trying to get through it. Like it or not, we need to reduce this group in half. Naruto frowned. Yeah, and I bet I know which half they want removed. So anyway, the preliminary round will begin in a few minutes. Anyone who feels, they are not up to fighting within the hour should quit now and walk away, hoping for better luck next time. What? We gotta do this now? Kiba asked. Heiei nodded. The prelims will be one-on-one fighting in a free-for-all manner with no time limit, and they will be done right after we get this discussion over. So if anyone feels they simply don't have the energy to go on right away, then raise your hand and drop out. Oh, and at this point, only individual skills, will be tested so one person can drop out but the rest of the team can continue on without harm. He paused for a while, but no one offered to drop out. Very well then. We shall move from here to the arena in the tower and begin a series of, one-on-one fights, where both participants must fight as if in a real-life confrontation. Since we have exactly 24 participants, we will have 12 rounds. Still a little more than we prefer, but enough to squeeze by, and the winners, will advance to the third round. The battles basically have no rules, so victory is gained by either death or surrender in the other genin. And I'll jump in and, declare a victor if I feel the fight's going too far. Now, let's proceed to the arena. A few minutes later, everyone was in the fighting arena with a large bust of two arms making a ram sign on one of the walls. The Jounin were up on the balconies again and the Genin were down on the arena floor with Hayate. The matches will be selected randomly on the monitor overhead. We've had time to enter all your names in the random generator program, so we wouldn't need to input them now. The selected Genin will need to come down here and await my signal to start, while all others must wait on the balcony until their turn or to await the end of the prelims. Medical help will be provided to those that need it. Now, without further ado, let's get started and see who's in the first round. All eyes went up on the monitor, which buzzed to life and had several characters randomly and very quickly flash on it. After 4 seconds it came to a stop and the first match was declared. Isaribi Meikai vs Sasuke Uchiha.